Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. Less than greater than genius remembers. Net. In 1 second, and provides you with wonderful novel reading. In the dark night of Alabaston, Lin Tian was sitting on a chair. In the silent night, the door made a slight noise, and then a crack was slowly exposed. Even if he didn't turn around to look at the door behind him, Lin Tian could feel the faint breeze coming from him. His face was surprised, and he asked back, "Wee, why are you here? You have been tired for a day without taking a rest." Just entered the room cautiously, fearing to interrupt them to rest. A sudden voice made Vivi pause, and when he looked up, he saw that Lin Tian was not asleep, just sitting on a chair. Moving slowly, Wee carefully walked towards Lin Tian and said softly, "Now I can't sleep, I don't know why, my heart is really messed up." While speaking, Wee was already walking beside Lin Tian, and she sat down gently against Lin Tian. She stretched out her hands very naturally, holding Lin Tian's arms and beautiful cheeks, naturally leaning against Lin Tian's arms. Beautiful cheeks, rubbing Lin Tian's arms, the expression of ease appeared on his face, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Lin Tian, why the war is over, but I am not so happy in my heart." Reached out his hand and stroked Wee's full head of hair. Lin Tian said, "That said, it seems that you have indeed grown up, and you can see the essence of this matter. Just like your father said, even if the war is over, what about the deaths of tens of thousands, more than 100,000 casualties? How many families are in pain, and how many people have lost their loved ones? In the end, to end this war, perhaps we did not succeed at all. Here, in fact, we have failed from the beginning." Okay. This is where Wee has been confused. Did she really succeed? When she saw the number of casualties, Wee was confused. Leaning on Lin Tian's shoulder, Wee couldn't find the direction in her heart for a while. "Brother Lin Tian, what do you think I should do to face this country, tortured by the rebellion?" Stretched out his hand and scratched Wee's beautiful nose. Lin Tian smiled slightly. "You little idiot, these things have become the past, and the most important thing is to grasp the future. If you are entangled in the past, how can you lead this country well? Everything, if you want this country to fall into peace, the most important thing is to look to the future. The past will only drag you down." Net www. Lin Tian's words are like a beacon, illuminating the confusion before Wee's eyes, and the road under her feet appears in front of her again, and there is already a way forward. A shy smile flashed across his face. He hugged Lin Tian's arm tightly. "Brother Lin Tian, thank you for guiding me at this time." Leaning against the wall, Lin Tian said angrily, "You little idiot, I am your brother. Why would you say thank you to me? Shouldn't the brother help my sister?" "Do not." Hearing this, Wee cocked her mouth. The smile on her face disappeared, and she muttered her mouth. "I was very upset. I don't want to be a sister. My sister is not good at all. I am not your sister." Hearing the words, Lin Tian couldn't help being taken aback. He stretched out his hands to stroke his hair and couldn't help stopping, not knowing what to do. Lin Tian is not a fool. Wee said this suddenly. Lin Tian didn't even think about what it meant, because she had already understood in her heart. From the very beginning, Lin Tian knew that this little Nizi had something wrong with her feelings, but she was still young at the time, and Lin Tian didn't care about her heartache. Mainly at that time, she couldn't even handle both, let alone think about other things. But at this meeting, Lin Tian had already realized everything secretly. This little Nizi, instead of changing, has gone farther and farther. Reached out his paused right hand and gave her a click, pretending to be angrily. "You little girl, little young man is thinking about something. Now these are not what you should think of." "Who said I am young? I have grown up now." Wee held Lin Tian's arm and rubbed it hard, her face acting like a baby. Feeling the agitating touch and softness on his arm, Lin Tian showed a comfortable feeling on his face and said in his heart, "It's so big, it's not too small." And Lin Tian didn't know, his complexion changed and all entered Wu Wei's eyes, as if he had understood something. His face flushed suddenly, and in a blink of an eye, it was full of blush on his cheeks. Although she knew that she was tightly clinging to Lin Tian's arm, Wu Wei did not have a tendency to withdraw. Her face became more shy, and she moved gently, pinching Lin Tian's arm between her double peaks. Thinking of what she is doing now, Wu Wei's face has already turned red into an apple, and she doesn't know if it is right or wrong to do so. Anyway, she did it when she got hot. As a real man, Wu Wei doesn't know how she moves. This little Easy doesn't seem to be very old, but her chest is not too young. The huge twin peaks are enough to submerge their arms, and they are no longer much smaller than Nami's. In normal times, it does not show the mountains or the water, but it is so great in the dark. However, Lin Tian was the most shocked. When did this little Easy become so bold and dare to do this? Isn't this forcing herself to commit a crime? Forced to endure the shyness in her heart, Wu Wei blushed quietly and said, "Brother Lin Tian is really disagreeable. On the surface, he says that he doesn't like people and that he is young, but secretly thinks about bad things. What a pervert. I didn't expect to be discovered by this little girl and directly exposed by Wu Wei." Even if Lin Tian's face was thick and his face was embarrassed, he was a little embarrassed. Lowered her head, her lips slowly leaned against Wu Wei's ears, and the heat exhaled from her mouth, slapped on the crystal earlobes. The whole body trembled, and the whole body straightened involuntarily. Feeling the stiffness of his arm, Lin Tian's mouth curled up, and she said in her heart, "This little Easy, I thought, how did she suddenly become so bold?" It turns out that she was also a freak in her heart, and she was holding on. Wu Wei is like a piece of white paper for this kind of thing. She has always had that kind of thought in the past, but every time she doesn't say it, she is already very shy. This time, I suddenly became so bold. In fact, Wu Wei herself was unexpected. When Lin Tian made further moves, she flinched in her heart. Exhaling the heat in his mouth, Lin Tian whispered, "You little girl, tempting me like this, you are playing with fire. Are you afraid I can't help it?" After hearing this, Wu Wei's body trembled even more, and now she realized that she was a little too bold. She was just a little lamb, and now she is in the mouth. If it were Brother Lin Tian, I really couldn't help it. What should I do? Wu Wei felt a little guilty, and her hands were a little loose. But Lin Tian's hand, already at some point, slid behind Wu Wei, took her Yanjiang small waist, gently sent it, and directly embraced Lin Tian. With a muffled sound, Wu Wei slammed into Lin Tian's chest. A man-specific breath suddenly rushed into her nose. The blush on Wu Wei's face suddenly reached a point, and she was hot. Lying in Lin Tian's arms, Wu Wei didn't know what to do, whether to leave or to continue lying here. What to do? She was ashamed, but she didn't want to leave. "Why, the temptation is over. You left like this, Wu Wei. You are a little too irresponsible." A different smile flashed across Lin Tian's face. "These words are just to amuse Wu Wei. Let this little Easy teach me a lesson, and save this time and retreat all over the body. When the time comes, I am bold. What should I do?" However, reality often surpassed expectations, but Wu Wei in her arms suddenly made an amazing action. Wu Wei, who was originally shy, broke free of Lin Tian's embrace in Lin Tian's horrified gaze, but she turned around instead. Closed his eyes, quickly and quickly, his face flushed quietly, and the white skin became flushed like a jade, adding a touch of charm that cannot be described in words. Although he could clearly feel the trembling of the person in his arms, there was a trace of stubbornness on his face. He resisted the shyness in his heart and pressed tightly toward Lin Tian's lips. The lips of the two touched, and a faint coolness came from their lips, and it rushed to Lin Tian's heart. With a bang, Lin Tian's mind exploded directly. Fuck, I was forced to kiss. Lin Tian was not the only one who exploded in his mind. The same was true in the mind of Wu Wei, who kissed her strongly. She could kiss stubbornly before, but when she kissed her, her mind was completely blank. The whole person stayed. What to do next? As a little fresh, how did we know that she just pressed her lips tightly? She had no consciousness and thinking ability. Lin Tian is not a little cute. As a man, he was actually kissed forcibly. This is unbearable. If he goes on, he is really inferior to animals. This little easy has already plucked up the courage to do this. If she shrinks, she can't say anything. As a man, how can she not even take this initiative? Stretched out his hands, slid across the smooth back, and hugged Louie tightly into his arms. Both of them could freshly feel the heat exhaling from each other's nostrils. Opened his mouth, Lin Tian's tongue directly pried Louie's cold lips away, and then tried to cover up the thunder. www.mtelnahu.com. Louie, whose mind was blank, didn't realize anything. Lin Tian's tongue had already rushed into Louie's mouth. The flexible tongue, like a snake, quickly swept across Louie's mouth, the crystal clear saliva with a little sweetness. After a lot of searching in Louie's mouth, Lin Tian immediately shifted the target, and immediately changed the direction of his tongue flexibly, entwining Louie's tongue. The tongue is a sensitive place for a person. When the two tongues touched each other, Louie couldn't help but tremble, and her whole body straightened. Just now, Louie, who was slightly awake, fell into chaos again. Can only perceive Lin Tian's tongue in his own mouth like a man, and quickly conquer his own mouth. Even his own tongue has been tightly wrapped by it. The two tongues are tightly entwined, as flexible as long snakes. Under such circumstances, the two are addicted to the passionate kiss, as if they have forgotten everything in the world, and time stops at this moment. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and Louie suddenly pushed away Lin Tian's embrace with the strength of nowhere, and hurriedly took a few deep breaths before slowly reacting. Thinking of the previous scenes, and the feeling of being immersed in it, Louie's flushed face turned red now. It's been too long, I can't breathe. With her head down, Vivi said shyly. Hearing this, Lin Tian was shocked, then looked at his shy face, and suddenly laughed. To be continued. For mobile phone users, please visit and read for a better reading experience. The next day, the dark night was pierced by the sun, and a new day came. After years of shady, the country also ushered in light. The turmoil this time left this prosperous country in ruins, but now everything is over. In the ruins, Alabaston will usher in a new life. In a port in Alabaston, several naval ships gathered here, as well as the artificial rainfall boats of the Baroque working society they captured. Tasiki Ko Chang is back! A shout sounded, which alarmed the Navy, docked on the shore. Seeing Taski's return, Tina came out to greet him on the shore. Looking at Taziki's tired figure, Tina showed a faint smile on her face. Long time no see, Taziki. But Taziki did not stop immediately. In Tina's puzzled gaze, she passed by her side and then stopped, her back and her voice filled with exhaustion. Miss Tina, hello, I am a little tired. Please allow me to take a rest. Before Tina could speak, Taski walked directly to the boat, looking up at Smog, sitting on the stairs, smoking a cigarette. Her tone changed slightly. Colonel, Smog, I'm back. Sitting on it, Smog calmly replied, it's been hard work. I heard about the Straw Hat Boy. I'm sorry. Taziki lowered her head, her tone full of apologies. I not only assisted the pirates, but also let them go. As a Navy, this is a shameful behavior. Looking down at Taski below, Smog wondered, why do you have to apologize? Isn't this your justice? No. It's not. At that time, I could only do this. Even if I knew the location of the enemy, I would only tell others about him. Even if I knew the time of the bombardment, I could only tell others about it. The justice that I can guard does not exist. Taziki said this, her whole body trembled, her hands were tightly held, her tone was full of unwillingness. This time, Taziki grew too much. Not reconciled? A calm speech sounded, and everyone present was taken aback. Taziki looked up, because the voice just now was neither Colonel Smog nor Miss Tina, but someone else. Among the crowd, only Tina and Smog had their faces changed greatly after hearing the news. Their faces were shocked, and they looked towards the direction of the sound source. Smog bit the smoke in his mouth tightly and turned his head to look to his side. It was a white figure. I don't know when, there was no sign of it, but a person in the Navy found out. Seeing that white figure clearly, Smog became excited instantly. The cigar in his mouth was bitten off at that moment, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Lin Tian!" The words fell, and Smog turned into smoke and rose into the sky, flying into the sky, watching Lin Tian, who was smiling faintly below, without saying much. Giant white snake! The whole body turned into white smoke, and the smoke tumbling from the sky evolved into a huge white snake. The open mouth was big enough to bite the entire warship. Although many navies have been shocked by this scene after another, their minds are blank, and they don't know what to say. Only Tina, watching this scene, her face changed drastically, her figure flashed, she rushed towards Lin Tian on the boat, and shouted loudly, "Smog, don't be impulsive, it can't be his opponent." It is a pity that Tina's voice was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no movement at all, the white snake above still washed down like the sky and the ground, and the sunny sky seemed to turn into night in an instant. The sky and the earth were faintly and dark, with white eyes dazzling, swept across the entire space. The huge white snake head eyes flashed with a sharp light, and it came towards Lin Tian below. Below, Lin Tian appeared here, with a faint smile on his face, and calmly said, "Smog, I told you back then that the real battle doesn't depend on the grandeur." The figure flashed, and the whole leaped forward facing the white giant snake, without any hesitation, directly rushed into the white smoke. The figure disappeared. Boom, bang. The next moment, in the white smoke, there are bursts of muffled noises, the white smoke rolls fiercely like the sea, and the huge snake head that has evolved will also return to a white mist at your moment. A loud bang exploded in the sky, and the white smoke was torn apart by a huge force in an instant, revealing a big hole, and the sun was shining down. A black spot broke through the white mist and turned into a streamer, like a falling meteorite, hitting the warship violently on the sea. It stands to reason that if this kind of impact force hits a warship, I am afraid that it will not be able to withstand this kind of impact force, because the warship is far stronger than other ships. However, when the streamer hit under the warship, there was no sound, only two figures remained. Standing on the deck, Smog was caught by Lin Tian's neck and lifted in midair. Looking at it, Smog was pinched by his neck and flushed. "Smog, it seems that Roguetown didn't listen to what he said to you. He still chased him as usual." Nagaha. Just as Lin Tian was speaking, Tina rushed over and saw that Smog was pinched by Lin Tian. Her face was anxious, and she hurriedly shot. Stretched out his hands, two fenced iron sticks appeared from his arms, which were round in shape, quickly coming towards Lin Tian besieged. Perceiving the attack behind him, Lin Tian leaped slightly with one foot and escaped Tina's attack. He suddenly changed direction in the air, and his speed suddenly increased, and he attacked towards Tina. Tina's face changed, she pulled away and blasted back, but Lin Tian's figure had appeared next to Tina, blocking her backing figure. Said softly, "It seems, Tina, you are like a smoker like Smog. In terms of personality, you have all come out, and there is still no change at all." Then there was a muffled sound. Even when facing the big beauty Tina, she was still her own teacher. Lin Tian still did not show any mercy. Below, the Navy on the shore has just regained consciousness from the shock. The mammoth battle has ended in a blink of an eye, and the smog in the sky has dissipated. Under the cover of the hull, it was difficult for everyone to see the situation inside. As for the winners and losers inside, they didn't know. However, these are not the main points. Although Colonel Smog and Colonel Tina are both elite Navy colonels in the Navy headquarters, they are definitely not the opponents of Lieutenant General Lin Tian. In most naval headquarters, Lieutenant Admiral Lin Tian is a myth, an invincible myth, no matter the past, present, or future. It is a legend that no one can surpass. The events that have alarmed the Great Root were all made by Lin Tian, and no one has surpassed it. At that time, Lieutenant General Lin Tian was the representative of naval justice. At this moment, two figures flew out from the deck. It was Colonel Smog and Colonel Tina. When the Navy was surprised, the two of them had already smashed to the ground, causing a cloud of smoke. Taziki, who reacted, rushed to the two who fell and helped Tina, who fell on the ground, looking at Smog, who was lying on the ground next to him without getting up. Very worried, and shouted, "Miss Tina, Colonel Small, are you two okay?" "What?" Holding his head, Smog sat up from the ground with a bit of pain, raised his head to look upwards, and at the same time ordered, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Please don't be impulsive. This man, you are not opponents. Just stay by the side." Tina, who was in Taski's arms, also sat up from the ground by herself. Her eyes were the same as Smog, staring at it. Unexpectedly, this man actually came on the initiative. On the Navy warship, Lin Tian slowly walked out of the deck, looking at the Navy soldiers hundreds of meters below, looking up at him. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian couldn't help but recall that he was in the Navy back then, and he gave an exciting speech like this before every action. "I want to come now, but it's all different. I can't help but smile. Navy, miss it." Lin Tian's sigh suddenly came out, but he forced the Navy below, thinking that he would say something else, how to say these words. Regardless of what the following navies think, www.com, anyway, since that day, my position with the Navy has changed. The dust returns to the dust, the soil returns to the soil, everything is the past. Withdrawing some faraway thoughts, Lin Tian looked at the two, Smog and Tina, who had stood up from the ground, and shouted, "Hey, you two, as soon as you meet, just deal with the instructor like this. Isn't it a bit too disrespectful for the instructor? Really should fight." Smog did not say much, but his eyes flickered, showing a little embarrassment, and disappeared from his own eyes. "In Kroger Town, I have already said that since you rebelled against the Navy that day, you have been related to the destruction of the Navy, so the status of instructor and instructor is no longer there." After patting his head, Lin Tian shook his head in distress, still using that kind of teaching tone. "In the past, your kid, in the high-level Navy headquarters, there was a thorny head, but it is still the same now, otherwise. Still a colonel for so many years." Hearing Lin Tian's familiar words, Smog's mouth twitched. To be honest, the most uncomfortable thing about Smog was Lin Tian's instructive tone, so he was always a sting back then. At this time, Tina hadn't spoken to her side. She suddenly gave a cold snort, and looked at Lin Tian with angrily on her chest, with both hands on the front of the environmental protection. "Tina is very unhappy. Tina is very unsatisfactory. After seeing you, you are a bastard, and you actually left Ayin and left alone." To be continued. Tina suddenly said Ayin's name, making Lin Tian couldn't help being taken aback, and the smile on her entire face disappeared. Became silent, and after a while, pursing his lips, Lin Tian asked, then, "That, Ayin? How is she doing recently?" To say that he betrayed the Navy back then, in fact, in Lin Tian's heart, there was someone who had always felt sorry for him. Besides Teacher Garp, there was also Ayin. Back then, I had never discussed with the two of them, so I just did it. In fact, the saddest ones are Teachers Garp and Ayin. As the teacher's only disciple, Garp has spent his entire life on himself, and he has made a lot of efforts in the dark and in the dark. Otherwise, before Lin Tian entered the high ranks of the Navy, why did Lin Tian have a low rank? But he has great rights and privileges, and he can suppress any major things he provokes, and there is more or less Garp behind him. I did not disappoint the teacher, and his achievements are the reason why Garp has always been proud. But the betrayal on the last day not only hurt Garp, but also the pressure from the world government. There is also Ayin, who is also heartbroken. Lin Tian has always been difficult to let go of people, whether it is Hancock, Robin or Nami. Only Ayin has the longest company, and Ayin is the first to know. I also have the deepest feelings with Ayin. Ayin is a woman who can't express feelings. She likes to bury everything in her heart, but only silently supports herself behind her back without saying or doing much. But he pays attention to everything secretly and thinks about himself everywhere in his heart. When confused or encountering difficulties, Ayan will often give himself pertinent suggestions and opinions. This is a woman who buried her feelings in her heart. After all her family members died, Ayan already regarded herself as a support in her heart. But he betrayed that day that Ayan was in the G1 branch. What happened later exceeded Lin Tian's expectation. This incident has always been an eternal pain in my heart. Therefore, after I decided to betray the Navy that day, one of the envelopes handed to my sister-in-law and mother-in-law was specifically for Ayan and asked Uncle Raleigh to pass it on to her. There is not only what Ayan should do to protect herself after she has made a betrayal, but more deeply, she apologizes and leaves it on paper. The person I am most sorry for is her. I haven't seen her for more than a year. I don't know what happened to that person in my mind. Was mentioned by Tina, and the feelings and shame that she buried in her heart broke through the blockade in her heart in an instant, and came to her heart. Perceiving the changes in Lin Tian's whole body mood, Tina's face looked a little better. At least this man knew that he was guilty and wouldn't feel it at all. Ayan insisted that it was not in vain. But even so, Tina's anger is still extremely difficult to eliminate. You are ashamed to remember Ayan. People miss you every day. I think you have a good time, and don't miss Ayan very much. Hearing this, Lin Tian's face suddenly became embarrassed. During that period of recovery and during this period of sailing, he didn't think of Ayan much. But more, it's me that I have Nami and Robin again, for nearly a year. Ayan had been thinking of herself in the Navy, but she was like this. Lin Tian didn't know what to say for a while. Although I don't know what Lin Tian has done in the past 6 months or so, seeing Tina who is speechless and understands Lin Tian. She has some guesses. The anger in his heart was even worse. It was difficult to calm the excitement, and some things were said directly without thinking. Let me see, how can Ayan like you bastard, leaving all the pressure to others, but I have nothing. I don't know how Ayan has been in the Navy. On the edge, Smog did not insert this conversation, because this kind of woman-related and emotional matters are the most annoying thing in Smog's view, so it is better to catch a few pirates. But after hearing this, Smog's face changed slightly, and he wanted to stop Tina from speaking, but it was too late. What? Lin Tian's mood instantly turned into anger, and his emotions began to agitate, and even his aura was a bit uncontrollable. Especially, there is murderous aura mixed in it, like a mountain pressing on these people's hearts, and their bodies tremble unnaturally. Fortunately, there are elites from the department, and they can still support them. Tina, say, what the asters is going on? Could it be that the old men in the Navy headquarters are still what the world government did to Ayan? Lin Tian's words were full of a strong murderous aura which made everyone present tremble, and that murderous aura was too scary. When he betrayed himself that day, Lin Tian was a little worried. The old men of the world government might not do anything to Ayan. After staying in the Navy for so long, the Navy and the leaders of the world government have no idea what kind of urine is there, because he has performed that kind of task himself. So at the beginning, Lin Tian was a little worried about this, and specially prepared some backhands and methods to give to Ayan, so that she could get through the whirlpool well. But from Tina's voice just now, Lin Tian found that he was a little optimistic, and a little underestimated the shamelessness of those old men. They really did something to Ayan. If those old men really did something or caused any harm to Ayan, they would not let it go. They would have to pay a heavy price. Perceiving the scarlet murderous aura surrounding Lin Tian's body, Tina also reacted immediately, as if she had overstated something. As a teacher under Lin Tian, he had so much destructive power for Lieutenant General Lin Tian. Like a mirror. Not to mention his powerful combat power, even the 3 admirals of the Navy did not keep him, and his knowledge of many secrets. If he really went against the Navy, even the Navy headquarters would not be able to withstand Lin Tian's revenge. Staring at Tina secretly, Smog explained, "Relax, Lin Tian. Anyway, the Navy is just, and the Navy does not bother to use it and will not use it. Aim actually has nothing to do. Tina just said something wrong by herself. As far as I know, Ain is still with Instructor Zephyr now. Tina is not happy at such a moment. It is not good to be silent and explain. Ain is in the Navy now, much better than by your side. Just miss some people all day. Speaking of this, Tina couldn't help but swept her eyes to the side and withdrew her gaze calmly. But in my heart, I really couldn't figure out what kind of medicine Lin Tian had given Ain to make him believe in Lin Tian, this bastard. Hearing the explanation from the two, Lin Tian tightened his eyes, gathered his murderous aura and that invisible aura. The whole person gradually calmed down, but he could still vaguely detect a trace of anger on his face. Phew. Everyone suddenly felt their bodies loose, and the mountain that was pressing on them was removed at that moment. Only then did they realize that their backs had long been soaked with sweat. The breeze blew, bringing a coolness, and even the clothes were soaked with tension as if they had just emerged from the water. With a cold snort, Lin Tian showed a trace of disdain and said, "Smog, are you ashamed to tell the Justice of the Navy in front of your instructor? As a former Lieutenant Admiral, I know more about some things than you." Hearing this, Smog was speechless for a while and didn't know how to refute it. Lin Tian told the fact that in terms of his understanding of the Navy, he was not comparable to Lin Tian, who was so powerful that he almost went to the Admiral. However, Smog was a stingy head with a face of dissatisfaction and said, "Although the Navy has never lacked darkness, it is much better for the Navy to be pirates than the evil pirates." Comparing this question, Lin Tian was too lazy to argue with Smoky Smog. Whether it was a navy or a pirate, there was no distinction between justice and evil. Everything was in the hearts of the people. Compared to Small Tina, Lin Tian couldn't say that he didn't believe it, and the two of them didn't have to deceive themselves on this issue. There are some things that they are not qualified to know about their true positions and rights, such as things about themselves. As I expected, the people in this department still blocked their rebellion and implemented a blockade in the lower navy. However, the words of the two of them also reminded Lin Tian that Ain was not so safe in the navy. Although I learned from Tina that Ain was always taken by General Zephyr reading www.canshu.com, but this revealed that Ain was completely in a dangerous state. Otherwise, how could Zephyr always be by Ain's side? This is an attitude to give the upper level a signal to move Ain over himself at the very least. Lin Tian estimated that it is probably not only Zifa who will be involved later, but the old smelly man must be among them, as well as some of his friends in the Navy, such as Green Pheasant, Mole, Jonathan, etc. I've betrayed the Navy, but these people are my friends and have received their own help. All this is a naval high-level game around Ain, but now it is General Zephyr who has the upper hand. As he reproduces the Great Root, the eyes of the Tianlong people or the world government must be focused on him. He knows too much, and those people are worried or revenge. At that time, Ain will still appear in their eyes, fearing that those above will make up their minds. At that time, it was not as simple as it is now. This kind of game, Ain in the whirlpool is completely a victim. This is something Lin Tian can't tolerate, and can't just look at his own woman, because he is in such a dangerous situation. It seems that he must do something to change the environment that Ain is in. This time, the purpose of arrival can be added a bit. The discovery of Ain's danger gave Lin Tian a sense of urgency. He couldn't continue like this. He felt that compared with the Navy headquarters, he had too few chips in his hand, and he couldn't even protect his own woman. To be continued. The unexpected news of Ain, Lin Tian flashed a sense of eagerness and worry about Ain. Smoj asked, "Lin Tian, I found us for no reason. I think you have come with some purpose. You can go to the Palace of Three Treasures." After spending half a year under the man in front of him, Smog knew too much about this man, as he usually taught them. Everyone has a purpose in doing anything. Purpose. Taziki suddenly became nervous, holding the sword at her waist in both hands. "Are you here to hijack these pirates and save them? Are also pirates now coming here?" So Asiki can only think of this reason, because they have nothing to attract except Kiwei. Click. In a short time, the sound of a bullet being loaded sounded, and the Navy was present for hundreds of meters, raising the weapon in his hand with a vigilant look, facing Lin Tian above. Smog stretched out his hand to stop everyone's movements, his eyes fixed on the top. Stop, this man has never dealt with Kiwei in the Navy, how could he come here for crocodile, let alone the two are still hostile relationship? That's right. Tina stepped forward, standing next to Smog, and echoed, and even if he wants to do it, we can't stop him. Because they knew Lin Tian. Neither Tina nor Smosh thought that Lin Tian would come here for Kiwei, and there must be another purpose. Just thought about it, but didn't think about what they have that interests Lin Tian. Smiled faintly, Lin Tian neither admitted nor refuted anything, just turned his gaze to Tsuzuki, who was nervous, on the side. Remember, it seems that in the town of Rog, your name is Tsuzuki, right? Lin Tian said with his chin supported. Seeing Lin Tian mentioning herself, Tsuzuki's heart became more nervous, sweat dripping out of her palms, clutching the handle of the sword tightly with a vigilant expression on her face. Didn't care about Tsuzuki's nervousness, but Lin Tian laughed at himself suddenly, unexpectedly. What I had always wanted to do back then, but now Navy Chief Ko can do it. When Lin Tian said this, everyone couldn't help but was stunned. Among them, Tsuzuki was the most shocked. From his tone, it seemed to express that he did something that Lin Tian could not do back then. This made Tasuki a little confused. Lin Tian was a lieutenant admiral and a genius in his headquarters, how he did something that he dared not do. Tina reacted quickly, and she understood something at a glance, and she said, it was just arresting a Kiwei. Back then, you made a lot of noise in the New World than this, but here you are talking about Tsuzuki. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help showing a wry smile. What's the same? Although the conflict between himself and Brother Ming was well known, Lin Tian didn't use his hands. Apart from the lack of evidence, his Kiwei identity was also a reason. I heard Lin Tian continue to say, back then I mentioned the cancellation of the Kiwei system, but it didn't pass. I know why. Why? Tasuki asked without even thinking about it, filled with puzzlement. Smog said, because of balance, the Kiwei, the four emperors, and the Navy are the balance of the three powers of the Great Sea Route. If one of them is broken, it means that this balance is broken. Like, the Marshal of the Warring States period also knew that Kiwei was a sea scum, but why they were still allowed to join the Kiwei is because of balance. This time, although Crocodile was wrong, it also showed the Navy's attitude. More than this, it is also a big shock to the Great Route, but... When Smog said this, he turned his head, staring at Lin Tian, and said, but he should not have much to do with you, a naval traitor. Now you are not a Navy. What is your purpose in coming here? Hearing this, Lin Tian also retracted his previous words and moved to the topic. This time, I just want to talk to the old man of the Warring States Marshal. By the way, congratulations, you Smog has stayed in the Navy Colonel for so long, this time it is very likely to be promoted. Smog was taken aback, and quickly reacted, and asked in a deep voice, the Marshal of the Warring States period is calling, promotion. What is going on in the end? From Lin Tian's words, Smog had a bad premonition that what happened today would be beyond what he thought. The same thing is puzzled by Tina and Tsuzuki. Today's incident, how did they suddenly get involved with the headquarters? Although they were also involved in this incident, according to their approach, it is a miracle not to be punished. How could it be? Promotion. Tina didn't hesitate to ask, Lin Tian. What the casters is going on, how do you know these things? Maybe it was a little tired from standing. Lin Tian sat down directly against the ship wall. Have you forgotten? I was like you back then, step by step from the bottom up. I know more about the urinary nature of the high-level Navy than you do. When Lin Tian said this, there was a hint of sarcasm in Lin Tian's tone. The incident in Elobaston is so big that it can't be concealed. Kiwei has been secretly piquing the world government to join the country, but the Navy has discovered a little movement. This is not to lose face. Furthermore, it was finally discovered by the pirates, who saved the country. This shows how useless the Navy is. If it is spread out, the Navy will lose face. Lin Tian said this. Smog and Tina had already understood a bit. Their faces were very difficult to look like. They were both colonel of the Navy headquarters. How could they not be clear about the curves inside? In order not to be ashamed, those old men will definitely cover up this matter and describe saving the country and defeating clock gloves themselves, so that they can earn a reputation for the Navy. Of course, I will definitely get promoted, and that's what Lin Tian said. If this were the case, I would definitely not agree to the orders of those old men. Smaller gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but shook his head secretly. The kid Smog still didn't understand that this kind of thing is not a question of your reluctance. In the Navy, there are some things that can't be helped. Baloo. The voice of the telephone bug rang at this moment. Lin Tian's face changed slightly, and a smile appeared. It seemed that the Navy headquarters was not slow in its actions, and he didn't let himself wait long. Picked up the phone worm at hand. A deep voice came from there. This is the Navy headquarters. Are you Smog the Zuo? No. I am not. I am Lin Tian. The next moment, there was a sound of a heavy object landing on the other side, and it fell into a weird silence, followed by a panic, noisy and harsh sound. Lin Tian couldn't help taking the phone worm away. After more than 10 seconds, a deep breath faintly heard from the phone worm, and then a voice pretending to be calm came from behind, but the words still revealed tension. Which Lin Tian are you? Lin Tian's calm words contained a hint of joke. Excuse me, besides former Lieutenant Admiral Lin Tian. Who else is called by this name? Please call me the Marshal of the Warring States, period. But the opposing Navy didn't think so. There was another ground noise, followed by a noisy sound, accompanied by panicked footsteps. A wry smile flashed across Lin Tian's face. He was so terrible. Didn't he just answer the phone and feel like he would eat him? Tack tack. Tapped his fingers on the wall of the ship. His face was full of peace. There was no change in his expression long ago, and it was hard to predict what he was thinking. What to do? Smog the Zuo, Taziki asked in a low voice. Am I just staying here and waiting? Spit out the smoke from his mouth. Smog withdrew his gaze. I can still do this now, only waiting for Lin Tian to call with a Marshal of the Warring States, period. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to do anything. Knowing that it was the former Navy Lieutenant General Lin Tian. The Navy soldiers on the opposite side were shocked long ago and hurriedly passed through corridors in a panic towards the office of the Warring States Marshal of the Navy headquarters. After waiting for several minutes, the immersed phone bug was finally opened, and the familiar voice of the Warring States Marshal came from the ground. Lin Tian. How come you, a rebel admiral of the Navy, suddenly appeared there and talked to me on purpose? Now we should be regarded as a hostile relationship, betraying the Navy. There should be nothing to talk about between us. As soon as they met, the Warring States, period, didn't have too much nonsense, and asked straight to Lin Tian. His tone was full of common calmness, and it was difficult to get anything from his tone. Since the other party is straightforward, Lin Tian's original, prepared words were buried in his stomach, and he directly stated his purpose. Warring States, I won't talk nonsense this time. Let's make a deal. Deal? A question came from the opposite side. Calm, tilde, a slight change in the Warring States tone. Lin Tian. I think there should be no good deals between us. No, I think we have, the Marshal of the Warring States, period, but this time I got a very interesting thing. I don't know about the East China Sea. The Marshal of the Warring States still don't remember. Lin Tian showed a smug smile on his face. The headquarters sent so many troops to the East China Sea. What exactly was inside? Presumably I didn't have to say more. The Warring States would understand it by myself. Sure enough, just as Lin Tian had expected, when the Warring States period heard Lin Tian actually say the East China Sea, his complexion changed in an instant, and his flat mood was directly diluted at that moment. How do you know that you actually did that thing? No, Lin Tian said no, I didn't do it. I just happened to pass there, and I happened to avenge the Navy, but I didn't expect that the things that were excavated there were actually used to deal with me. Hearing Lin Tian's explanation, the Warring States' heart couldn't help but relax. It was already clear that it was the Golden Lion that had disappeared for more than 20 years to attack the Navy. Almost thought that Lin Tian was getting along with his Golden Lion. When the two enemies get together, it is a huge threat to the Navy. Since Lin Tian already knew that kind of thing, compared to the other thing, it had already fallen into his hands, so that Lin Tian's chips would make the Warring States think deeply. Well, let me talk about your terms first, and how about the specific transaction? To be continued. On the street, Lin Tian has a faint smile on his face. The reason why Lin Tian was happy was not because his conversation with the Warring States period had the upper hand. In fact, to be honest, in this transaction, it was Lin Tian who lost the most. Just said that the purpose of this trip has basically been achieved, and at the same time it has relatively solved Dayan's danger, so that Lin Tian can also feel more at ease. Conditions? Lin Tian said with a calm face, my conditions are very simple. The first point is that you need your Navy to report this time about what I did in this rebellion, without too much reporting and pretending to be ignorant, and finally hand it over to the world. The government sums up the reasons. In order to quell the rebellion in the kingdom, it was changed to the Alavastana Firatali royal family, and the naval rebel General Lin Tian reached a deal and paid a heavy price for him to help suppress the rebellion. Lin Tian's voice fell, but the Warring States side was immersed. Obviously, the Warring States was in thinking about Lin Tian's condition. It's not how harsh this condition is. It's really that for myself, this condition is just to change the Navy report, and it doesn't cost much. But the more this happened, the less sure in the Warring States' heart, the less daring to make up his mind, or to believe that Lin Tian had such a big bargaining chip and it was such a simple condition. How could Lin Tian, who had always been witty, suddenly stand on the side of the loser? This made the Warring States panic. He didn't know what Lin Tian was thinking, so he didn't dare to make arbitrary decisions. After thinking about it, the Warring States period decided to finish listening to Lin Tian's condition, and after making the final thoughts, he said, let's talk about it first, and the second requirement. Lin Tian put down the phone worm in his hand and put it beside him. The second point is that Lin Tian just started to make a decision in his heart. I want a promise from you. Promise. The incomprehensible words of the Warring States period came over. What promise? I hope that starting from today, the Navy headquarters actions against Dayan can be withdrawn regardless of whether it is overt or secretly. I have two requirements. If I agree, then I will tell you where the thing is. After listening to all the reasons for Lin Tian, the Warring States period fell silent again, apparently discussing a deal with Lin Tian. But the Warring States period spent 120 hearts and cautious everywhere. At this time, Lin Tian said lightly, Marshal of the Warring States period, this time the Golden Lion was specifically for something like that. It came out again. Don't you want to know what is recorded on it? These calm words are a bargaining chip to change the balance toward oneself. This time, the Warring States did not remain silent for long, and said, well, Lin Tian, you won. I agreed to this transaction, and I agreed to your terms. Hearing the words, Lin Tian smiled faintly. Marshal of the Warring States period, don't use this tone with me. It feels like you have suffered a loss, but I really suffer. Lin Tian didn't care much about whether he had suffered. Although he betrayed the Navy still helped him a lot. These things are not counted, and he also learned something from the Warring States. It's already worth it. This time, compared to the Warring States, after knowing it, it should be able to give the Navy a warning. As for whether the warring states can understand the text of history, Lin Tian is not worried about this. The old man has also gone from that era to the present. There is always a way. Suddenly, Lin Tian glanced slightly in the street. Two figures appeared in his eyes. His complexion changed drastically, and he was stunned in the street. Reacted immediately, turned around quickly, and walked towards the back pretending to be calm, but before taking a few steps, two beautiful shouts came from behind. Lin Tian! Listening to the shouting, Lin Tian's face suddenly became bitter. Why did Nami and Vivi get together? What happened last night was really good at the time, but after finishing it, it was finished. Fortunately, Nami was asleep all the time last night, otherwise she would be over if she found out. The Yin incident had already made Nami a little unhappy, and now she still has a sorrow about it. It's just that Nami has not said it in her heart, but no matter which woman she is, she will not give inches. Even the indifferent Yin is still comparing with Hancock. Although Nami didn't know, Lin Tian felt guilty about what happened last night. Especially the Robin incident during the day yesterday made Lin Tian feel ashamed to the extreme. Now facing Nami, Lin Tian always feels kind of doing something wrong, feeling caught anyway, as long as he can hide. Just as Lin Tian turned his head, the two figures behind him had already approached, and at the same time they stretched out their hands, holding his arms one left and the other leaning against him. Lin Tian was stunned, looked left and right, with a faint smile on his face. His beautiful face attracted the eyes of countless people, and he was confused. Why is there something wrong with the development of this story? Anyway, it feels like nothing happened to these two women, nothing unusual. Is not without it, it just feels that the relationship between the two people's opinions seems to be closer. Normally, when Nami is holding her arm, Wee will not pull it, and the same is true for Nami. But today, like this, Nami and Wee held their hands at the same time. This was the first time, and it was still at this moment, which made Lin Tian's heart uneasy to the extreme. Especially Wee's expression, how she feels about this little easy, is not at all worried. It's exactly as if things didn't happen yesterday. In this situation, it feels like the person who had been eaten by himself was extremely nervous, but the person who had eaten the food was silent, as if nothing happened. It's a real dog, Lin Tian's only thought at this time. Walking calmly on the street, Lin Tian began to mess with his hands, trying to try what the two women were thinking. He placed it on Wee's waist and gently touched Wee, who had a faint smile on her face. A trace of blush appeared on his face. At this moment, Lin Tian's other hand was knocked off by Nami, and after that, she felt a tingling sensation in her waist, and it passed into her mind, even if Lin Tian's face was a little distorted. I squinted and saw Nami, who was looking at herself with a smile on her face, but her squirming lips must be gritted her teeth, and she turned her waist around 360 degrees. Turned his head slightly, approached Nami, and asked in a low voice, Nami, what did you do suddenly? It hurts. Snorted coldly, Nami said, where is your hand? Don't need me to say more. Don't think that Sister Wee is still young. You can mess around and let my hand loose. On the side, Nami's voice was very small, but Wee was able to hear clearly. The blush on her face was even worse. Her hands tightly grasped Lin Tian's right hand, trying to remove it, but her strength was too small, and Lin was instead Tian held his hands. Under the rising pain in the waist, Lin Tian had to let go of the messy right hand on Wee's body, let go of his movements, and was held by Wee. After feeling that Lin Tian's big hand was not moving, Vivi was relieved. In front of so many people, when Lin Tian was touched by brother, Vivi was still very nervous, and the blush on her face gradually subsided. Lin Tian begged in a low voice, Nami, I have let go of my hand, can you please stop pinching, it hurts. Seeing Lin Tian's actions, Nami is not the kind of woman who likes to hold her hands. She let go of her fingers and warned, this is just a small lesson for you. Next time, it won't be that simple. Yes. No matter what you say now, Lin Tian can just agree to it anyway, and Lin Tian asked with a confused look on the face of Wee. It's not right. How do you feel that something is wrong with you today? It seems like something happened. And how did your name change today? You are usually called by your name. The word Sister Wee from Nami's mouth always made Lin Tian something wrong. The two suddenly used the name Sister. Lin Tian had an untrue guess in his heart. When Lin Tian said this, Nami's face suddenly changed. She changed her hand and continued to twist towards Lin Tian's waist. Lin Tian, who was in pain, almost cried out. Said fiercely, "You are so embarrassed to say this. Don't think that yesterday I don't know what you did. Wee told me clearly." What? Lin Tian suddenly let out an exclamation and looked at the blushing Wee beside him with an incredulous expression. My mind was blank at that moment. I never guessed that Wee would have said this last night, and almost thought she had heard it wrong. I only heard that Wee flushed under the eyes of the two, and said shyly, "The main thing is that Nami found me unusual today," and then I was trapped. Before Lin Tian could speak, Nami said, "We have already agreed between the two of us, and I have accepted her." Yeah, Wee also nodded lightly. Lin Tian was taken aback for a moment, and then an unspeakable joy appeared in his heart, with a very happy smile on his face. He didn't expect things to become like this in the end. After the discovery, Nami was just jealous and actually accepted Wee, which was unexpected by Lin Tian www.com, but for Lin Tian, it was a huge surprise. The two of them can solve the problem. Of course, I am happy. If something happens, the hardest thing to do is myself. No matter where I am the person I like, and it is difficult to make a choice. Nami made this choice out of helplessness. After all, who wants to share her favorite with others? From the first sight of seeing Vivi, Nami noticed that the relationship between Vivi and Lin Tian was unusual, especially when she got along later. The careful Nami had already discovered it. What happened yesterday, in fact, I had already expected it in my heart, but there is no way to do it. It is not that Lin Tian is not ignorant of the virtue of this guy. With this sister relationship, this casters doesn't dare to do anything. If Wee takes the initiative a little bit, this casters will definitely not be able to bear it. So, I noticed that there was something wrong with Vivi today, and immediately figured out what happened. Now that the facts have become like this, Nami can only think about it. However, now that she knew this, Nami wanted to bring Vivira to her side, to unite the front, and after learning about Yin from Vivi's mouth, there was Hancock. Of course, there is a sense of urgency in her heart. If she is alone, she will be a little lonely and weak. Now Wee is with herself, it is much better. Regardless of what the two people think in their hearts, Lin Tian only needs to know that they can accept each other. This is a good step, and it is better not to intervene in some things. To be continued. Inside the palace, Luffy's wake up made everyone worried and could not help falling. After Luffy woke up, Cobra prepared a small banquet for the Luffys. No matter how they were, Luffy and the others belonged to the pirates. Even if they are the true saviors of this country, it is difficult to appear in front of everyone in this country. Even if they thank them, they are just preparing a small banquet in the palace. Inside the high-end palace, everyone surrounded the huge dining table. Luffy and the others, who never knew what aristocrats were carrying on this dinner as usual, full of fighting, noisy, and laughter. Looking at Luffy and the others who were arguing on the side, Lin Tian seemed much more plain, took a sip from the wine glass in front of him, tilted his head, and gently turned his head towards the side, avoiding Luffy's mouth. Food splashing out. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, Lin Tian turned his head to look at Kubula. Hey, old man, I have helped you minimize the impact of this incident. I can do my best if I can't be related to me. The best effort. Stopping the knife and fork in his hand, Kubula said calmly, "No, it should be me who said thank you. If you can do this, you must also pay a lot of money." No, this is what I should do. Lin Tian waved his hand. Anyway, this country will also be related to me in the future, so I am helping myself in any way. What, help yourself? A question flashed in Cobra's mind, and then he realized what. The whole person was taken aback, and his face showed anger. Was about to speak, but when he glanced at Vivi, who was laughing with everyone on the side, the anger on Cobra's face slowly dissipated, followed by a trace of helplessness, and he swallowed the words in his mouth. Hey! Perceived the change of this old man, Lin Tian was secretly puzzled. This old man was not to prevent Wee from liking herself, but from time to time she discredited herself in front of him and said bad things about herself. Today, all of a sudden, after hearing that he had clearly stated that Wee was related to him, the old man was not angry or said anything, just sighed, unlike the old man's style. Actually, Cobra has no choice. How can this dad not know what his daughter thinks, and he knew it well. For Lin Tian, Cobra had no objection. At that time, Lin Tian was the strongest genius and youngest admiral in the Navy. He was only a small step away from the general. With his prestige in the Navy, he crossed this small step is not too long. Regardless of power, fame, prestige, or strength, among the peers, you can find someone comparable to Lin Tian. I am afraid there is no one in the world. The most important thing is that Lin Tian is also good to Wee, and Wee also likes them. These 2 points are most concerned about as a father, but Lin Tian's careful love life is too messy. This is where Cobra has always disagreed, fearing that Wee will suffer and regret it later. But now, things have become like this, and Cobra can't interfere with the 2 of them. Don't look at Wee superficially following, but as a father, he knows that his woman is exactly like his wife, who has passed away. He is very stubborn in his heart, and no one can get back what he decides. Picking up the knife and fork, Cobra looked at Lin Tian on the side. Boy, Wee has her own ideas now. She has grown up and has her own opinion. As a father, she should also let go. As soon as the front of the conversation turned, Cobra's tone was very severe. But, one thing you kid must remember, if you dare to make Wee sad and lose her smile, I will definitely kill you. No matter how unassuming and approachable Cobra is in normal times, he is also a king who controls a country with tens of millions of people. Needless to say, he is a king who has accumulated over the years. Even Lin Tian could feel a strong aura from the void pressing towards him. His body shook slightly. Lin Tian revealed his aura a little, and the pressure disappeared completely. Lin Tian said firmly, "Don't worry, old man, you don't need to remind you of this problem. I will protect Wee, and I will not let her sad. This is my promise. Tonight, we are leaving here." I think it's almost 2. Soren embraced his arms and sat on the stool. There is no time to stay here for long. Yamaji also lifted up and agreed with Soren's suggestion aloud. Yes, the Navy's recent actions are also very worrying. Yes, he nodded slightly. Lin Tian thinks about this too. This time we beat Crocodile, Luffy's reputation will increase again. If you add my reason, staying more, it is easy to be caught by the Navy. Hearing everyone's discussion, even Lin Tian's big brother said the same. Wee's big smart eyes trembled, and a trace of tears flashed in her eyes, and she lowered her head motionlessly. But secretly, careful Nami, who has noticed the change in Wee's expression, said aloud, "Well, let's stay for a few days anyway. The Navy is not that fast anyway." "No," Soren immediately said, and said in a deep voice, "How is it possible? We must leave as soon as possible." At this time, a royal guard suddenly knocked on the door and walked inches. He said that a friend of theirs had called the worm to the palace and called them to answer, saying that he had important matters. After hearing what Mr. Tu said, everyone couldn't help thinking. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, they had to go out tonight. After all, the Merly was in the hands of the opponent, and the Navy seemed to have begun to move. In this case, let's pack up and get ready to leave. As the captain, Luffy raised his finger and said his thoughts. Well, let's have another Arabastan meal before leaving. Idiot, we are leaving soon. After Soren's curse fell, Sanji's heavy voice slowly rose. Hey, what about Wooey? Hearing the words, everyone couldn't help but stop their movements and watched sitting on the sand, holding their skirts tightly in their hands, and struggling appeared on their faces. That. Everyone, what should I do? A few days have not passed, the partner is leaving again, and he will face this major turning point in his life again. When I grow up, I have never wanted to be a pirate in the past. Because in my own life, the pirate has always been a synonym for evil and cruelty, let alone joining. This is something I can't even think of. Since I have known everyone, have spent so many days together, and everyone is betting their lives for their lives, I understand that pirates actually have unusual people, just like everyone. Pirate not only represents evil and cruelty, but also represents all kinds of exciting adventures. The joy of being with partners, the happiness of being together, and the sadness of being together are all things that I have never met before. Now, everyone is leaving, but what should I do is to follow them, join the bizarre adventure and joy together, and be with brother Lin Tian. This time I have a choice in my life. Listen well, we will give you 12 hours to consider. After I retake the ship on the Sandora River at 12 o'clock tomorrow, we will be in the port of the East China Sea. I'm afraid we can't stop. If you really want to join us and continue to travel, that moment is your chance. Following the rope dropped from the window, everyone prepared their luggage. Taking advantage of the night in the heavily guarded palace, one by one slipped out of the palace and headed to the Sandora River. After Sanji disappeared from the window, Lin Tian was the only one left in the room. She walked to the window, and Kaiyuning suddenly jumped over. She stretched out her hands from her back, hugged her body tightly, and leaned against her back. Feeling the sadness that came from Kaiyuning on his back, Lin Tian couldn't help but stop, stood in front of the window, and asked softly, "Why, Wooey, is it hard to make a choice?" Leaning on Lin Tian's body, her face clinging to Lin Tian's back, Wooey's heart is full of confusion. Brother Lin Tian. What should I do? I never thought about becoming a pirate, such an important turning point in life. If I miss it, then there is no chance. But I didn't find it boring to be a princess. This country has just experienced a rebellion and is still in a difficult period. How can I leave without saying a word? After listening to what Wooey thought, Lin Tian sighed softly. Regarding the question of whether Wooey was going or staying, Lin Tian of course would like Wooey to stay by her side. You gone, just like she said. This country needs her. If she left without saying a word with him now, regardless of tomorrow's celebration, just abandoning the people of this country when Wooey will return one day, how should she face this country? Sighed slightly in secret, Lin Tian grabbed Wooey's soft and smooth hands like mutton and slowly turned around. Looking at those smart eyes, Tilda was filled with tears, but there were 2 tears on that tearless cheek, which made her beautiful face less beautiful. Stretched out his hand, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and softly persuaded, no matter what you choose, brother Lin Tian will stand by your side. If you decide to follow us, then I will accompany you on the journey of a complete cut off the Great Route, and then come back. If you don't want to leave when this country is difficult, brother Lin Tian will do my best to help you. Looked at the face of the world, faint tears, but now it seems that people can't help but rise from their hearts, protect the poor person in their arms, and hope to stay by their side. After wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Lin Tian slowly slid down his face with one hand. The white skin brought coldness, like a piece of cold jade stroking in his hand. Slid across his face until he reached the chin. The other hand, no longer known when he raised it, held Wooey's chin with both hands and looked affectionately at Wooey's eyes, slowly lowering his head. Feeling the fiery love in those eyes, Wooey already understands something. Her face blushes suddenly, and a blush on her cheeks at the same time. Facing Lin Tian's affectionate kiss, Wooey did not resist, but chose to accept it. She closed her eyes and accepted it shyly. She sat down and decided in her heart. To be continued. 8 / and school flower gone Yexuan's latest self-portrait benefits. Please follow the witch at public account to see the beauty online. Beauty home search line G123 press and hold 3 seconds to copy. Bang bang bang. In the port east of Alabaston, Lin Tian and the others are caught in a naval battle. No. Maybe it shouldn't be Lin Tian, but Luffy and them. Hunt. The sound of a series of giant naval guns fired, and orange-red flames rose, surrounding the Merly and 8 naval ships opened fire together. On the deck, Luffy stood on the sheep's head in his special seat and shouted, "Get out of the way, let me come, bounce these shells away." However, after seeing those huge black iron guns fired from the cannon, Luffy was immediately shocked, and the bulging belly disappeared immediately. Bang sigh, several loud noises, remembered from the melee. The entire melee trembles violently. Several iron guns directly pierced the wall of the melee. It should be known that in the design, the iron gun, fired from the naval gun, is within the effective range. Even naval ships can penetrate, let alone the civilian ship Mary. Below, Usopp and Chopper were doing their best to take out those iron guns and plug the big hole that was flowing into the sea and was pierced by the iron gun at the bottom of the ship. Due to the flooding of the sea, the entire Merly swayed from side to side, and the water line had already been silent to below the sea line. If it continues, it will only be a matter of time before the ship is sunk by such an iron gun. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds sounded again, and the melee was hit by several iron guns again. Now the melee speed has dropped to a very low point, and it is also surrounded by several Navy ships. Chopper carried a pile of wood and emerged from the bottom of the cabin, urging, "Hurry up and find a way. There are more and more holes, and it can't be blocked." Nami stood on the ship and yelled to Lin Tian, who was sitting at the back, with a look of no action, "Lin Tian, what are you doing? If this continues, our ship will sink." He waved his hand. Lin Tian raised a phone bug with a wry smile on his face. "Nami, it's not that I don't want to make a move, but really, I can't make a move. I was placed by someone else, and now I can't make a move." "Put one?" Looking at the phone bug that somehow appeared in Lin Tian's hands, he looked puzzled. What exactly happened to this? "Just listen." From the phone bug, there was a proud voice. "Lin Tian, you owe me a promise. Remember, you will stay with me today." It was a time of crossing the dark sea and looking for despair. After I was far away from this country, I realized that the ocean is so vast. There are many islands full of vitality, and the environment and wonderful scenery that I have never seen before. The music, played by the waves, is sometimes quiet and harmonious, and sometimes rough. At this time, in the dark storm, I met a small boat, which will not get lost, even in the dark. Above, I met the most important person in my life, and there was hope, and on that boat, there were many partners. When I am faced with difficulties, lost direction, and timid, I don't know how to choose, that boat will take me to drive away from the darkness, pointing to the light that is hope. In the square, millions of people from Alabaston listened to Ui's speech. Some of them were puzzled. What is she talking about, and who is the most important person? Perhaps it's Princess Vivi's good friend. The port on the east side of Alabaston, because of the series, even lying on the side, thinking that it has been on the Great Sea Route for many years, had to be shocked to make things happen. Luffy and the others broke through the Navy as they wished, and Lin Tian couldn't help sighing in his heart. The protagonist is the protagonist. He is still so invincible. The destiny is still really wonderful. Not to mention Lin Tian's sighing for fate. Hearing the sound of the speech, Lin Tian did smile faintly on his face. It seemed that Zionese had made up his mind. Perhaps this was the best choice for her. "I heard it. It was Ui's voice just now," Soren said. "The meaning expressed in the words is self-evident, and Ui will not come." Sanji's tone also had a trace of decadence. "Now this situation is obvious. That was just a speech at the Alvana ceremony. It seems that he will not come." "No, it's just like Ui's voice." Before the end, Luffy didn't want to believe that Ui would leave them. Usopp, who has always been on the lookout mission, panicked and shouted at everyone below, "Everyone, the Navy has caught up. Let's go!" Lin Tian, who had been lying on the deck, stood up. We will not come anymore. This country is facing a difficult period. As the Queen of Future Guidance, how can we abandon the country she loves? As a navigator, Nami also issued an order at this time, "Everyone, full rudder on the right." The time has come, and we hasn't appeared yet. Luffy, who had insisted before, had to believe that we would not come anymore. She held her hat and walked towards the ship in a decadent mood. "Everyone." At this time, the familiar shouting sounded. Luffy was taken aback, then a happy smile appeared on his face, ran to the back, got up and jumped onto the railing. Woo-wee. I saw that in a traditional Alabastan costume, there was a noble air all over the body. The head was sea blue, and it was casually placed on the shoulders. It swept away the temperament like an ordinary person. This is the temperament the princess should have. Seeing Wee appearing, everyone couldn't help showing unspeakable smiles, filled with joy, thinking that Wee would leave them, but unexpectedly, at this last moment, Wee arrived. Sanji and Soren rushed towards the ship and took out the oars, fixed next to them. Usopp hurriedly rushed into the wheelhouse. Although I can't see the faces of everyone, I can feel the joy of Luffy and the others now, but... "Everyone, I'm sorry, I'm here to say goodbye to you." At that moment, the joyful people couldn't help but stand. The joy on their faces slowly became puzzled. "Since Wee is here, why not follow us and leave?" Luffy slowly stood up and looked behind. What is she talking about, Wee? Picking up the phone, Wee closed her eyes with a smile on her face and made up her mind. "I can't go with you. Thank you very much for taking care of me, but I still love this country the most, so I can't go." Up. Hearing that, everyone couldn't help but stop and move, and they already had a guess in their hearts. That's it. In the last paragraph of her heart, Wee finally couldn't bear the sadness of separation in her heart, tears streaming down like water, choked. "Wipe away the tears from the corners of my eyes. Although I want to stay here, if I meet one day, can you still call me a partner?" Luffy raised his hands and shouted happily, "Anytime." But before I could say it, Lin Tian made a kick and kicked it out. He said in a deep voice, "I can't shout now. I have finally changed our relationship with this country from paper to a situation. Trading, if you shout out, it will change." "That's right." Nami lowered her head and said in a deep voice, "The Navy has now discovered Vivi. If they have the evidence about us and Vivi will become a sinner." Withdrawing his leg, Lin Tian turned and walked towards the back. "Let's say goodbye in silence." Rolling up his sleeves, Luffy remembered that in order to deal with a Mr. Two ability, everyone secretly made the mark of partners, and he already had a solution in his mind. "This farewell cannot be silent. Let the partners understand." Waiting for a while without seeing everyone's answer, Wee's heart couldn't help but slowly sink. At this moment, the scene before her made her tears dry. Everyone all raised their left arms, and the cross sign that represents partners is already everyone's best answer. The Navy chased up, and the naval guns continued to anger, and huge artillery shells dropped from a high altitude and exploded around the melee. The impact of the explosion slapped on the ship's wall, and the splashing waves of tens of meters high, like a downpour, fell from the high school and hit everyone. Woo. Everyone. The Navy's pursuit made everyone afraid to make too many stops. They had to start them early immediately and left the country where everyone has experienced a lot. www.pelnaval.com tap. Lin Tian turned around, and the several naval warships that were thrown away by them had already begun to catch up again, holding their backhands behind him to chase the wind. "Get ready to go. This country has nothing to do with us, and the next journey begins now." Yes, next, we are going to start our journey. The road of the brave great sea warrior must continue. Captain Usopp's adventure. It's really nostalgic, the experience of Alabastan. However, I won't be able to see Wee in the future, so sad. Although Wee has left, she has always been our partner, no matter where she is. Everyone, let's set sail. Ah. To be continued. On the calm sea, the Merly, which was full of laughter, fell into a strange calm today. Hunting text. Soren, looking at these couple lying on the deck, with their heads under the railings, looked decadent, with a trace of helplessness on their faces. Hey, if you really miss Vivi, you can stop her in front. Catch it directly. Don't cry at all times. Ah, barbarian. Really bad. Chlorella head. Meadow stream. Hey, Luffy's free swordsmanship is not a curse, use up reminded aloud. 4 swords. What's the use of adding a knife? Listen up, isn't there Netto? Netto, what is this? If you scold Netto for smelling like. Listening to these people selling treasures, Soren held his head, turned and left helplessly, and talked to these people. It is better to lie down on the deck to sleep with Lin Tian. Opening his eyes, Lin Tian looked at the approaching Soren. Now there is no chasing. How is the recovery? Recovering? Seeing Lin Tian asked like himself, Soren looked puzzled. What was Lin Tian talking about? The injuries he suffered in Alabaston had already recovered, Lin Tian knew. Not bad. In 4 days, with your medicine, my injury is almost recovered, but you seem to have finally left the island. What? The voice of the woman from behind was Nami at all, and there were other people on the boat, but they never noticed. Soren quickly turned around and saw the person who came. It was the woman Clottil's assistant. She immediately pulled out the 3 generations of ghosts from her waist with both hands, ready to fight. Hey. The people lying on it also looked surprised and quickly stood up, but anxiously they forgot that it was a crossbar, and suddenly several screams sounded. Looking at the woman behind with a nervous expression, she knocked off her own knife in an instant. Her ability was very strange. Do you want to avenge your organization? I will be your opponent. Holding the big bag on her head, Nami asked puzzledly, why did you show up on our boat? In an instant, the panicked crowd surrounded Robin tightly, and Soren even pulled out 3 generations of ghosts, staring nervously at the woman's every move. Chopper, who had never seen Robin, lay on the railing and asked with a puzzled look, who is she? After seeing the beauty, Sanji, who was leaning on the railing, had long forgotten Robin's identity as a Baroque workplace. His eyes were full of idiots and said, it doesn't matter who it is, beautiful sister. Slowly walked to the recliner beside him, completely ignoring himself as an outsider on the ship. The hands that popped up suddenly knocked out the weapons in the hands of Soren and Nami. Calmly said, don't use weapons at me, I said it at the beginning. When did you get on the boat? Nami was very puzzled about this question. From the time they got on the boat, how could it not be seen if someone got on the boat? Picking up the lounge chair on the side, Robin said with his back on his back, I've been there all the time, this is your clothes, let me wear it first. Seeing that she was actually wearing her own clothes, Nami waved her hands behind her and shouted loudly, what the casters do you want to do, Baroque Job Club? Please, you should ask the person who has been lying on the side but not talking. Lin Tian? Hearing Robin's answer, questions flashed across everyone's faces, their eyes coincided, and they turned to Lin Tian, who had been lying on the side, silent. So, Lin Tian. The person you just mentioned was her, Soren suddenly reacted. The strange words Lin Tian had said before were actually not to him, but the woman behind him. Use a kid behind the mask, showing only one head, looking confused. So, this woman is on the ship, Lin Tian knew, from the beginning. Yes, Lin Tian finally answered, I invited Robin to board the boat. On the day I brought you back, she didn't come with us and came to the boat first. Nami looked puzzled. Why, Lin Tian? How did you invite this woman from the Baroque work agency to the boat? she is our enemy. So, big sister will always be on our boat, Sanji shouted happily. Standing up slowly, Lin Tian asked, who said that she is our enemy? When I saw her at Whiskey Peak that day, she was no longer of a Ropework agency, but belonged to us. Otherwise, my identity has already been known by Clockville from the beginning, and these are all her secretly helping us. Usopp walked out from behind the mast at some unknown time, resting his chin and recalled, however, when it was raining, she also grabbed Louie and gave it to Crocodile. All have her figure. Yes, Nami echoed her face. No matter what, Nami always felt bad when she saw Robin's first side. Sanji took back the nympho and suddenly asked seriously, Hey, Lin Tian. Listen to your tone, it seems that you and the beautiful big sister have known each other a long time ago. It's been a long time, Lin Tian looked up at the sky and recalled, I can't remember how long it is, and it's been many years, in a blink of an eye. This is, Robin looked at Luffy with a confused look, Monkey D. Luffy, you haven't forgotten what you did to me. Ah. Upon hearing this, Sanji was shocked and stunned. He couldn't close his mouth for a long time. He grabbed Luffy's collar and his mission shook. Angrily said, Luffy, what did you do to your beautiful big sister? Hey. Luffy turned his head and said with a confused look, Don't talk nonsense, I didn't do anything. He picked up the recliner, opened it, and found an empty place with his hands behind his head, smiled slightly and said, No, you promised me to join the ship. This? I seem to have agreed. With his chin supported, Luffy was reminded by Robin only to recall that that day, in the underground palace, Lin Tian said that he would take her on the boat. He admitted in one mouthful, after all, Lin Tian recommended Luffy also I didn't care about that much, and I was happy to add another partner. Sanji knocked Luffy on the head with his foot, and said, You bastard, why haven't I heard you say it before? At that time, I went straight to sleep, and when I woke up 3 days later, how could I remember things for so long, and the cuisine of Alabastan was very delicious at that time. As he was talking, Luffy thought of the cuisine of Alabastan in his head, and his mouth could not help but saliva. The barbecue there was simply delicious. Soren stepped forward with a knife in his hand already taken back, and said in a deep voice, Anyway, since it was Lin Tian's recommendation, I won't say much, but if she is on the boat and does anything extraordinary, I will keep my hands. Luffy was also beaten by Sanji and walked out of his chaos. By the way, I have already agreed to her, and Lin Tian also agreed. There is no way, okay? Luffy. On the side, Nami and Usopp smashed their hearts, disagreeing that this terrifying woman was on the boat. Even Lin Tian and Luffy felt nothing. Turning around, Luffy smiled and said, Don't worry, she's not a bad person, right, Lin Tian? He waved his hand. Lin Tian also smiled and said with certainty, Of course, I trust her 100%. Lin Tian has always maintained a wait-and-see attitude about Robin's relationship with everyone. If he wants to be recognized by everyone, he can do it by himself. Even if it's because of your own reasons, maybe everyone won't say anything, but in your heart, the vice president of a company that was extremely criminal in the past suddenly became their partner. It is still difficult to react immediately. As for getting everyone to accept, Lin Tian believes that Robin can do it easily. Robin is not only smart, but because of his childhood experience, he has a greater grasp of the human heart. Just simple words and actions have been recognized by Luffy and Chopper, although these two people are almost half idiots in this respect. Now Robin has done 3, and 1 is Sanji. As for Sanji, as long as he is a beauty and does nothing, he can already be done. Bang! Nami stepped on the wall of the boat. For Nick Robin, she had a bad premonition from the very beginning, mainly because he had known Lin Tian for too long, which made Nami in crisis, but she did not know. The relationship between the two has already made unusual progress. Really, I was frightened like this after a little fiddling. This guy is the vice president of the criminal group so far. No matter what Lin Tian and Luffy are, how can someone like you become a partner? If you dare to mess around, I don't care about that much. Looking up at Nami of www.com, Robin replied in a low voice, well, I know, I will remember it in my heart. Got it. Lin Tian's entire face was suffering. Before this started, the two of them had already met, feeling a smell of gunpowder wandering in the air. By the way, Robin reached out his hand and took out a small pocket. I took Crocodile's gem with him. Before a second passed, Nami ran up to Robin, her eyes flashing golden, and she stared at the bag in Robin's hand. I love you, big sister. Lin Tian was taken aback, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. It seemed that he had looked too much at Nami's influence on money and underestimated Robin's methods. However, when Nami was dealt with, Usopp was no longer a problem. Soren also expressed his opinion, and Robin was basically recognized by everyone. As for whether Robin can truly integrate into everyone in the future, it will be over time to see how Robin is doing. However, Lin Tian believes that Robin himself will truly integrate into this group. To be continued. On the calm sea, the Straw Hat Pirates group, after experiencing the Alabastan incident, has embarked on the path of continuing to travel towards the end of the Great Route. Hunting. Text. Wee Wee's departure did make the boat a lot of laughter, but the journey continued, and everyone had to put their thoughts on Wee Wee in their hearts. A figure jumped down from the kitchen, and Sanji, carrying a beautiful dessert, came to Robin, who was immersed in the book in his hand. The dessert in the elegant hand was delivered to Robin. Xianbio said, Miss Robin, this is my homemade dessert, made with the freshest ingredients. Thank you, Mr. Sanji, continuing to stare at the book in his hand without leaving his eyes at all, said calmly. Ah, Robin sang, Sanji suddenly shouted excitedly, as long as you like it, I will definitely make the most delicious food with my heart. Nami's beautiful voice sounded at this moment. Sanji, bring me a drink. Yes, Nami-san, I'll be ready soon, Sanji hurriedly replied, turning towards Nami with red hearts in his eyes. Seeing this scene, a somewhat thirsty Luffy also said to the side, Sanji, I want a drink too, please get me a drink. Sanji, I want to, Usopp also said in a voice. No, his face changed, he turned his head and said calmly, there are not enough ingredients to make a drink. Nami and Miss Robin still need it. You two should go and drink water by yourself. After that, regardless of the bitter-faced Usopp and Luffy, he rolled up his sleeves and walked toward the kitchen, obviously to prepare drinks for Nami. Seeing Sanji's departure, Usopp looked bored at the cards in his hand, turned his head to look at the head of the special class Ziyang, who had occupied Luffy, and Lin Tian, who was doing it tightly cross-legged, looked puzzled. The fox questioned, Hey, Luffy, do you know what Lin Tian has been sitting there doing? Well, Lin Tian has been sitting on it this morning for several hours and has not moved. Kaiova also looked confused. Luffy shook his head while looking at the one above. I don't know. In the morning, Lin Tian said to borrow his special seat for use, and then he would invite himself to have a barbecue. Speaking of the word barbecue, Luffy had nothing in his mind, only that he was nostalgic in the ocean of barbecue, and he had to run out of his eyes. Barbecue? Usopp asked equally excitedly, Lin Tian would like to invite you to eat barbecue. Great, we haven't eaten meat for a few days at sea. But, we have a long time to leave the next island. I'm afraid it will take a long time to eat barbecue, Shibato said with his chin in thought. Usopp nodded, turned his head, and looked at Luffy, who was staring at the cart in his hand. Luffy is to blame for all this. Blame me? Blame me what? Did I do something? I don't remember what I did. Luffy, holding the card, looked confused. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes, and Usopp Wune said, You are ashamed to say that every time we sail for less than a day, our food will be in a hurry, and it is not all you eat. Really? Luffy thought for a while and then suddenly said, I didn't eat it alone. At that time, you were not with me. Bang! Usopp and Chopper joined together and rushed towards Luffy together and pressed him to the ground. Chopper quickly covered Luffy's mouth with his hooves, and the two of them grinned. Sanji, who had just come out, came out of the kitchen and saw three people meditating below. There was always something these people were hiding. But after seeing Nami above, they had forgotten everything. Nami sang, "Here I am, the drink is ready, it is your favorite lemon seafood juice." Seeing that the idiot Sanji left, Chopper quickly let go of Luffy's mouth, and Usopp started from him, sighed in relief, and whispered, "Luffy, you idiot, if you just said it, wouldn't you just show your stuff? When Sanji hears it, he will ask us to settle the account." Just as Luffy was about to speak, at this moment, the calm sea began to shake, and the smoothly running Merly also began to shake with the tossing waves. Usopp and Chopper, who had just stood up, had not yet figured out what they were having. Under the tumbling of the waves, the Merly turned to one side. The center of gravity of the two was unstable and they couldn't control their body shape and moved directly rolling away on the other side. Bang! What? There was a muffled sound. It was the sound of a collision, followed by a scream. The two tumbling figures, hitting heavily on the side, holding their heads in both hands, and leaning backhand on the ship wall. Soren was asleep. Soren, who was originally asleep, was directly awakened under the impact of hundreds of kilograms. He let out a miserable cry and his eyes burst out. Looking at them, Usopp and Chopper, who were almost stunned, were so angry that they stood up abruptly and kicked the two bastards. Ah! Soren! The sound from the air caused Soren to turn his gaze and saw Luffy lying on the ground, already hitting along the inclined plank. Bang! Ah, this is Horn. How come the sea has just calmed down for a while and it's churning up again and the weather hasn't gone wrong? Nami clung to the sidebar and shouted in confusion. No! Holding the tray in his hand, keeping the drink from being poured out, staring at the restless sea, said in a deep voice, "Something has come out of the sea. I saw that on the turbulent sea, waves more than 10 meters high were rising from the sea. Not far from the Nimble, the sea level was clearly highlighted. In that prominent place, countless seawater, sprinkled like a waterfall, set off waves, puffed and screamed, and countless seawater splashed into the sky. Shower. On the sunny day, when the sun was in the sky, the pouring rainwater spilled from high above, and the whole of Millie was soaked by the seawater, and everyone inevitably got wet. Except for one person. At the beginning, Robin's face remained unchanged, and he was still staring at the hooks in his hands. The devil fruit's power was used. Dozens of hands gathered together and became an umbrella cover that was just enough to keep out the rain. He looked at the hooks in his hands calmly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. A behemoth rose from the sea. It was a huge whale with a huge body, hundreds of meters long, like a huge island, appeared on the side of the Merly. It was a huge whale, and in the huge nostrils on its head a jet of water sprayed from the sky, and endless rain fell from the sky. Roar! The big mouth was enough to swallow several Merly ships in one mouthful, and there was a roar. The harsh sound waves, like the essence, turned into hurricanes and blew onto the tossing sea. That is, the serrated whale. Nami saw the giant monster that appeared before her eyes, with a look of fear on her face. What is a serrated whale? Sanji said with a puzzled face, while smoking a cigarette. That is a huge whale in a great root, just like how we met at the starting point, except that the sawtooth whale is a very aggressive whale, especially the huge teeth, even the huge sea kings. It is also difficult to resist the bite, so it is also called the serrated whale. The huge white teeth are like a small hill several meters high. The upper and lower jaws each have a row of teeth that look like sharp jagged teeth. If they bite on a creature, you only need to pull it gently, it will be a big piece. The flesh was torn off. Asshole! Soren grabbed Luffy who was pressing on him, and Soren stood up and shouted angrily, "One day, I will chop off you." Wow! What a big whale! Luffy opened his mouth, his face shocked. Meat, barbecue, such a big whale, you can make many barbecues. Luffy's no loss is Luffy. His nerves jumped several times that of ordinary people, and he shouted at Sanji, who was holding a drink on it. Sanji, Sanji, barbecue is here. Our barbecue is here. Hurry up, barbecue, barbecue. Ah! Pulling out the 3 generations of Yetu and Katoichi words from his waist, Soren also stared at the big whale that appeared with excitement. Since having Luffy, he has been hungry for 3 days and 2 days on the ship. Putting the drink on the already stable table, Sanji jumped down from above and said, "This big whale should get a lot of food, enough for us to hold on for a few days." Instant. At this moment, Lin Tian, who was sitting on the sheep's head and motionless, flashed at this moment, and appeared directly beside the serrated whale, floating in the void without using moon steps. Lin Tian's figure, compared to the huge body of the serrated whale, was like a small black dot. If Lin Tian's white clothes all over his body formed a color contrast, everyone might not have seen it. Hey, what is Lin Tian doing? Usopp's figure ran out of the cabin without knowing when. Retracting the long sword in his hand, Soren said relaxedly, "No matter how much Lin Tian has made a move, then this whale has no chance to make a move." Yes, Sanji nodded after smoking the cigarette in his mouth. "Let's take care of this whale later." HMPH, I was taken a step ahead by Lin Tian again. It was originally boring, but now it's hard to see a whale and disappear. Everyone didn't notice the side, didn't care about anything, even if the ship was about to capsize. They all calmly looked at the books in their hands, www.pelma.com, and looked up at this time. Staring at Lin Tian's figure, he was thinking and worried. This morning, Lin Tian was in the boat suddenly. There was no good for the day, and he speculated in his heart that there might be something secretly. However, Lin Tian stayed there early in the morning and did not move. Even if Robin was very worried, he didn't ask, but secretly separated his mind to observe Lin Tian. In the sky, Lin Tian gently stretched out his finger and pointed at the huge body of the serrated whale. The tip of his finger was shining with silver-white light, and a beam of light pierced into the huge body and disappeared. The next moment, the huge serrated whale, the breath of life, disappeared completely, but there was no wound in the whole body, and no blood flowed out, but it slowly sank into the sea. This situation was really weird. Just a light finger, no extra action, but killed a huge serrated whale hundreds of meters. Puff, puff, puff. Splashes of blood. A drop of blood fell from a high altitude, fell into the ocean, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. To be continued. Damn, 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 how stalker chasing us. Hunting? Mission Usopp rode the oars, looked at the naval ships behind, and shouted angrily. Nami, standing on it, in the position of the navigator, shouted, "Don't say so much, hurry in and take this opportunity to rush inches." Following this, a series of naval warships roared from the guns, orange fire flashed, and more than a dozen bombs exploded around. The airwaves, reduced by the explosion, swayed in the sea. Calm waters, under the blast wave, set off several meters of high waves, slapped on the wall of the Merly ship, causing the Merly to tremble violently. Reluctantly controlling his standing figure, Sanji yelled at Luffy, who was lying on the deck beside him, "Luffy, come and help." Lying on the deck, Luffy said weakly, "No, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything in the morning until now." Finally, a whale appeared and was solved by Lin Tian. Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble with that faint look, and he said, "Hey, you were looked at me with that look. It feels like everything is my fault. I don't know who ate the food. Hey." At the side, Robin, who was carefully helping Lin Tian deal with a wound on his arm and began to bandage, couldn't help but chuckle after hearing the conversation and movement between the two. Hearing Robin's laughter, Lin Tian couldn't help squeezing Robin's little hand, causing the people around him to tremble. The whole person became stiff, and his smile turned slightly shy. Looking at Luffy's pouting mouth on the ground, Lin Tian smiled helplessly. Luffy, didn't you just have no food? You can't do this. It's a big deal. I'll add you a barbecue. Really, Lin Tian? What you said is true. Luffy suddenly stood up from the ground and shouted very happily. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian was taken aback, and then said, of course, according to our current route, we are almost going to the next island, where there is a prosperous coastal city, and there should be many barbecue restaurants. Stupid Nami, who was commanding from above, cursed with her head down at the people below. You one by one, what are you doing? Don't hurry up, and give me action. Are you going to be caught by the Navy? Especially Luffy, hurry up and help me. Lin Tian is injured and can't move his hands. At this time, you give me this way. Hearing Nami who above, Luffy trembled in fright, curled his mouth, muttered and said in a low voice, isn't it just a finger injured, and it's not that I can't make a move. But after Lin Tian wanted to invite himself to a barbecue, the thoughts in his mind disappeared in an instant, happily ran to the top, and went to help. Turning his head, looking at the surrounding naval warships that were gradually encircling, a trace of puzzlement flashed across Lin Tian's face. It stands to reason that, like this kind of fleet organization and the logo on it, the highest officer of the fleet should not have passed the rank. But how could a navy of this level chase them so desperately? The Navy headquarters would not act like this yet. Moreover, when these navies appeared, they did not seem to have heard from them before. They should have just happened to happen. It seems that this group of navies should be performing some mission, and then we came across. Boom! At this time, a huge explosion occurred on the naval warship that was approaching, followed by a huge hull hundreds of meters long. In a blink of an eye, a lot of wreckage remained, disappearing on the sea, leaving only a confused face. Luffy et al. I kept watching behind him with a telescope, and entered a huge group of islands. The Navy ship behind him temporarily disappeared from everyone's eyes. It's annoying to be chased by the Navy, Usopp vomited. Finding a spot at random, Soren leaned directly on the wall of the ship, holding his head with his hands folded, and was about to prepare to sleep again. Several bounty criminals lying on the ship the Navy has to chase. Monch D. Luffy, since Alabastan defeated Crocodile, one of the 7 Wu Ace, although he did not announce the news to the world, he changed it to Colonel Smog and defeated it. However, the Navy has greatly increased the amount of reward offered by Luffy to 100 million Baileys, which has basically entered the eyes of some people above the Navy headquarters. Nicole Robin, 8 years ago, due to the destruction of several naval warships, although it was also a false news from the Navy, Robin's reward amount reached 78 million Baileys. Roronoa Soren, Whiskey Mountain, defeated hundreds of bounty hunters by one person, especially in the Battle of Alabastan, defeated the famous bounty hunter killer in the West Sea. Now, Soren's reward amount has doubled, reaching 16 million Baileys. In just half a month, the reward amount has been such a huge jump, which is enough to prove Soren's potential. Lin Tian. The mastermind of the things that shocked the world's Tianlong people has since rebelled out of the Navy. One of the few generals with such a high status is also a famous naval genius. The entire Navy headquarters felt the presence of a headache. If it weren't for Lin Tian's confidence in solving Lin Tian, the Marshal of the Warring States period would have already started it. The reward amount reached 1 billion Baileys, which shocked the whole person's great root. In history, the first amount was the highest and shocked the whole world. The last one is the new reward criminal of the Straw Hat Pirates. Usopp, known as the Brave Warrior at Sea, also became a high reward criminal after the Battle of Alabastan. At that time, after the latest reward list came out, everyone was shocked. Even if Lin Tian was shocked at the time, he did not expect Usopp to become a reward criminal. It stands to reason that in the entire Straw Hat Pirates group, Lin Tian, Luffy, and Soren have now become reward criminals. The next one should be Sanji, but he did not expect to become Usopp. It is understood that at that time, in the action of saving Wui that day, Usopp played Crocodile and suffered a great loss. What happened that day, as a member of the world government, if we wants decisive evidence and imposes more severe punishment on Clockle, the incident must be fully described to the world government personnel that day. But Lin Tian knew that it was the world government for evidence collection, but the people who came were all affiliated to the KPO, an organization directly under the Tianlong people. It seemed that the Tianlong people moved much faster than the Navy. Compared with this, Sanji's defeat of Mr. Two was a significant step forward. At the same time, Mr. Two was not discovered by the Navy in the battle of that day, so there was no substantial evidence. Unexpectedly, in the end, the kid Usopp was actually more famous than Sanji. Although the bounty was not high, there were 15 million Baileys. The farther away Sanji was without anything. At that time, after learning about this, Sanji was decadent. For a long time, even Usopp was taller than himself, and his reputation hadn't started to break through. However, this is also a good thing. This kid has trained a lot more than usual, and his own combat power has also improved a lot. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. This kind of thing is also a driving force for pursuit. As for the Usopp kid, he was proud for a long time, and he hung the reward list on his chest every day until Lin Tian let him enjoy it for a long time without special training, and finally calmed down. This kid, who walked out of the East China Sea and left the village to become a strong sea warrior, has slowly realized his vow. From the start of the reward, he has taken the first step to success, and he has made it famous all over the world, spread to his hometown, and spread to the ears of that childhood sweetheart Makia. At the same time, Usopp's fame also means that his going to sea has also appeared on the great sea routes, large and small forces, of course, also in the hands of the four emperors. Usopp's father Pew. I am afraid that Usopp has begun to appear on the great route, and he has also made a name for himself. I don't know what felt as a guilty person who always felt very sorry for his son and wife, seeing that reward list. Maybe it's happiness, worry, and guilt. Sometimes, being dragged by the Shanks guy to drink in the dark, for a banquet, hangover for a night, and from time to time I heard mentioning his wife and children in the East China Sea. Only after drinking, a man can truly confide himself heartfelt. I don't know what kind of feelings will have after seeing his son. I really look forward to it. Luffy, be careful, there seems to be something hidden in the sea. Looking at the clear water below, Nami reminded Luffy carefully, leaping on the sheep's head. Hearing this Lin Tian was taken aback, with a thoughtful look on his face, stood up from the deck, came to Nami, and looked towards the sea below. Robin also followed, lowered his head and went down, and said, sure enough, there seems to be something wrong with the sea surface, just like the feeling caused by the sea, which is different from our usual. The sunlight shines on the seawater, and the intensity of the light is reduced by the scattering of the seawater, and it is possible to see the depth of the sea below about tens of meters. And through the weakening of the seawater, it can also be seen from the top that the light becomes weak, but here is a little different. At a certain depth, the sea suddenly turned dark, and the feeling was like the light disappeared there, different from slowly weakening. There is something wrong with this sea area, but it's just under the sea, and I don't know how deep it is to explore, Lin Tian said. Oh, there are 6 lands, Chopper shouted suddenly. I awakened everyone and looked in front of them, and sure enough, an island appeared in front of everyone, as well as a busy town. To be continued. Uncle, another bowl of pasta. Okay, a bowl of spaghetti. Hunter? The chef brought a bowl of pasta and put it in front of the little old man, and asked in a very bad tone, hey, did you bring the money today? Lifting his head, looking at the chef above, the little old man calmly pointed to Usopp beside him and replied, it's okay, why do we have to pay? Hey, why do you want me to treat? Yusuf stood up immediately and asked angrily, pointing at himself. Turning his head and looking at Yusuf, who was annoyed, the old man's face remained unchanged. Aren't you going to hear the secret of the rainbow-colored smoke? Of course I have to ask. Hey, you heard clearly, it's not that I want to invite. Yusuf slapped the table and shouted angrily. Handing out a gold coin to the chef, Lin Tian said, this old man's guest, we have invited it. This should be enough. Seeing the chef's departure, Lin Tian turned his gaze to the old man in front of him. If you can tell us the secret of rainbow colors, a meal will still be nothing to us. Taking a deep look at the calm Lin Tian, the old man was very familiar with the identity of the person in front of him. After all, he belonged to a scientist under the name of the world government, and his reputation was also very impressive. Unexpectedly, you can actually see the rebel General Lin Tian here. Are you also interested in the rainbow-colored smoke? Putting down the water glass in his hand, Lin Tian looked at the old man in front of him. I have heard this legend about rainbow-colored smoke. It is said that there are scientists under the government of the world who are studying this kind of thing. It must be you. Yes, he nodded, and the old man introduced himself. My name is Hanzo. I am a genius who specializes in rainbow-colored smoke. Repeat, genius scientist. On the edge, Yusuf returned to his seat, squinting his eyes. Obviously he couldn't understand the old man calling himself. It's shameless to call myself a genius. Mr. Hanzo, Robin took out a book and gently pushed it in front of him. Do you know this book? Looking at the books on the table, Hanzo showed a thoughtful color, and then his face was shocked. Obviously remembering what this book is, he quickly picked it up and turned it over. At this time, Robin said, this is what I got in Alabaston. That's it. Yusuf took a fork and looked at the book in his hand. He suddenly woke up. The rainbow-colored fog seems to have been heard somewhere. It turned out to be the title of the book Robin read. Robin calmly said, who does the author know? It was written 40 years ago. According to this book, the rainbow-colored fog seems to be related to a mysterious entrance. Lin Tian said a name calmly. Robin's face showed a panic, as if the name was terrifying. Could it be? Could it be? Luffy asked puzzledly while eating noodles by the side. Recovering his excitement, Robin explained, could it be a graveyard in the ocean that you can't get out after you enter? What? Amazing. Hanzo, on the other hand, shouted with disbelief, how is it possible? How can someone in this world study more deeply than me and know better than me? After all, decades of research have cost countless money and energy, but now I hear that there are people in this world who know more about rainbow-colored smoke than myself. Of course there is. Don't think that you have the title of scientist. You really think that you are a rare genius. There are many in this world who are smarter than you. In Lin Tian's calm tone, there was a hint of sarcasm. From the first meeting, the old man had a very bad impression of himself, to the extreme. You. Hearing this, the old man was immediately angry, but he didn't know what to say. Saying these things in his capacity would not be used to deceive himself. Secondly, this is a fact. If this old man is so powerful since he has got the title of scientist of the world government, at the very beginning they will be recruited by the world government to conduct some scientific research. Instead of staying here for decades, the world government has no multi-management. It is a dispensable role and has not achieved any results. Turning his head and looking at Lin Tian, Robin asked curiously, if this is the case, then I know what secrets are hidden in the rainbow-colored smoke. I'm not very clear about this. Lin Tian shook his head. Back then, I only heard what an old man said. At that time, after he led people to study for a month, it seemed that something terrible had been born, so he did not continue. Research it down. At this time, the old Hanzo snorted and said incredulously, how is it possible? I have studied for 50 years, and nothing has been found. How could he know these things? Taking a look at the old man in front of him, Lin Tian calmly said, as a scientist, you should have heard the name Vegapunk. What, it's in. Looking at this Enzo, who feels very good about himself, and hearing the name so shocked, Usopp couldn't help but become curious and asked. The chef of spaghetti put down the noodles in his hands, kindly reminded everyone, you better not believe him, he is Bates lackey. Bait. Running dog? The four of them looked confused and puzzled as they heard the boss's telling. However, the boss didn't know them, they just met together, and they would not deceive them for no reason. Wow! At this time, a customer behind him suddenly removed his stool, stood up, turned his head, and said angrily, he has the identity of a scientist, but works for Bell. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of a musical instrument sounded, and all the customers in the restaurant suddenly panicked, as if something terrible was about to happen. They unanimously grabbed the food on the table and stuffed it desperately into their mouths. Hurry up, eat it all, the tax collectors are coming. A group of people in the same uniform walked in, said a lot of nonsense, and then forced a few people to levy a food tax on eating too much food. Afterwards, talking with Enzo, it also made Lin Tian understand something. It seems that this guy is not welcome in the whole city, and there is a reason. To such a degree, it is also to the extreme. It's still the same. When and where the fog appears, you can't control it. Well, your research, but the tax of the citizens is not well used, so is the power. The longer you study, the more trouble it will cause everyone. Don't forget this. After speaking, the man was very arrogant and walked towards the door. He just didn't walk a few steps, and suddenly noticed something. He backed back and looked at Luffy eating the noodles. A smile appeared on his face. This is. Your kid is eating a big bowl of noodles. Well, the noodles are delicious. Luffy nodded very simply, not forgetting to admire the noodles here. The taste is good. Those who eat big bowls can't pay taxes without paying. Ah, you can ask him for it, it was his treat. Luffy quickly pointed to Lin Tian and pushed everything directly to Lin Tian. On the road, Lin Tian and others were walking on the road, not to mention that Luffy and Usopp were talking to the old man Hanzo in front. Lin Tian leaned against Robin, holding the back of his head, with his hands folded. His right hand, covered with a white bandage, was stained with blood stains, and his face was thoughtful. Robin asked softly, why, Lin Tian? Did you find something? No, Lin Tian shook his head and said, it's just that when I arrived at this island, something was wrong. Now there is rainbow-colored fog. I always feel that there is something hidden in this place. Jingle bell. Suddenly, an alarm bell rang over the city, and many people ran towards the pier by the sea, as if something happened there. A strange ship came. An expression of excitement suddenly appeared on Hanzo's face, and then he hurriedly followed up with the figures and ran towards the beach. Luffy, who likes lively life the most, will certainly not miss it when he encounters this kind of thing. Without a word, he quickly followed. When they arrived at the port, a lot of people had gathered, densely packed, and everyone followed the old man and squeezed in very easily. I saw Palmavel.com, in the port. I don't know when. A huge three-mast sailing ship appeared. The hull reached hundreds of meters in length, much larger than the average Navy warship. So big. The whole ship is very bright pink. The ship is always a huge hull head. It is very strange. There are 6 huge horns. The flag above is a pirate flag. This is a pirate ship. From the appearance of the ship, Robin drew a lot of information. It's been a long time. The voyager, the old man Hanzo, seemed to know the ship very well. He even knew the name, and hurried to the crowd on the side. In the eyes of everyone, the old man didn't know where he was coming from. He drove a small car and looked steadily along the wooden bridge on the pier towards the sea. Several air cushions appeared under the car, floating on the sea, sailed to the huge pirate ship. Grip, it's awesome, it's awesome, it's awesome, it's awesome, I absolutely want it. Luffy made a fist with both hands, and Luffy was very excited. Fuck, it's actually a dual-purpose water. Lin Tian directly exploded a foul language. To be continued. On the pirate ship, everyone stepped on the pirate ship, that Hanzo said from his mouth 50 years ago. Not only is its speech difficult to understand, it feels like the ship disappeared 50 years ago, and now it suddenly came out again. Hunter? But after so many years, there is no shabby feeling on the whole ship. The traces on it are just like the past, where there are traces of the past 50 years. In the kitchen on the ship, there was some food on the table, and it was even steaming. It was obvious that someone was here just now. Domineering. In the next moment, Lin Tian secretly turned on the domineering look, quickly glanced around, but on this pirate ship, except for them, there was no living creature, but the food was hot. Since there is no one, why is the food hot, and there is still a faint smell of blood on the ship, but there is no corpse. Moreover, even the appearance of the pirate ship came out of thin air, without a sign. No one was driving, and it suddenly appeared in the harbor like this. Thousands of onlookers on the pier. Even if someone is on it, it is impossible to leave under the eyes of thousands of concentrated eyes. Unless he is invisible, he can only leave through diving equipment, but this possibility is very small. There was an unspeakable weirdness on the entire pirate ship. Even if there were a lot of strange things on the Great Sea Route, it was far from here. Lin Tian, who had never seen such a situation before, was also fully vigilant at this time. The situation facing him was so strange that even Lin Tian had to be careful. To Lin Tian, it felt like haunted. The entire pirate ship was like the ghost ship that has been rumored on the sea. If there is a ghost, then forget it. Even if there are ghosts, he will block and kill the gods, and the ghosts will block and kill the ghosts. When it comes to horrible things, what fear does Lin Tian have? In this illogical animation world, even if there are ghosts, Lin Tian will not believe it. The ship is exactly the same as when it left 50 years ago, Hanzo exclaimed, looking at the familiar scene deeply engraved in his mind. Usopp, looking at the steaming food on the table after 50 years, looked incredulous. What the casters is going on? Grandpa, you are not lying to us? Holding Robin's little hand, Robin couldn't help shaking his whole body. The warm breath directly caused Robin to react from his thoughts. His face turned red, and he looked at Lin Tian angrily. Why do this at this time? Upon seeing this, Lin Tian, played with a playful heart, stretched out his fingers and gently disturbed Robin's lubricated small palms. Such belching movements made Robin's heart tremble. Gently push away Lin Tian's palms, but how could Robin's light strength push away Lin Tian? He also understood that it was not the time to do this kind of thing, and stopped the movements in his hands. Close to the ear, he whispered, Robin, be careful, the ship is weird, there is no living creature, and what the old man said is too unbelievable to believe. Hearing Lin Tian's reminder, Robin nodded calmly. What the old man Hanzo said was hard to convince people. How could a ship 50 years ago appear to be steaming without anyone else? Food. Da-da-da. Suddenly, the old man Hanzo had been carrying a machine similar to a detector, constantly showing up, and the pointer on it began to move wildly until it reached the top. Realizing something, Hanzo quickly picked up the machine on the table and ran towards the outside of the boat. Everyone looked at each other, followed quickly, and ran after the deck. I saw that behind the stern of the pirate ship, there really appeared rainbow-like clouds, floating on the sea, very beautiful. Hanzo's sudden movement shocked everyone, and quickly jumped onto the Mary. If he snatched the ship later, their next trip would have to stop. Our ship was misused. Don't drive away our ship without authorization. Luffy and Usopp jumped down quickly and shouted angrily at the old man that the Merly was very important to them. Ah! A flash of cold light flashed, seeing Lin Tian suddenly shot, driving the sword on the mountain of Grandpa's neck. Luffy and Usopp were shocked. Hurriedly shouted, Lin Tian, what do you want to do to Grandpa? Why are you suddenly cutting him off? Stupid, Lin Tian said helplessly when he glanced at the two shouting at his eyes. You two have not been seen. Is this old man very wrong from the beginning? Whether it is his reputation in the city or his understanding of the strange ship. How could the ship 50 years ago look like that? I never thought about it. This old man seems to know a lot of things and is always looking for it. What is the purpose of the rainbow smoke? The old man is pulling. Usapudo pondered his chin and said, it seems, just like Lin Tian said, we don't know anything about Grandpa. Slightly provoking the chasing wind, the sharp blade clung to Hanzo's neck, drew a thin bloodstone. If it weren't for Lin Tian's control, the Lickdora would be enough to cut off his neck. Withdrawing from the chasing, Lin Tian took a deep look at him. Although I don't know if what your old man said is true or false, but I believe you for the time being. Anyway, this rainbow-colored smoke, what is going on, we will also explore. Yes, move towards the rainbow-colored smoke. Luffy overtook his own sheep's head, sat on it, and looked at the rainbow-colored smoke getting closer and shouted excitedly. Usopp was in charge of the railing and shouted nervously, do you really want to go in? But none of the people who entered it came out, did they? Scared, Robin turned his head, looked at Usopp, and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Usopp hurriedly resisted the tremor in his heart, and said stiffly, I am the great Captain Usopp, offering a reward of 15 million pirates. How can I be afraid? I'm going into the rainbow-colored fog. Luffy held his hat with excitement. The hurried Merly, like a sharp arrow, quickly plunged into the rainbow-colored smoke, and in a blink of an eye, it had completely entered it. The colored smoke hit everyone's faces, making it hard to see what was in front of them. Passing through the colored smoke, everyone only felt a ray of light flashing in front of them. Entered into a grayish gas, surrounded by chaos, not as bright as rainbow colors outside, only monotonous off-white colors. And surrounded by a strange gas, like clouds and flowing like seawater, churning waves. Passing through the gas, the Merly entered an azure-blue channel. On the blue channel, this white light wandered over the channel. Even in the air, there are groups of white light floating in the air, like dandelions in the spring, blowing in the breeze, like white angels dancing in the air. How? How could it be? At the side, Lin Tian looked at the scene in his eyes with a look of disbelief. Lin Tian's panicked voice shocked everyone, and he didn't have the mind to look at the foreground. He quickly turned his head to look at Lin Tian. His face full of confusion and puzzlement. No matter what the situation is, Lin Tian will maintain that kind of calmness. After spending so long with Lin Tian, he has never seen such a shocking expression and a feeling of panic. Upon seeing this, Robin showed a worried look on his face, did not say much, and quickly asked with concern, Lin Tian, is there anything to give birth? As soon as the voice fell, the same was born at this time, the white light group wandering in the surrounding space, the next moment, attacked Lin Tian's body. But at this time, Lin Tian himself had an abnormal condition, clutching his chest, half kneeling on the ground, his face was extremely painful, as if he had suffered a great deal of damage. Robin hurried forward a few steps, came to Lin Tian. Held Lin Tian's trembling body, his face was full of worry, his hands quickly checked his body. However, his body is intact, there is no injury, and the normal cannot be normal. Could it be that the real injury came from the inside of the body? Call. Luffy jumped off the sheep's head and leaned over. As a pure Luffy, his face was full of worry at this time. He leaned aside and asked, Hey, Lin Tian. Are you okay? Are you hungry? Don't eat some barbecue, just eat barbecue and it will be all good. Idiot. Usopp hit Luffy's innocent brain hard and said eagerly, Lin Tian is such a master who can make him so painful and he will definitely suffer a very serious injury. How could he be healed by eating meat alone? Then what to do now? Lin Tian is injured, what to do? Luffy ran around on the deck, clutching his head, shouting eagerly. Stop fighting! Robin, who supported Lin Tian, changed from the usual mentality of being able to read quietly even in the face of storms, and despite the storms, I was calm. He raised his head and watched the two angrily shouted, "You two shut up for me, turn around quickly, let's go out, find Chopper," and asked Chopper for help. Robin, who had always been indifferent, was so eager to change his heart, and the two of them were startled by the noise, and they ran toward the edge of the boat, picked up the fixed oars, and prepared to turn. At this time the old man Hanzo shouted, "No, we finally got inside. We will know this secret soon. How can we leave halfway?" "I don't agree." Hearing this, Robin turned his head and stared at the old man Hanzo. His face did not conceal the strong killing intent in his heart. Several arms emerged from the front and back of Hanzo, quickly grabbing his hands, and at the same time, the two arms on the shoulders tightly grasped Hanzo's neck. Only a slight twist, the old man would die immediately. "Remember, you are only on our ship. This is our ship. How to do it has nothing to do with us. If you are talking about anything, I will definitely kill you." Seeing this scene, Luffy shrank, and said in fear, "The angry Robin is terrible." "Yes," Usopp echoed in a low voice. Today Robin completely changed the way he saw him on weekdays, and completely exclaimed the two men's expectations. There was no such common nobleness, only endless worry. At this time, those white lights had already approached Lin Tian. To be continued. 30 round flowers. Barrier. Robin waved his hands, and immediately stretched out dozens of arms from the deck, turning them into a barrier in front of him and Lin Tian, blocking the silver-white light that came flying. Hunting text. But at this moment, Lin Tian pushed Robin away from the side, stumbled and fell on the deck, holding back the pain on his body, breathing heavily in his mouth, and blood slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth. It was severe. Pain caused by biting his lip. "Robin, stay away from me. This kind of thing is too scary. Don't come over. Even I don't have any means for this kind of thing. Don't come over to me." Robin was pushed away. Just about to run over, Lin Tian, who was lying on the ground, resisted the pain and stretched out his hand to stop him. The voice fell, and it was just this pause, but the light passed directly through the wall built by Robin, which shocked everyone. Then he disappeared from the void again. When he appeared, he was already in front of Lin Tian. Everyone didn't even react at all, and they had already penetrated into Lin Tian's body. Tough. Lin Tian spouted a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the scarlet blood flowed on the deck, splashing a blood flower. "Lin Tian! Lin Tian! Lin Tian!" Hanzo, who had been silent on the side, was shocked for a long time. Those who look like ordinary light, what are they? Actually possess such a strong power. Such a powerful person is instantly severely injured. 3 eager shouts sounded. Robin and the 3 rushed towards Lin Tian. But Lin Tian barely raised his hand and waved at several people. In an instant, a fierce force hit these people like a heavy hammer, knocking them all back. Now my situation is not optimistic. The power that has been buried inside the body, which has not been recovered for a long time, has actually recovered here again. If, like Donge back then, they were born out of their own control in secret, Luffy and the others would probably suffer unreasonable disaster. The entire Merly would be destroyed in an instant, and it would be difficult for them to survive. As soon as the thoughts in his mind passed, Lin Tian directly swung back the crowd, taking advantage of the fact that he could barely suppress the violent power in the middle body. He got up and jumped, and before everyone could react, he had already jumped out of the melee. Robin hurriedly got up and ran towards the wall of the boat. Lin Tian had fallen into the water, and he could barely see his figure with his hands folded across his chest. 40 round flowers bloom. Rope. At the moment when the figure disappeared, arm after arm grew out of Lin Tian's back, forming a rope made up of arms. Robin stretched out his hand and grabbed the arm that extended from the sea. Unfortunately, Lin Tian felt too much power. Robin was not strong enough, and was directly pulled off the Merly by its huge force. "Robin, Lin Tian!" Above, Luffy, who ran over, saw that both of them were actually dropped, and immediately stretched out his arm to grab Robin, who fell. Hearing Luffy's yelling from above, Robin hurriedly turned around, trying to grab Luffy's extended arm, but it was too late. Robin had fallen into the sea, and Luffy's stretched arm, just a few centimeters away, had already reached into the sea and was about to grab his arm. However, he did not expect that Robin, who fell into the sea with Lin Tian, disappeared strangely, disappearing in the sea without warning. Lin Tian and Robin could not be seen. At the same time, the Merly had already reached the end of the passage. It was a cloud of grey smoke, exactly the same when they entered. Ah, bastard, you channel, quickly hand over my partner to me, and I have to travel with him. Hand over, hand over. Ah, Usopp held his head in his hands, scrambled nervously on the deck, shouting in fear. What to do? Even the most powerful Lin Tian was eaten by the passage, and Robin, let's return, not going, help. After those beams of light enter the body, you can feel the powerful force running around in your body, beyond your control. At the same time, when entering this passage, the power of the void that was immersed in the body and burst out suddenly was finally suppressed by himself. But under the intrusion of these beams of light, it was like a signal. The suppressed void force burst out directly inside the body, breaking through the blockade and flanking back and forth, making Lin Tian's life into an extremely dangerous situation. Fearing that the power of the void in the body would get out of control, it would be like a scene in the East China Sea. Lin Tian had to jump off the Mary and dive into the sea below. But at the moment when he fell into the sea, Lin Tian immediately sensed that a strange force came from the depths of the sea, echoing the void force in his body. In the next moment, Lin Tian hadn't figured out what was going on when he saw the falling seabed. A blue halo appeared with pitch black in the middle. Countless seawater poured into the aperture, swallowing everything around it, and slowly formed a huge seabed vortex. The powerful suction immediately attracted Lin Tian, and even Lin Tian could hardly break free. With the right palm, powerful power gathered on the right hand, and the crystal palm prints condensed in the palm of the hand like lightning, and the power in the body poured into the palm prints like a gushing spring. The light blue light became brighter and brighter, and the somewhat illusory palm prints slowly solidified, like a crystal palm, painted by a bright light blue crystal. Physique profound meaning, 100 stacks of wave palms, with the backhand facing downward. The aperture that released endless suction patted it, and the palm prints on the palm of the palm seemed to fly out slowly, but like a stream of light, it approached the aperture below like lightning. The palm prints rose in response to the water. The original mini crystal palm prints, in a blink of an eye, have become several meters in size, and there are white waves that are clearly visible to the naked eye around them. At a glance, there are hundreds of waves. What is dayline? That huge palm print, the power scattered is like a wave on the sea without a huge face, with endless faces, one after another, exerting hundreds of strength. However, the huge palm print against the aperture below Shang Lin Tian did not have the expected shocking collision, nor the devastating shock wave. Only silently swallowed the light blue light circle below, even if Lin Tian's full force of the palm of the wave still did not cause huge destruction to it. Such a powerful force could not be shaken, and it was swallowed silently by the aperture without any effect. After a while, it disappeared completely without any trace. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the nearby seawater was stained red with blood, making Lin Tian's face pale suddenly. I thought I was doing my best. Even if I couldn't do anything with this aperture, it would still have some impact, and I could move randomly. Now not only the purpose has not been realized, but the power of suppressing the riots in the body is temporarily removed, and the power of the void has finally broken through. With the endless suction acting on him, Lin Tian could no longer control his figure and pulled out the chasing wind behind him with his backhand. In that flash, raising his hand was a powerful slash. The slash swept through the sea. The fierce power even split the sea, and the vacuum crescent-shaped white waves slashed heavily on the light blue aperture. Bang! With a muffled sound, the endless seawater can penetrate even the sound, the shock wave visible to the naked eye, and the violent force produced a huge gas group, which washed away the sea below. The surrounding seawater was squeezed in such a way and moved towards all sides. The seawater around the aperture disappeared, leaving only a short space filled with gas. But the aperture that was struck by the splash, only the surrounding color changed a little, and it still existed, devouring everything, whether it was seawater or air. Taking advantage of the squeezing of the seawater by the explosion, the suction formed a short vacuum period. Lin Tian lifted his strength and had to open the aperture to attract. A heavy object behind was directly like a falling meteorite, hitting Lin Tian's back heavily. The dilapidated body forcibly lifted the remaining controllable power and was directly hit by this ferocious blow and was broken. The out-of-control power added a raging fire to Lin Tian's chaotic body, and Lin Tian finally made a mess in his body and lost his control. There is no limit to the violent power, like a wild beast, raging in his body at will, and Lin Tian can no longer stop the abnormal movement in his body. Knowing the situation in his body, Lin Tian couldn't help showing a bitter smile. Could it be that after struggling for so long, he finally had to die on the power of the void? This power is not something he can conquer. Exhausting all his strength, he hugged Robin from behind and ran into him. In fact, at the moment of the collision, he felt the tender body behind him. I already knew it in my heart. It must be this stupid woman who didn't listen to her own words and insisted on following her down. The strength is so weak. www.com. Since I knew it was so dangerous, I rushed down. This is not trying to make trouble for myself, let alone saving myself, but I fainted first. Under the attraction of the aperture, Lin Tian's dilapidated body no longer has the power to resist, and can only follow the seawater and float towards the aperture. Holding the person in his arms tightly, Lin Tian showed a wry smile on his face. He did not give her any explanation, but walked the last possible way with her. Flutter! The two followed the seawater and immediately entered the aperture. They disappeared. They didn't know where they were. When Lin Tian entered the aperture, it was so weird that even Lin Tian didn't have the slightest way of aperture. The light blue light on the side quickly weakened, and there were dark cracks all around. The small ones were only a few centimeters long, and the large ones reached several meters. Bang! The aperture couldn't hold it, and it burst at the end. Lin Tian and Robin's figure disappeared at that instant, leaving only countless rags of different sizes in the sea. To be continued. A corner of the silent city. Compared with a prosperous urban area just across the street, there are high-rise buildings all over the floor, wide overpasses, huge shopping malls, with countless commodities, and successful people in brilliant dresses, with smiles on their faces. Hunter. This several-meter-wide street is like a chasm. There is a heaven that countless people are waiting for, and the other is hell. This is a poverty-stricken old building area, the dilapidated ground, the randomly painted slogans on the walls, the foul-smelling underground gutters, and the garbage randomly discarded on the streets. Everything is so incompatible with the opposite. In this street, full of crime and turmoil, it is a small corner in the abandoned courtyard. The iron gate in front of it will collapse at any time. However, there were a lot of laughter and laughter. A group of children, with shabby clothes but very clean and tidy, with sincere smiles on their faces are here. As time passes by, this peaceful and poor orphanage is like the only pure land in the world, so that people whose hearts are rendered by society can think of the only peaceful harbor in their hearts. Until this dilapidated street was to be demolished for the sake of the beauty of the city, just like the collusion of countless officials and businessmen, the things that were good for this street gradually evolved into a disaster. Forced demolitions, low subsidies, this small orphanage was also involved in this kind of disaster. The dean died, and the only pure land in the hearts of many children disappeared at that time. That night, a sad scream sounded in the luxurious villa area, and a 10-year-old kid left with revenge in his eyes. After the revenge, a lonely person experienced the evil at the bottom of the world. He overturned the trash can in order to live, and finally he grew up by his own efforts. The legendary journey brought him into this world, a life and death crisis, and became a navy, knowing that in this ocean, where only the strong can survive, he can only become stronger. Training day and night, going to sea, the Sky Gold incident, the Chambered Island incident, the Gemini incident, and the promotion of the G1 minister. I forcibly resisted the death of my best friend. Using this as a bargaining chip, I stepped up to the general and the admiral. As a revolutionary spy who penetrated into the world government, Lin Tian's daily life was filled with intrigue. To overthrow the world government, and the revolutionary army finally won. On that day, when countless people knew about Lin Tian's achievements, they turned around and saw that countless old friends had left because of themselves, leaving them alone and walked down. At the last moment of life, to recall the death of his best friend that day, Lin Tian asked himself, is that choice correct? Boom. Everything is like shards of glass, beginning to collapse. After passing through the light blue aperture, the figures of Lin Tian and Robin floated in a colorful passage. Rainbow clouds filled the passage, with colorful streamers flashing in the passage. The two bodies hugged each other tightly. When passing through the aperture, the impact of the destruction of the aperture instantly shattered the clothes on the two of them, suspended in this colorful channel, slowly following the invisible channel, drifting without purpose. The two people in a coma showed various expressions on their faces, with sadness, anger, joy, pain, helplessness. As if they were experiencing something. Although Lin Tian lost consciousness and fell into something deeper, Lin Tian's body was undergoing changes without any control. The white bones inside the fingers of the right hand and the flesh and blood that were randomly opened can be clearly seen. This kind of injury can be described as disastrous. If Lin Tian's body was not strong, I am afraid that this finger would have been lost. Now, there was a strange change. With a naked eye, Lin Tian's fingers slowly recovered, and the lost flesh and blood slowly reappeared and returned to their original state. Lin Tian's body is also slowly getting smaller. No, maybe it shouldn't be said to be getting smaller, but getting younger, and walking towards the past step by step. On the side, Robin was slowly getting old. His smooth skin was covered with wrinkles, and the jet black and bright black began to turn white slowly, walking towards the future step by step. The bodies of the two of them have been changing, and when they reached a point, they bounced in opposite directions like pressed strings. The getting old Robin began to get younger, and the younger Lin Tian began to get bigger. Everything is born of such a weird, unconscious two people, how does not know that they are changing in the past, present, and future, just like flowing downstream and upstream in the long river of time. Just as the two of them were changing, all the culprit, the power of the void, did not stop so quietly. The silver white power, I don't know, when it has filled Lin Tian's entire body, these void powers brought Lin Tian to here. It is impossible to have nothing to happen. Wait. Waiting for an opportunity. I don't know how long it has passed, a year, a few decades, or a day, an hour. Here, it seems that the track of time has not been felt. Everything is so incomprehensible. As if it had been decades, or in an instant, those void forces moved. The silver white light began to appear, rushing out from Lin Tian's body. The scattered light wrapped Lin Tian. The silver white streamer flowing on Lin Tian's skin, and in a blink of an eye, Lin Tian's whole body was wrapped in silver white streamer. At that moment, the constant color channel also changed. The colored clouds and fog that filled the channel seemed to be very afraid of the silver white light from Lin Tian. Just as Vacuum met the sunlight, there was no resistance to dissolve, leaving only a cloud of silvery white mist entering Lin Tian's body. At the same time, on the colorful channel, a stream of silver-white streamers, like peeling a cocoon and drawing silk, pulled out of the channel and entered Lin Tian's body. Crackling. Those silvery white clouds and streams of light that were unknown to them entered Lin Tian's body. Like a catalyst, the power of the void in Lin Tian's body began to change. And all of this is happening fast, in the dark. No matter the power of the void in the body, Lin Tian's body is also undergoing slow changes, and they are all undergoing changes. The power of the raging void began to slowly calm down, wandering gently in Lin Tian's body. And Lin Tian's dilapidated body slowly compounded under the silver-white clouds. I don't know how long it has passed. Maybe it was just a moment when Lin Tian's silver-white light was retracted into his body. At this time, I don't know if there is too much streamer missing. The colorful passage began to become unstable, and black cracks appeared on the side of the passage, and gray smoke leaked from those cracks. Strange lightning bolts were generated in these passages, and the halo of lightning filled the passage, but there was no sound. At this moment, several apertures began to appear around the passage. The light blue light and the pitch-black passage were exactly the one Lin Tian and the others entered. Everything was so strange. The two people suspended in the passage were exposed to the baptism of lightning, and the passages that appeared suddenly burst endless suction. This is the passage of time and space, and Lin Tian can construct the passage of time and space under accidental circumstances through the combination of the name of the passage and the essential forces of time and space. Before Lin Tian entered the colored smoke, his face changed a lot, because although the blue channel had only been seen a few times, it was very familiar to Lin Tian. It was a spatial channel that would enter when he moved in space. And the space channel they entered was obviously formed by the sky and the earth. No one knows where that end is. It may be deep in the sea, or it may be a volcanic crater, or even the sky. Various places are possible. Entering this kind of place is completely annihilating the power of the void in the body, and the floating white light in the space channel detonates instantly. What happened afterwards was beyond Lin Tian's recognition that there were not only void passages, but also legendary time-space passages. Lin Tian, who had dived into the sea, had already been flooded with the power of the void, causing the surrounding space-time passages to vibrate, and actually opened the passage. The essence of time and space is time and space. Now this passage of time and space began to collapse for some reason. If the passages that were scattered randomly were attracted into it, it would have entered another time and space. At that time, the two of them would never be able to return, which was almost like death. And Lin Tian and Robin have already followed the suction www.com to float towards the nearest passage. If they enter this passage, I am afraid they will be transported to nowhere. At this moment, Lin Tian, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes scanned the surrounding environment. His face suddenly changed, and he felt the delicate hands in the palm of his hand and the suction from all over his body. Without thinking, Lin Tian held Robin's hand tightly, and Lin Tian's right hand became a blade, and a layer of silver-white void power covered his hand. Moving towards the void, in front of me was a split. A crack several meters high appeared in front of me, and there was endless darkness in the crack, and I stepped into it without hesitation. It was a darkness that swallowed everything. Stepping into it, you couldn't see anything with your eyes. Even Robin, who was close to him, could only feel its existence through the touch of his palm. Entering the passage, I only felt that the sky was dim and the ground was dizzy, and I was forced to endure the dizziness in my mind. I didn't realize what was happening. I only felt a bright light rising in front of my eyes. Then I closed my eyes and fell into a coma. A word burst in my mouth. Damn, I didn't expect to consume so much energy. Bang. To be continued. What? He barely opened his eyes, only to feel a bright light piercing, and the slightly opened eyes closed again instinctively, and then the pain from his arm made Lin Tian couldn't help but call out. Hunter? Feeling the silky feeling on his arm, Lin Tian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was in a coma at the end, he still brought Robin out with him and did not stay there. It's just why the touch from his arm directly touched Robin's extremely elastic skin without the cover of clothes, which made Lin Tian feel puzzled. At this time, the eyes had adapted to the light outside, and the dim eyes were slowly opened, and the surrounding environment slowly appeared in front of the two of them. The light yellow wooden board on which is hung a light yellow chandelier, the orange light illuminates the entire space, and the surrounding walls are also made of wooden boards. There are a lot of valuable pictures hanging around, all of them are by famous artists, but I don't know if they are true or not. Next to it is a huge desk, full of books, and on that table there are many tools for drawing maps and books that are opened. Reaching out his hand, holding the headache head, Lin Tian slowly sat up. The heavy feeling in his arm attracted Lin Tian's eyes and turned his head. Presenting an extremely seductive scene in front of him at that moment, Lin Tian's mind went blank, everything pained and puzzled, all forgotten. Robin lay all over in front of him like this. He didn't know where his clothes were for a long time. Even his clothes disappeared. The two lay naked together like this. The rugged and shaped figure is completely present in front of her eyes without a trace. The wheat-colored skin, under the shining of the orange light, exudes a golden light, like a noble work of art. The beautiful face appeared turbulently in front of his eyes, and there were two red cherries inlaid, with two slender, white and tender lotus root-like arms exposed, and a small waist, with a full grip, knowing the green grass below. Everything looks like a masterpiece from the heavens, giving people a sense of nobility that can only be seen from a distance and can't be played with. Just thinking about it in your mind, I feel that it is a great crime. There is such a beautiful color in the allure. Heaven and earth will be filled with flowers. From Liu Yuxi's Saiyan Manchu Peony appreciation used to praise the beauty of peony, but it is very suitable to describe Robin. Robin is not just like that peony. When the flower blooms, the flowers are like brocade, gorgeous and splendid. Its beautiful posture makes people fall for it, graceful and elegant. But not competing with the flowers, scattered alone, noble and elegant, the beauty that does not belong to the world makes it difficult for people to feel profanity. There was a sense of fishy heat in his nostrils, making Lin Tian, who lost his mind blank, shrank instinctively to prevent things from flowing down in his nostrils. Lin Tian, who had reacted from the shock, quickly stretched out his hand and wiped it toward his nose. A warm feeling came from his fingertips, raising his finger to look forward. Bright red blood stains appeared in front of him, and the view of Robin lying quietly in front of him was really tempting. I only felt that blood was rising and the nose had already left Miss Edley's. At this time, Robin, who had been sleeping, blinked slightly. Seeing this, Lin Tian quickly lay down and pretended to be unconscious again, but secretly observed everything. Like Lin Tian, Robin also adjusted to a few seconds before he could barely see the things around him and quickly scanned his surroundings. Although I don't know where it is, from Robin's eyes, the decoration around this room is expensive, and it should have been saved by a wealthy family. After falling into the sea with Lin Tian, there was an invisible impact. The attack was in Robin's mind, and he was stunned without the slightest resistance. The only thing that I can remember is vaguely I seem to have knocked over something before being completely unconscious. Rubbing his head with the same headache, Robin turned his head. Lin Tian's sleeping face appeared in front of him with a very happy smile on his face. I thought that I would have passed out in a coma and would have been washed away with Lin Tian in the sea, but I didn't expect that the two were still together and they should be saved by the same family. I was really lucky. Then, his eyes moved downwards, and he was dumbfounded for a moment. After a while, his cheered face suddenly blushed, his eyes moved up immediately, and his eyes closed at the same time. However, I kept recalling in my mind that the extremely shy scene that I saw just now, Lin Tian actually lay beside him naked. That sturdy body, slightly bulged muscles, with powerful explosive power, it is hard to imagine that Lin Tian, who usually looks a little thin, has such a perfect body underneath. People can't help but want to reach out and touch. Hey, he took a sip in secret, and the shyness on Robin's face added a point. Why did he suddenly think of this? Is he the one? A trace of puzzlement flashed in his mind. How come Lin Tian doesn't have any clothes on him, and he lay naked beside him? Could it be that he... Suddenly, an idea appeared in Robin's mind. Regardless of his embarrassment, he quickly opened his eyes and looked at him. Lin Tian was completely naked, so he might also be naked. Looking down, it turned out that his body was indeed the same as Lin Tian. Naked, with a perfect body like this, without any cover from being exposed to the air. The shyness on his face instantly climbed onto Robin's body. The wheat-colored skin was dyed with a crimson light, adding a trace of wild beauty. What made Robin shy even more was that he had just turned slightly the two stalwart white rabbits, all pressed on Lin Tian. And the two cherries on his chest were close to Lin Tian's arms. This is nothing. I don't know when my thighs are on Lin Tian's body. Those slender and beautiful thighs are indeed the highlight of Robin, but in terms of legs, Robin can be said to be among the women he knows most beautiful. The calf was slightly bent, and the knee hung over Lin Tian's abdomen. Behind the bent knee, it was pressed tightly against the little brother Lin Tian. Feeling the sound of Lin Tian still sleeping in a coma, Robin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Tian didn't wake up. If he saw this scene, how could he dare to see Lin Tian? As everyone knows, Lin Tian actually woke up a long time ago, just pretending to be asleep. Robin showed his shameful actions. Why did Lin Tian not notice? The delicate body is close to her body, perhaps not as white as mutton, but as delicate and smooth as mutton, especially the bigger one, pressing tightly on his arm. The two protruding chest points can be clearly felt. The most tempting place is not here, but below. The slender thighs are pressed against his little brother, and the smooth skin is rubbing lightly, which is naked. Lin Tian was strong-willed and could bear it, but the little brother was about to be closed. In front of such a beauty, the little brother was the first to lose his void. He slowly changed and became hard and turned into a ferocious dragon. The strange feeling from the thigh made Robin, who was slowly removing his thigh, immediately understood something. His face weakened a little bit of shyness, and he instantly recovered. Even worse. Lin Tian. You. The little brother was defeated. Lin Tian, who could not help but heard Robin's shy voice, burned in his chest. His eyes suddenly opened, and he said nothing. What? In a clear and ear-smelling arrogant cry, Lin Tian hugged Robin, turned the shy person on the side, and pressed heavily on him. Finally, the two were unobstructed and pressed close to each other. Seeing the man he likes in his heart, he squeezed himself under him madly, and the two bodies were close to each other. Feeling the masculine aura of Lin Tian at such close range, Robin felt shy in his heart. Being pressed by Lin Tian. The shyness in his heart, or the obvious reaction in his body, made Robin understand that he had no resistance to the enemy in front of him. Raising her hands and trying to push Lin Tian away, she couldn't do it normally, let alone how she could do it, who couldn't use any strength all over her body at this time. Tilting his head, he said shyly, Hey, Lin Tian. You quickly release me and get off me. You are too heavy, otherwise I will. Staring carefully at the shy person in front of him, Lin Tian chuckled and said, Just. What will you do? You are earning provocatively now, and become like this. I want to pat my casters can go. Feeling the hard thing in the lower abdomen, and remembering the previous shameful posture, Lin Tian looked at his body well enough. Robin's shyness has reached its limit. Then. That was not what I did deliberately. I don't know anything. It was like this when I woke up. Let me go quickly, Lin Tian. Look, the noble person who was pressed down by him, the usual noble and elegant temperament, was swept away, only facing his beloved man. The shy little woman mentality really opened Lin Tian's eyes. But because of this, Lin Tian loved Robin even more in his heart. He smiled, lowered his head, his lips were gently closed to Robin's ears, and a gentle breath came out from his nose. Ears are the sensitive area of most women. www.com. Robin is no exception. His whole body suddenly tightened, and his body trembled slightly. If the two are not completely close to each other, he may not be able to sense it. Leaning against Robin's ears, Lin Tian said softly, although it was not intentional, but now it is the same, but you are all responsible for it. You can harm me like this. If you want to leave, you can solve my problem first. Enduring the embarrassment in his heart, Robin slowly turned his head and stared at the top. The man who was not less than 1 centimeter away from him could clearly sense the heat exhaled from the nose of both sides, and slapped the other side on the face. Then you said how to solve your problem. Can you let me go? Feeling the slight twisting in his arms, the soft and boneless body, it is no wonder that using a beautiful snake to describe a woman's figure is indeed very valid. A smug smile flashed on his face, and he said to the person in his arms, "Now, you have caused a fire in my body. You have to be responsible and eliminate the fire in my body." As he spoke, Lin Tian didn't stop moving his hands, and began to wander slowly on Robin's smooth skin. To be continued. Lin Tian and Robin lying together in an unknown house couldn't bear the temptation of the beautiful woman in their arms, and directly pressed them underneath. Hunt. Those big hands, with a little crimson in the color of Robin's wheaten, smooth and creamy skin wandering as if possessing magical powers, touching Robin's body sore and weak, and at the very least, there was a rapid breathing. There was a faint heat in Sherry's mouth, a soft whistle, a crimson light on his face, and his eyes slowly fell into blur. But Robin was not an ordinary woman. Although he was touched by Lin Tian like this, although he was also in a blur, he suddenly regained consciousness, and quickly grasped Lin Tian's messy hands, with both hands. You. Slightly panting, Robin's face is still blurred, as if using all his strength to say, "Lin Tian. Don't touch it, I don't have any strength at all, can you stop doing this, give me some time?" "Yes." When the voice fell, Lin Tian didn't wait for Lin Tian to answer, but waited for Lin Tian's air-conditioned voice, and the smirk on his face became distorted, as if he was in great pain. Hearing the sound, Robin's face changed, and the shyness in his heart disappeared completely at that moment. His tone was full of worry and asked, "Lin Tian, what's wrong with you, what happened?" Seeing the pain appearing on Lin Tian's face, Robin had forgotten the shyness in his heart, and he could not care about his body. His eyes were full of worry. Enduring the pain, Lin Tian said in pain, "You caught my injured arm." Hearing this, Robin turned his gaze and quickly turned to Lin Tian's arm. He saw that Lin Tian's arm was covered with shocking scars, some of which were several centimeters long and more than 10 centimeters in length, densely spread all over his arm. Above, there is still a faint blood stain. Due to perspective reasons, Robin didn't notice Lin Tian's arm at the beginning and suffered such a severe injury. Lin Tian was molested behind him, he was extremely ashamed, and he didn't even bother to notice it. And his own hand was tightly grasped on his hand, the scar on it had been scratched by his own hand, the scar began to rupture, and blood was left from the wound like a trickle. Scratching the healed wound so easily, it was obvious that these wounds did not heal for long, but the blood stains were slightly stopped. Looking at Lin Tian's scarred arm, Robin quickly let go of his hands and gently stroked Lin Tian's arm. His eyes were full of heartache. "Is this the price you paid for escaping from that place in front of you?" "Don't worry, these are just some minor injuries." Lin Tian smiled indifferently and said with a look of nothing wrong, "I am very resilient. As long as I wait a few days, I should be able to heal completely." "How could it be that you were still in such pain just now? Don't want to deceive me, I am not so easy to be deceived by you." What Lin Tian said, how could Robin believe that if it was as he said, it would not have been so painful just now? With so many wounds, it is thought that Lin Tian's arm was almost gone before. Looking at the people under him, looking annoyed because of his deceit, Lin Tian smiled happily in his heart, and lowered his head a bit again, and both of them had already touched their noses. The two of them stared at each other in this way. Time seemed to fall into silence for an instant, and the world seemed to stop turning at this time. The two arms passed through each other lightly, and Lin Tian said softly and gently, "I like women who are angry for me, especially those like you." Feeling Lin Tian's actions and words, Robin's face fell into shyness again, twisting his weak body, and whispered, "I like you too, Lin Tian. But let's not be so eager now. Let me first think about it." Lin Tian didn't know what this stupid woman was worried about and what she was afraid of. He brushed the soft black lightly and smiled knowingly with a silent domineering tone in his calm tone. Remember, Nick Robin, you are my woman, no matter whether your origin is as full of disasters as the rumors, even if the world is against you on the road to find the truth, I will help you one by one in front of you. Cut it all out. Stupid, you stupid. Moving tears couldn't stop streaming from his eyes. Robin waved his fists and smashed Lin Tian, whose back fiercely like a storm. The crying voice in his mouth began to say, Lin Tian, what do you idiot know? I am a disaster. I who know the text of a history and understand how terrifying the end of this road of seeking knowledge is. Stupid. A low curse sounded. Lin Tian didn't say much and directly kissed Robin, who was crying. Does Lin Tian know what this stupid woman thinks? Woo. There was a whining sound from Robin's mouth. His hands desperately hammered Lin Tian's back until the end. The voice slowly fell and the fist slowly loosened, letting go and hug Lin Tian's back tightly. Prying Robin's mouth open easily, without the slightest obstruction, Lin Tian's tongue went directly into Robin's mouth and ransacked. Lin Tian, who was unobstructed, slowly slid his hands along his smooth skin. At this time, Robin had already begun to close his eyes and gave up resisting. Some things had already reached this point. He had already accepted him in his heart, so why did he still do these extra things? For a time, the spring in the room was full, and a somewhat screaming scream sounded. There was one less girl and one more woman in the world. Hey, writing these aspects now is really not suitable for me. I have found Du Niyang for a long time. This chapter takes half the time than usual. This is really impossible to write. More than 10,000 words are omitted here. I don't know how long time has passed. Lin Tian and Robin, the masters, have long forgotten the existence of time. After a fierce exercise, Robin was no longer as shy as he was before, lying calmly in Lin Tian's arms, with his fingers lightly circled on Lin Tian's chest. A faint crimson color was revealed on his face. Robin has changed a lot after experiencing the transformation of a girl into a woman. He is not as elegant as usual, showing the attitude of a little woman. And Lin Tian, after experiencing just now, his face was full of contentment. As a single dog in his past and present life, adding up to several decades, he broke away from the title of a virgin and still had a peerless beauty in his arms. Stopping the circled hands, Robin put his fingers together and asked softly, Lin Tian, where we stayed before. Hearing this, Lin Tian's face changed, revealing the color of thinking, not knowing whether to talk to Robin, but after a long time, Lin Tian asked back, it seems that you should also remember that there should have been a whole life in your mind again. Yeah, Robin nodded. I thought it was just a fantasy, but that feeling is not like a fantasy at all. That feeling is like personal experience, not like an illusion. Holding the person in his arms, Lin Tian thought, I am the same, that is not an illusion. What we have experienced before is the passage of time and space. There is a flow of time in it. We have all experienced it again since childhood. As he said, the person in his arms suddenly lost his voice and fell silent. When he looked down, he saw Robin, who was listening, lost in thought for some reason. Hey, Robin, what are you thinking? Lin Tian shook his hand gently in front of him, and Lin Tian whispered. Oh, Robin reacted suddenly, with a hint of panic in his expression. It's okay, just remembered something. Looking at the look on Robin's face, Lin Tian's heart flashed a little doubt, always feeling that something was wrong with this woman just now. At this time, Robin suddenly asked, Lin Tian, you said that it was a time-space channel before, so if we were traveling in time and space just now, we can see the past, but not the future. Hearing Robin's question, Lin Tian held his chin on his face and showed a thoughtful look. After thinking about it, what Robin said just now really reminded himself. However, why did Robin suddenly ask about this thing? He glanced at Robin, who was thinking, and Lin Tian stroked his arm with a generous palm. He replied, "What do you want this thing to do? Time and space is the existence of legends. It is not something we can touch, and the future is uncertain." Nodding lightly, Robin withdrew his thoughts, looked at some worry around him and asked, "Just come out from there. Where are we now?" Scanning the surrounding environment, Lin Tian also sat up slowly. His face was calm. Since he could come out, Lin Tian was sure he was still in this time and space, but he was afraid that when he came out, he experienced spatial movement and did not know where he was going. Looking at the people lying underneath, being stared at by Lin Tian so much, even if his body had been seen by him before, Robin still felt ashamed. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian smiled faintly. "Well, we have stayed for a long time. We are ready to leave here. First find 2 clothes to wear." Bang! Only after putting on clothes This room was actually locked from the outside, and under the influence of the domineering look, there was no living creature hundreds of meters away. Chick opened the locked door from the outside, but the huge force directly caused the entire room to collapse. Lin Tian hugged Robin next to him and rushed out of the collapsed house. "Where is this place?" "I think we should have reached an incredible place," Robin said. "In the eyes, there are countless, all kinds of shipwrecks of this kind, drifting in this sea area. There are transport ships, huge passenger ships, and luxurious private ships, but the most are the pirate ships, and many pirates can be seen clearly. The flag is still hanging on the main mast. The sky is covered by thick clouds, and golden lights are floating in the ruins below. That is the wealth that is piled up into hills, just like this. The graves of the sea are full of gold and silver treasures. It seems that we haven't left much, but we have entered inside the other end of the rainbow-colored smoke." To be continued. "Assholes, you casters, smoke, hand over my buddies." The Merly rushed out of the tunnel and finally entered the rainbow-colored smoke. Hunter? The endless shipwreck was floating on the sea, but Luffy didn't care about it now. The disappearance of Lin Tian and Robin made his heart very anxious and shouted at the smoke behind. "Rubber." Luffy stretched his hand to hold on to the railing in front of him. When he stretched out his body, he was about to enter the smoke again, but was pulled by Usopp on the side. Reminded, "Idiot Luffy, you are a devil fruit-capable person. If you really go back and fall into the sea, let alone save Lin Tian and Robin, it will be difficult for you to protect yourself." Usopp made sense, and Luffy couldn't help but stop his movements. "However, Lin Tian and Robin are missing. I will save them and bring them out." "Don't think about it. It is impossible to save them, but as long as you enter the graveyard of the sea, there is no way to get out. We can only stay here forever." "What?" Usopp looked horrified and approached the old man Hanzo. "Old man, you are sure you are not lying to us?" Pointing to the front, the looming ship, in the faint smoke, the old man Hanzo calmly said, "Look, those floating shipwrecks, they all entered here by accident, but they can never get out. They can only die in a lifetime. Among them, until the final death." "Ah, you old man." Now that he knows this, he brought us inches. "Now we are going to die, and we will always be trapped inside." Luffy turned his head and smiled faintly. "I don't believe it, as long as I try to know. Rubber." At this moment, during the conversation between the three of them, the clouds and mist rolled over, followed by beams of light blue light shining on this space. In this lonely and dark space, it seemed to attract a ray of hope. In this strange scene, how did Luffy and the others below not notice? They quickly looked up, and saw the thick clouds and fog above them begin to roll, and wisps of light blue light passed through the smoke and fell into the sky. Seeing the exceptionally beautiful scene above, the three below were briefly shocked. Usopp asked blankly, "Hey, Grandpa, you know what it is above? There is hidden in the smoke." "How do I know?" Can clearly sense the trembling in his tone. "This is the first time I have entered this legendary place. How will I know what will be born?" The blue light appeared suddenly and disappeared suddenly. After a few seconds, there was no trace of the blue light in the smoke, as if there was no world. At this moment, a bright light pierced through the clouds and struck towards them early. Everyone felt a flash of light in front of them, and they reacted, already approaching. In Usopp's horrified gaze, the light came toward him and then passed through. At this time, in this legendary forbidden area of the sea, Lin Tian and Robin were rowing a small boat with many wooden boxes on it and driving on this lonely sea. Swiping the oars in his hands, Robin kept his eyes on the surroundings, but apart from the endless smoke and the various ships everywhere, there was no living creature. Withdrawing his gaze, Robin said, "Lin Tian, how do you feel? Where exactly is the forbidden area of the sea? Netzer exists, as if it is like reaching another world, a desolate world without all vitality. It's not like, but it's true." With Robin's puzzled gaze, Lin Tian slowly explained, "This is a different space, formed due to some unknown reason, and the power to maintain this place mainly depends on space and time. 2. It is not an exaggeration to call the world." Hearing this, the wise Robin suddenly woke up. "No wonder your previous wrong reaction was because of the special customs here, including the previous time and space channels." "Yeah," Lin Tian nodded with a wry smile. He had never entered any alien space before. He almost died here this time. Although he was in a coma, he didn't know what was born, but he finally escaped. In fact, Lin Tian didn't know that he was lucky this time. Compared with the outside world, the time in this different space was chaotic, and there was also a turbulent flow of time and space here. Because this is an unstable space, it is difficult to carry the turbulent flow of time and space, and the power of enough space in its body coincides with the opening of the passage of time and space. Lin Tian, who entered the passage of time and space, had undergone the transformation of time and space power invisibly during the transition of time, but he had just adapted to the violent void power in his body. Although he was only adapting, he had already taken the first step. By the way, Lin Tian, there is still such a powerful force in your body, but it is not controlled by yourself. It is not like a time bomb. Robin's tone revealed deep concern. "That's right." Lin Tian's tone began to heavier, "but if you want to get strong power, how can you not pay a little price? These are all worthwhile. However, don't let everyone talk about this matter, especially Nami." After speaking, Lin Tian reminded Robin that he was afraid that everyone would know about this matter and cause unnecessary worry. Bang! Hammering Lin Tian's chest lightly, Robin leaned his entire body in his arms. "You big pervert, that's not good, too lustful, and provoked so many women." Hearing this, Lin Tian touched his head and smiled embarrassedly. At this time, two screams suddenly came from behind, alarming the two gentlemen, and hurriedly looked back towards the back. I saw that boy Luffy, holding a child, flew over in a straight line from behind, and drew a white line on the horizon. Seeing Robin and Lin Tian sitting on the boat in front of them, hugging each other tightly, Luffy smiled happily on his face. How could he be upset when his partner was lost? Yelled, "Hi, Lin Tian and Robin, it is great that you are all alive." Seeing Luffy behind, Lin Tian didn't have much joy on his face, shook his head and looked helpless. This kid, no matter where he goes, he will cause a lot of trouble. Facing the flying Luffy, Lin Tian slowly stretched out one hand, blocking it in front of him, grabbing his right hand, and gently pinching it towards the void. The next moment, Luffy, who flew in anxiously with the child, stopped immediately, suspended in midair, unable to move. With a light move, with his right hand, in the shocked gaze of Luffy and the child, the two floated towards the boat Lin Tian was riding in, and fell off. Turning to his feet, Luffy held his hat and said excitedly, "Oh, that's great, Lin Tian. Your strength has recovered, you can do this again." Nodding lightly, Lin Tian simply replied, "Well, there are opportunities, but I just replied a little bit, but it's dispensable, and there is not much change." As soon as the conversation turned, Lin Tian stared at the kid next to him and asked incomprehensively, "However, Luffy, should you explain what we have given birth in this short time since we left? The balance of Netzer has been broken. I don't know what will happen to such a big explosion." Hanzo looked at the changes in the surrounding space in a panic, his face full of horror. Broken, Lin Tian said calmly, the collapse of time and space has long caused this space to fall into a state of disintegration. Have you seen it? Not long after you entered, the time here has been synchronized with the outside world. Supporting his chin, Usopp thought, yes, if the ratio of the previous day is increasing, even if we only stayed here for more than 10 minutes, the outside world should have passed a few days. That said, if this place is destroyed, not all of us inside will die. Nami covered her head with her hands, her face filled with fear. Looking up at the sky full of dense fog, a series of black cracks appeared. Now the space has collapsed. Such a large space is shattered, and the space turbulence formed. We are all dead in it. Tilting his head, Luffy listened to Lin Tian's explanation with a confused expression. Space, time, space turbulence. What are these things? Dang, Soren knocked casters, Luffy's head and said helplessly, idiot, why do you need to know so many things? If we can't escape, we will die here. Oh. Ah, we are going to die here, we are going to die. No matter aside, with a simple Luffy head, Robin turned his head and asked, by the way, Lin Tian, since you know this, is there any way to get out? He shook his head. No, the space here is too messy, and there is no way to contact the outside. There is no space coordinate, and we don't know where it was sent by then. Does it mean that if we can contact the outside, we can determine the direction of departure? www.talma.com. Is not the direction, and now many places are beginning to collapse. Perhaps in some places, the channel to the outside has been established. Well, does the sunshine count? Nami stretched out her finger and pointed at the sunset that suddenly appeared behind everyone. Slowly in the evening, the setting sun began to fall to the surface of the sea, and the fiery red sun sprinkled on the boundless sea, as if covered with a layer of sparkling veil. Under the shining sun, the Merly rushed out of the different space and rushed to the sea below. At this time, Lin Tian understood that the anomaly in the surrounding waters was because the different space actually existed in the sea below. As for why Leo B stopped studying in this way, I am afraid it is also because of the unusual flow of time in this different space. If the world government can change the future and the past in some ways through this magical space and change the direction of the world, then it will be the greatest disaster. The future and the past are two intangible taboos. To be continued. Sitting on the sheep's head, Luffy still missed yesterday's adventure very much. That Foggy is very interesting. Hunting? Oh, I'm really surprised. What is it called? The pirate's graveyard, Nami said with a blank face. So many babies, who had spent a lot of energy, did not get one, knowing that today is still very heartbroken. Chopper asked curiously, Luffy, is it really that interesting in there? That was, Luffy waved his hands and explained with a smile, it's very interesting inside. You fly out from the front, you can come out from the back, and there are many pirate ships inside. Hearing the conversation between the two, Lin Tian smiled heartily. It was a good place. He seized the opportunity and ate Robin directly. Turning his head, glanced, showing a shy person on his face, Lin Tian naturally stretched out his hand to embrace his delicate waist and hugged it in his arms. Robin just struggled lightly, without any extra movements, relaxing his body and lying in Lin Tian's arms. Of course, Lin Tian was not a person who favored one another. At the same time, with the other hand, he hugged Nami who was sulking on the side. But Nami was sulking, how could she be so easily hugged by Lin Tian, and struggled very hard, but on Lin Tian's powerful arm, Nami's resistance was of no use. Being hugged tightly by Lin Tian, especially when Robin watched the two people struggling, leaning in Lin Tian's arms, covering her mouth and laughing, made Nami very embarrassed. The movement in the hand could not help but slowly stopped. The two leaned together like this and were hugged by Lin Tian. Compared to Robin, who had become a woman, Nami was still very shy as a girl. Hey, this kind of freedom and life, accompanied by beautiful women, is what I have been looking forward to, Lin Tian thought proudly in his heart. At this moment, the sky fell down, and small black spots attracted everyone's attention. Sanji raised his head slightly and said, "Is it raining?" Lin Tian quickly stretched out his hand, grabbed it, and placed it in front of him. It turned out that there were some sawdust, gently twisted. The sawdust in his hand was easily rubbed into powder. Seeing this scene, Robin's face was puzzled and he looked up and said, "What's the matter? How can sawdust fall from the sky?" Faced with the sawdust falling from the sky, everyone couldn't help but look up. The next moment, everyone looked shocked and stared at everything above. Their mouths opened wide and could not be closed for a long time. I saw that in the sky, countless black objects fell from the high school, and at the top, it was a huge ship dozens of times larger than the Mary, which fell from the tens of thousands of high schools. Bang! The huge ship fell from the high school and slammed into the sea at an extremely fast speed. The huge ship came in close contact with the sea like a meteorite. The incomparable impact burst out at that moment, and in an instant, the sea rolled over, and waves more than 10 meters high rose up and dispersed towards the surroundings. Just like a stone falling into the water, arousing a circle of wavy ripples, and at this time, the Merly, like the fallen leaves that just fell on the water, has the fate of tipping at any time. Grasping the violently shaking Merly, Soren shouted, "Be careful, hold on." Holding Lin Tian's body, Nami looked at the falling ship, not far away, and she burst into tears. What is going on? 10 round flowers bloom. The pillar, constructed by 10 arms, is supported on Lin Tian's back. Both of them are in Lin Tian's arms now, as long as they support Lin Tian. Usopp, who fell on the deck, had not fully reacted to the scene just now, and shouted, "Dream, this must be a dream." Sitting cross-legged on the deck, with his hands folded, Usopp closed his eyes, as if he was an expert. At this chaotic moment, you must calm down, and close your eyes. Everything in front of you is illusory. Calm morning. What? Skeleton. The calm sea, the noise of the sea, caused by the ship falling from the sky just now, also began to stop at that time. Everyone looked at the huge ship in front of them, except that they were puzzled. At this time, the record pointer in Nami's hand also began to change, but the direction that the pointer pointed to the sky with nothing. Nami couldn't believe it and said, "Is the record pointer broken? How can I keep pointing at it?" Thinking of something, Robin explained, "It's not broken, it's the island with a strong attraction that changed the direction of the pointer. The pointer pointed to the top, and the magnetic force was taken away by the island." Sky Island? What is it? Nami looked puzzled. "Is the island floating?" Luffy asked excitedly. "Did the skull and the ship fall from above together?" Usopp hugged Chopper tightly, trembling under the terror of the skull. Lin Tian explained, "The empty island, as its name suggests, is an island suspended in the sky. As islands, they are also on the ocean, but the ocean is composed of a special cloud that can carry the entire island." Wait. What? There are oceans in the sky, incredible clouds. Luffy came up, his eyes flashed. "Big adventure, that is a big adventure. I'm going to the island in the sky. I'm going, brothers out." Stupid, helplessly, Luffy thinking about things without going through the brain. Think about it. Let's not say whether the island really exists. How can the ship fly to the sky? Soren wrapped his arms around his chest and asked Lin Tian with an expression of interest, "Hey, Lin Tian. You know so much detail, have you been to that place?" "Yeah," Lin Tian replied softly. "Back then, I chased a pirate from the Sky Island, but he finally ran away, chased him to the Sky Island, and finally caught him." Sanji dropped his chin and said in thought, "So, the Sky Island is real, but how can the ship rush to the Sky Island, Lin Tian? How did you get up?" Pointing to the sky, Lin Tian said calmly, "I flew directly up." Metamorphosis. The huge tortoise that suddenly appeared on the sea was like a huge island, quietly suspended on the sea, and Luffy and others who went to the sea were now being bitten into the turtle's mouth. Yuza pointed at Nami and said accusingly, "It's all because of you. You told them to go down the bottom of the Great Sea route. There is no way to be sure what is below, but you forced them to go down." "Yes," Nami replied silently, looking at the huge tortoise in front of her, and after a while they bowed to her death. Luffy with a serious face, "Sorry." Usopp was on the side, his heart broken when he heard it, and he covered his tearful eyes. "You are dead wrong. Okay, you two should stop selling treasures. Now the most important thing is to rescue those three fools." Lin Tian took a few steps forward, holding his backhand behind the wind. Obviously he was going to make a move. A cold light flashed, and a wave of sword energy of tens of meters burst from the tip of the sword. The sharp sword aura pierced the calm sea surface and stirred up two waves of tens of meters high, as if to cut the sea in two. Half. Bang bang! With a powerful slash, the mighty slash was on the back of the giant tortoise, and a crisp sound rang, and within a short time, a crack of hundreds of meters appeared on the back of the giant ghost. But for a crack of hundreds of meters in size, for a tortoise comparable to a small island, and still the hardest back, Lin Tian's slash did not even break the basic defense of the tortoise. Although the injury was not serious, Lin Tian's shot directly angered the tortoise, and the huge body began to move. The air pipe that had fallen into the sea slowly rose up, and moved the Merly toward its position. "Lin Tian, you hurry up, aren't you very strong? Hurry up and solve this turtle," Usopp yelled, hiding behind the mast. At this time, Nami suddenly raised her hand and ordered, "Cut off the air pipe to ensure our safety." Suddenly, the sky, which was bright and cloudless, suddenly became dark, as if entering the dark night, and the surrounding area was so dark. "Hey, what's going on? Night is coming." Usopp looked up at the dark sky, puzzled. In this weird situation, Lin Tian also stopped the next action. "No, according to the time, it hasn't even arrived at noon now. How could it be night? There must be something huge that has blocked the entire sea area. How is it possible?" Nami couldn't believe it, and retorted, "If you want to block the entire sea area, how big an object must be? How could it exist?" Suddenly, an object flew out of the sea. It was Luffy, who was wrapped in a bag. Nami rushed over, squatted down and stretched out her right hand. In the horrified eyes of everyone, quickly and accurately slapped Luffy's face. "Luffy, wake up. Are you okay? Wake up quickly if you are okay." "It's okay, I'll be hit by you like this," Usopp grumbled as he stared at the scene. At this time, Sanji and Soren also crawled out of the sea, each carrying a large bag of things, breathing heavily in their mouths, and said anxiously, "Hurry up and leave this place. That guy is very dangerous." Reluctantly glanced at these messy guys, leaving the chasing wind behind them. As long as these people were okay, and before they took a step, they sensed another creature flying out of the sea. Lin Tian slid backwards, stepped lightly on one foot, and rose into the air. Accurately grasped the guy coming out of the sea, banged, and fell heavily on the deck. Looking at the ape-man-like guy in his hand, Lin Tian asked puzzledly, "Who is this guy? Is it a sea monster?" "Ah, it's you," Luffy replied in unison. At this time, a group of pirates on the side of the ship heard an unusual shout, leading danger. Looking up, they saw Luffy and the others. Looking behind them, their faces were full of shock. They were all stunned, and their eyes were motionless. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Lin Tian turned around and looked behind. The next moment, Lin Tian was also shocked, deeply shocked. How can it be? I saw that on the distant sea. Wudeo could not describe the huge black shadow in words. To make a comparison, the huge tortoise beside him did not even have a thick ankle. This is a creature that is dozens of times larger than a giant, standing on the sea, holding up the spear in his hand and stabbing towards them. To be continued. On the calm sea, but for the merely sailing on it, there has always been noise. Hunting. Text. The gentle sunshine and comfortable sea breeze blew from the sea with a breath of seawater. Lying on the deck, Lin Tian pillowed on Robin's slender thigh. This kind of life is really like a god, carefree, and there is no other thing to guess. I am envious of others if it can be like this forever. Gently brushing over the show, being blown by the sea in order to make Lin Tian more comfortable, Robin stretched his legs directly on the deck, gently flipping the hooks in his hands, a noble and elegant temperament. It's a pity that there are casters like Luffy making noise. Lin Tian slept for a long time and did not fall asleep. He sat up, looked at the noisy people, and said very upset, "Hey, can you guys be quiet? I'm bored. Do you want me to find you something to do?" The noisy people were suddenly shocked and hurriedly covered their mouths with their hands, especially Usopp on the observation deck, squatting down directly. Chopper ran over and pointed to the seagulls who appeared on the deck at some unknown time and said, "Lin Tian, they don't believe me." These seagulls were obviously hit and fell. Hit. Lin Tian couldn't help but whisper in his mouth, stood up, and walked toward the seagulls that had died long ago. Nami smiled and said, "Chopper, I said it was impossible. There is not even a ship, or even an object, on this side. How could a bullet hit these seagulls?" "Usopp, you said yes." "No. But they have bullets." Chopper used tweezers, holding a bullet still, stained with blood, defending. From the perspective of where they fell, someone shot from the front. Ha! Usopp above, holding a telescope and laughing. "If that's the case, you have to have such good eyesight. What kind of gun sniper, and where might he be caught?" "Hit. Just fall from here." "No. It's really possible to be hit by someone." Lin Tian, who was checking, stood up and said calmly. Hearing Lin Tian agreed with him, Kaiosha immediately shouted happily, "I am right. Lin Tian also agrees with me." "Hey, Lin Tian. Did you read it wrong? How could you hit a seagull from an invisible island?" Nami said aloud, with a look of disbelief. Usopp held the same mentality. To hit a seagull at such a distance, there are too many uncertain factors. How can it be done? As a sniper, no one knows better than himself what Lin Tian said is possible, how difficult it is to implement, and how could such a sniper exist. Shaking his head, Lin Tian raised his head and stared at Usopp above. "No, among the people I know, there is a person with sniper technique that can do this, or even pass." For some unknown reason, when Lin Tian stared at him like this, Usopp began to panic in his heart. Not only did he sweat cold on his head, but also swallowed the saliva from his mouth. "That's amazing," Chopper asked curiously. "Lin Tian, who is this person?" Pointing to Usopp above, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. "This person is Usopp's father." Phew! As soon as the words came out, the Merly fell silent for a moment, and everyone could not help being deeply shocked by the news. Even Robin, on the edge, shifted his eyes from the hook to Usopp. Being stared at like this, Usopp retreated physically instinctively, always feeling insecure. Closing the hooks, Robin's voice broke the immersion on the deck. Unexpectedly, Usopp was actually the son of the famous Red Pirates, the sniper in the second half of the shock. "Your father, but a great sea pirate who is famous for his great voyages. He can be said to be the world's top gunman by virtue of his high spear skills." Kaiosha immediately raised his head and shouted excitedly, "Usopp, I didn't expect your father to be so powerful. It's so strong." Smoking a cigarette in his mouth, Sanji looked surprised. Unexpectedly, Usopp is usually a coward, but his father is such a powerful man. The world's top spearmanship. It seems that behind this great route is the stage for the real powerhouse, Sora said with a strong sense of war while holding the Hideo text in his hand tightly. Usopp's father is such a powerful master. If Lin Tian suddenly said it, everyone might not know. How good is the marksmanship of Father Usopp? Even Lin Tian praised him so much. Everyone was very curious. "Usopp, do you know how your father's marksmanship was?" Yusuke shook his head and said in a somewhat decadent tone, I don't know. My father has been out to sea since I was very young. I know this, Luffy, who was carrying 2 seagulls, interrupted and said, Father Yusuke, but he can hit an ant from 100 feet away. Sigh. Suddenly, a sound of inhaling air conditioning sounded at 100 feet, not to mention hitting an ant. It is a problem even to see clearly. Ordinary people can see an ant within 10 feet and have good vision. However, why do you know so much? Sanji asked puzzledly beside him. Because, more than 10 years ago, I saw his father. Climb. Not early. Just below, when everyone was discussing how strong Yusuke's father was, Yusuke abnormally didn't join in, standing quietly on the observation platform, looking into the distance. Are you thinking, what kind of person is your father? The sudden sound interrupted Yusuke's thinking. He turned around and saw that Lin Tian also came up at some point. Nodded. Yusuke turned around and said in a complicated tone, well, I haven't seen him for many years. I can't even remember his appearance, and I don't know what will happen if I meet one day. Patting Yusuke on the shoulder, Lin Tian calmly said, your father is a real man. In fact, in his heart, he is very sad about leaving your mother and son, but the dream of One Piece is ahead. Wiping away the tears that were about to fall in his eyes, Yusuke raised his hand. My mother and I have never blamed him for this matter. Chasing dreams is what a man should do. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled softly behind him, turned the conversation, and changed the subject. Usopp, if you are against that sniper, are you sure? After thinking about it, Yusuke shook his head and said in a decadent tone, if it is true, that sniper is much better than me. If he is against him, I may be beaten directly. Before the voice fell completely, Lin Tian had already patted Yusuke's head severely and cursed, idiot, you didn't even see the other party, you just said you can't do it here. He raised his head and looked at Lin Tian leaning on the side, his eyes looking at the distant sea. You know why? When Luffy and the others fight, they never care about what their opponents are, and don't care about what happens if they lose. Why? Because www.com, if you think so much, you don't even have the courage to face your opponents, and you are still talking about battles, and you have lost before you start. Courage. Yusuke lowered his head, muttered in a low voice, and fell into deep thought. Turning around, Lin Tian stopped, and said to Yusuke, don't underestimate your position on the ship. As a sniper, you are a surprise soldier. You don't need to appear every time. But when you appear, it is often a critical moment. The sniper is an assassin in the dark, and often strikes a fatal blow to the enemy at the most critical moment. Yusuke was shocked, his hands clasped tightly, obviously very excited in his heart. Lin Tian. How do you know this? I never said. Don't underestimate yourself, and don't underestimate your importance. When you reach, or even exceed your father, then you can deter enemies several kilometers away with just one stop. Lin Tian smiled faintly and leaped down from the observation deck. Kaya Island was about to arrive. To be continued. Kaya Island. Before boarding this island, you can feel that something is wrong. The pirate, who has always only been able to hide his identity, is so upright here. Hunting text. Looking at the two guys, Soren and Luffy, heading towards the city, Nami was worried. If these two guys are not paying attention, they will get into big trouble again. These two guys, it's impossible not to cause trouble. When the voice fell, Nami was still worried and decided to follow them and take care of it. Turning over and leaping down, Nami ran towards the two of them, turned around and shouted to the person on the boat, Hey, Lin Tian. I will follow those two guys first, the Merly, it's up to you. What? Miss Nami, go. I want to go too. I just want to prepare some ingredients. Sanji walked forward, said, got up and jumped down. But before Sanji jumped down, he was hugged by Usopp and Chopper. You can't go. If you go, then we're done. If the ship The ship suffers attack, what shall we do? I see, pushing the two away, Sanji looked helpless, isn't there still Lin Tian on it? However, it is also good to sit here and drink black tea, with Robin saying. Xuanjiang braved the red heart of Sanji, crossed his body with a smile, and looked towards the deck below, but there was no one person, Lin Tian and Robin were gone. Ah, I want to be with you two bastards, Nami sang, Robin sang, wait for me. On the noisy street, most of the sides are weapon spots and bars. Compared with lifestyle shops, there are only a few in the entire city, and there are not many visitors. Most of the hawkers on both sides are pirates, with various legendary treasures on display. Like people from the past who sell them, in Lin Tian's opinion, they are just some crafts. Holding Lin Tian's arm, the two walked together. They were a young couple in love. They glanced around and said calmly, it seems that this place should not be an ordinary city, it belongs to the category of a sin city. Most of the cities in the Great Sea Route belong to a certain country or a large power. These cities are under the jurisdiction of the world government. Of course, there are world government personnel stationed to be responsible for management or security. Of course, there are some cities that were established through some complicated reasons, separated from the world government, and do not belong to any party power. There are no rules here, only the natural law of the weak. Similarly, the strength of it is also very complicated, and all kinds of personnel are full of crimes everywhere. After a little bit, Lin Tian said, well, the situation in this place is very complicated. It is not necessary. We still act in a low-key manner. After investigating the relevant news, we can leave. For Lin Tian's words, Robin didn't have any disagreements. In this case, let's go to those places where the news spreads more widely. Sweeping to the side, a very large R appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. Just choose here, let's go in and take a look. Okay. No matter where you are, as long as people gather and the news spreads best, you must count the places where there are more crowds. Among them, the bar is the most suitable. There are people from various places who gather together. Although chaotic, but Inquire News is the best choice. Just stepping forward, walking towards the bar, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side and ran into Lin Tian. Robin and others in a panic. Lin Tian's face changed slightly, he hugged Robin's body, slipped, and avoided the sudden impact of the silhouette. At the same time, his left hand suddenly stretched out, grabbed the figure he missed, pinched his neck, and slammed it to the ground. With an alarm, the earth shattered under the power of Lin Tian's horror, densely packed like a spider web. Light cracks appeared on the ground. Lin Tian, seeing this sudden scene, a trace of puzzlement flashed in Robin's eyes. With a bang, Lin Tian grabbed the figure and threw it to the ground again. The big hole on the ground became a bit deeper again, and a faint smoke rose. The people on this street, all under this scene, were dumbfounded, their mouths grew too long to close, and they hurriedly stepped aside a huge open space, secretly saying in their hearts, where the fierce man came from. A dagger glowing with cold light fell out of the sleeve of the man's shirt. Robin, who was puzzled by the sight, saw this scene and suddenly realized it. It turned out that this man didn't accidentally bump into himself, but deliberately planned it. There is a dagger hidden in his sleeve, and the meaning of it can be imagined. Let's say, who are you? Are you a killer sent by someone deliberately? Tell me the master behind the scenes, pressing the man against the ground with one hand, he asked. The purpose of this man who broke out suddenly was very obvious. He didn't hesitate, the dagger hidden in his hand. The goal, from the beginning, was to run towards Robin. Shot is killing people, not having a deep hatred with Robin, or Robin's enemy, the killer invited. Ah, boy, you dare to move me. If our captain knew, you would be dead. He opened his mouth and spit out blood from his mouth. Instead of begging for mercy, the man threatened Lin Tian viciously. In just 2 strokes, the man was basically destroyed by Lin Tian. There were no injuries on the surface, and all his muscles and bones were destroyed secretly. Even if Lin Tian let go, this man couldn't even get up. On the side, among the crowd watching the theater, whispered, where is this fierce man who dares to do something at that group of people? I will be unlucky in the future. Yes, their captain is a big pirate who is offering a reward of 55 million daily. The whole Gaia has found someone taller than him. Usually they can dominate here. Only they bully others. When are they slapped like this? Over. This is not necessarily true. Looking at these two people, the aura is not simple, especially the simple shot just now. I am afraid it is also some very powerful stuff, and it may be the strong one who passed by. No matter what, there will be a good show later. That group is arrogant. Someone really solves them. It's not bad. Hearing those conversations on the side, Lin Tian looked at the man in his hand who had been destroyed by himself, and his heart flashed in confusion. Hearing from them, this man belonged to a group of powerful pirate boats here. However, in the eyes of this person before, what revealed excitement and brutality, how could it be possible to meet Robin Pingshu? There must be hidden feelings in it. Turning his head, he asked Robin who came by, "Robin, do you know this man?" Taking a closer look, Robin shook his head. "I don't know. In my memory, I have never seen this man." To be honest, Robin also felt strange in his heart. Why suddenly someone wanted to kill himself, and it was still in such a place? How could it be possible? Bang! Turning his head, Lin Tian raised the man's head and continued to smash it hard toward the ground with a slight murderous tone, and asked, "Say, who are you? Don't force me to kill you." After 3 consecutive, close contacts with the ground, the man felt pain from all over his body, especially his face, which was covered with scars, caused by friction. The whole face was covered with blood and mud. In that way, others were shocked just looking at it, and this face was ruined. Even if the mother came, they would not recognize it. The murderous intent from above his head shocked the man. With such a strong murderous intent, how many people would have to be killed in order to achieve this? It was stronger than his own captain. Hastily shouted, "Wait, I say. Say." Lin Tian loosened his hand slightly, only spit out one word from his mouth. However, some people are so cheap that they will not cry without seeing the coffin. At this point, they have not forgotten to threaten Lin Tian. "Deo, I tell you, our captain is the strongest here. Now is your last chance. Let me go. You can put it away." Without saying much, for this kind of person, Lin Tian has only one way to fight evil: with his left hand, turning his left hand into a hand blade, cutting it towards his right arm, and breaking your arm first. At this moment, the underground man began to change. Read www. Kanshu instantly flushed his face. His whole body was hot. Even Lin Tian felt hot on the palm of his hand, and there was a faint white breath. There was a roar like a beast from his mouth, and his entire face began to be distorted. Even Lin Tian felt sick when he looked at it. This weird change caused Lin Tian to stop the movement in his hand and quickly hug Robin, who was surprised and leaped back, because just now there was a lot of energy that had to come from the man's body. Burst out. Bang! An explosion sounded. Your man crawling in the underground pit exploded. A piece of flesh and blood mixed with bones and internal organs, facing in all directions. In the crowd of onlookers, after being surprised, they ran away hurriedly. No one wanted to be hit by the flying intestines, kidneys. That disgusting thing in the sky. Turning around, Lin Tian felt that the blood-red thing flying all over the sky was about to vomit out, and he quickly covered the eyes of Robin, who was about to turn back and look behind him. "Fuck, the human bombs are coming out. Is there any uncle?" To be continued. On the street, both of them were in a bad mood about the explosion just now. Hunting text. After shopping well, a man suddenly appeared. The target was still Robin. He didn't keep his hands at all, holding a murderous heart. The last explosion made everything disappear. Thinking of a human flesh bomb, Lin Tian couldn't help spoofing in his heart. It felt like a terrorist attack or a suicide terrorist attack. I wonder if there is an uncle. Looking at Robin, who was meditating beside him, Lin Tian said, "Robin, are you still thinking about what happened just now?" Yeah, nodded slightly, Robin said with a heavy face. It seems that many people already know the news that I am in this pirate group. Back then, in order to survive, I searched for the secrets of a historical text. I didn't know how many organizations I joined, and at the same time, I didn't know how many people were offended. Now some people know the news and can't bear it. Before he finished speaking, Robin stopped. Lin Tian grabbed his cold little hand. The warmth from the palm of his hand made Robin's nervous heart relax. He let go of his palms and opened his 5 fingers slightly. The palms of the two were tightly clasped together. When he noticed the movement, Lin Tian showed a faint smile on his face. Lin Tian said, "Did you forget what I said to you earlier? Even if you are facing the world in front of you, I will help you to file, let alone those who dare not take the stage. This time, I will ask someone to investigate who the attacker is. At that time, I will let those secretly hiding know that if I want to move you, I must first consider whether I can bear my anger." Speaking of this, Lin Tian couldn't bear the anger in his heart. With a faint murderous in his eyes, his woman was attacked. As a man, this was unbearable. Seeing Lin Tian's anger, Robin couldn't help holding Lin Tian's big hand tightly and said softly, "The man just now is not necessarily a killer. I haven't heard those people say that this man belongs to a pirate group here. Perhaps it's just a desperado who wants to see money, maybe, but those people said that he ate an apple so it exploded and he was only the third, which is really strange." Speaking of this, Robin is very curious about what those people are talking about when he is leaving now. An apple can actually make people explode. It sounds like a ridiculous talk. Lin Tian has seen a lot of this strange thing and can eat grass. Lin Tian has seen it, let alone this, not much surprised. The two strolled on the street, scanning the various objects on the side. No matter how noble and elegant Robin is, most girls are the same when they go shopping. Just look at it. After strolling down this street, the bag in his hand only increased by 1 or 2, but Lin Tian, who had good physical strength, followed helplessly behind him. Lin Tian hated shopping or something. With Lin Tian by his side, Robin was very interested and went shopping peacefully, but for the first time, looking at the dazzling array of products beside him, besides choosing for himself, he was actually choosing something for Lin Tian. Suddenly, a nice piece of clothing appeared in front of him, very suitable for Lin Tian. He was about to walk over and take a closer look, but suddenly he was grabbed by Lin Tian's shoulders behind him and looked up, only to see Lin Tian staring straight ahead. Following Lin Tian's gaze and looking forward, he saw a tall white horse in the crowd, with an old man covered in a gray fur coat, motionless, as if he was about to die. As he walked, the white horse suddenly softened his legs and knelt on the ground, with his head pressed against the ground, feeling dying. Seeing Lin Tian staring at this person, Robin's eyes flashed in confusion, and he secretly became vigilant, and asked in a low voice, "Lin Tian, who is this person? Is this person strong?" Retracting his gaze, Lin Tian explained, "Daegu, a scum, is also a doctor, but he uses poison, which is much higher than his medical skills. People who die on his poison, for no reason, are unknown." Hearing that, Robin nodded lightly, his eyes moved, and suddenly he saw the basket on the horse. His eyes tightened, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The basket was full of red apples. It was a basket of red apples. I couldn't help but think of the red apples that would explode before eating, and I immediately became vigilant. Lin Tian also saw the red apple. It seemed that the strange guy in those people's mouths was him, but he did not know why he would actually see it here. I don't know if it was enough to rest. The sick horse started to stand up while lying on its back. Daegu, who was called the scum by Lin Tian, also raised his head. With a glance, Lin Tian and Robin, who stood in front of him and stared at him, immediately appeared. When he saw Lin Tian's appearance, the sickly look on his face disappeared instantly, and a deep shock appeared. The color. Navy trader Lin Tian. Why is he here? Lin Tian's name shocked the great sea route. The stronger the person, the more terrible the naval genius of the past can be understood. That reputation was made with the blood of countless people like him. Duo Yu never thought that he would be here and encounter such a legendary character. For a while, he didn't know how to do it, but Lin Tian took Robin and walked towards him. Seeing Lin Tian walked in front of him, he was still regaining his spirit for a long time, and he seemed to be dying at any time, so he let out a cry of pain and lay on his horseback. Take the initiative to say hello. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter the famous Lieutenant General Lin Tian here. Why? Is Lin Tian going to take me back? The faint smile was like an old friend's words, but there was irony hidden in it, as if he hadn't put Lin Tian in his eyes at all, provoking nakedly. Lin Tian, who walked forward, didn't change much. He had heard such words a long time ago, but frowned slightly and warned, keep your little actions away. If I want to kill you, it's not like this. Came here leisurely. Hearing Lin Tian's warning, Duo Yu showed a sinister smile on his face and slowly opened his palm to reveal a small wooden tube which he put into his pocket at will. A squeaky compliment came from his mouth. Lieutenant General Lin Tian does not lose sight of being Lieutenant General Lin Tian. Even if he rebels against the Navy, he is still domineering as always. But I don't know Lieutenant General Lin Tian. Why are you looking for me, a doctor who is about to die at any time? You should feel fortunate that I have rebelled against the Navy, otherwise you are not here to speak now. Lin Tian's calm words revealed extremely strong killing intent. It made Duo Yu's whole body shake and he became vigilant, and now he realized that no matter what, this was the killer who shot at every turn. Seeing him being honest, Lin Tian couldn't help but snorted in his heart. He didn't see the coffin and didn't cry. He had to do it himself to know where he was. At this moment, Duo Yu showed a smile on his face, stood up slightly, picked up the apple in the red basket next to it, and handed it to Lin Tian. Killing God Lin Tian. I was just showing that I met an interesting kid. He ate an apple here and said it was very delicious. I don't know if you want to try it. www.palna.com. Lin Tian took a long look at it. He didn't know what purpose he had in his heart. I'm afraid these are some poisonous apples. But people are considered to be aggressive. The apples have been handed to you, and the words have been said, and they know that it is dangerous, but if they shrink back, it is a matter of dignity as a strong person. In comparison, it will be lower. Oh, isn't it? Without hesitation, Lin Tian reached out his hand and picked up the apples in the basket. Then I want to try, it's delicious. Just when he was about to open his mouth and bite down, Robin grabbed Lin Tian's hand. His face was full of worry and shook his head gently, beckoning Lin Tian not to eat. Hey! Duo Yu suddenly sighed. A few people earlier ate my apples, but they all exploded. Only that kid has nothing to do. I don't know, but Lin Tian. The asterisk of death dare not eat it. Hearing this, Lin Tian showed a disdainful smile, gently tossed the apple in his hand, and said indifferently, I think my luck has always been good, and I think it is the same now. To be continued. Lin Tian's contemptuous words aroused many ancient eagerness, but his own poison is specially configured. Even if it is a strong man, it is impossible to eat it without problems. Hunting. Text. That's it, then I will wait and see. Of course, even if there is a problem, I think I can kill 1 or 2 people with my strength. No matter how old the cold sweat was on his forehead, Lin Tian caught the falling apple, took a bite without hesitation, and chewed slowly. I did not forget the admiration. Well, this apple tastes really good, and it's quite delicious. But Duo Yu was already deeply shocked. Only one of the apples in this basket was non-toxic, but it was eaten by the good luck kid before. But why? He ate it, but he didn't react at all. Is it a carefully configured poison? It's useless to this man. After a few bites, after hiding the apple in his hand, facing the cold man on his forehead, he was so shocked that he had a faint smile on his face. He put his arms around his chest and said with a smile, "It seems that I am really lucky. I got an apple that tastes pretty good." Under the pressure, he was shocked. Two of you no longer had the same smile as before, but it is a legend. Each of them is a legend. Throwing away the core of the fruit, Lin Tian asked puzzledly, "Let's talk about it. What are you scumbags doing in this place, and what else exists here?" Haha. Hearing Lin Tian's question, Du had a cruel smile on his face. "Our captain is going to hunt some high-value criminals." "Oh?" Lin Tian's heart flashed in puzzlement. "Captain, if you can accept a guy like you, it seems that the captain is even more rubbish." When the conversation changed, Lin Tian was still talking about it well, but his body was extremely murderous. "You said, should I get rid of your scumbag here?" Du was speechless, staring at Lin Tian's movements. As long as there was something wrong, he would attack with thunder and then immediately flee. This kind of man is invincible. After taking a deep look, Lin Tian turned Robin and walked towards the back, holding his backhand as if he was holding something in his hand, leaving only a voice. "The great root is too calm, and there should be some rubbish, muddy the water." "Stupid, you two idiots, you were beaten like this by that kind of guy, and didn't fight back. I really don't know what you think." On the street, Nami hugged Lin Tian's arm, remembering what had happened before. Still angrily unbearable, did she turn her head and yell at the two fools behind. In the back, both Luffy and Soren had scars all over their bodies, and there were clearly visible bloodstains on their faces. Facing Nami's scolding, the two did not refute. They just followed closely behind, and they didn't know that they were in their hearts. "What is thinking?" Okay, turning his head, looking at the angry Nami, Lin Tian persuaded, "You don't know these two guys, they have their own insistence, and things have passed so much now. It's no use." With a cold snort, Nami turned her head, tapped the corner of her mouth, and muttered, "I can't really see what these two fools are doing. I won't fight back when I was beaten and left like that." "The two of them did nothing wrong," Lin Tian said suddenly, staring calmly at the sea not far away in Nami's puzzled eyes. "Human dreams are like this endless sea without end. People who laugh at dreams are true losers. They don't even have dreams. They only match the lowest level. The real strong will never abandon their dreams. People who are truly standing at the top of the world will come across when there is no point in taking action. However, tolerating the ridicule of the weak is also a very hard thing." Nami was taken aback, and then shouted, "Idiot, I didn't expect that Lin Tian. You guy, like the next two, are all idiots." Robin, who was quiet beside him, couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle as he looked at the two noisy people there. After swearing, Nami's anger disappeared a lot, and then she held her chin in thought and said, "However, what Lin Tian said is very similar to the strange man we met earlier." Oh, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Tian's face. It seems that this small place is not simple, and there are people with such a mentality. I met Kulik, the grandson of the King of Talkers. With his help, everyone also understood how to rush to the Sky Island, and everything was ready. After returning from the forest to the seaside hut, everyone looked at the ruined house, collapsed walls, broken furniture, and blood-stained figures lying on the ground. Everyone's faces were full of shock and confusion. What was going on? But it didn't take long to leave. Why did it become like this? Looking at the melee on the side, Usopp shouted angrily, "Golden melee, how could this happen? Who did it? Unreasonable, who is it?" Nami and Robin, who were searching for clues in the house, suddenly turned around and shouted, "Luffy, the gold nugget was taken away." Everyone was silent, and it seemed that the purpose of those who attacked was probably gold. When he waved his hand, Kulik said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, that kind of thing, you just forget it, and speaking of it, you want it." That kind of thing. Yusuf stepped hard and shouted excitedly, "What are you talking about, Uncle? You have been diving for 10 years, and even ruined your hobby, just to get those things, right?" Pointing to the deliberately reserved signal on the wall, Soren shouted, "Hey, Luffy, this group did it. What are you going to do? Do you want me to help?" Holding his straw hat on his head, Luffy patted his asterisk and stood up. "I'm enough." Nami quickly turned and reminded, "No, Luffy, it's only 3 hours before the scheduled sailing time. Don't mess around." Reaching out and patted Nami's shoulder, Lin Tian walked up and said calmly in her puzzled gaze, "Well, let me go with you, Luffy, and time will be faster." Staring at Lin Tian's gaze, he was silent for a few seconds, and Luffy tapped a little. With Lin Tian's help, the speed could indeed be much faster. "Hey, why did Lin Tian follow you? But there is not much time now. It is very likely that he will miss this opportunity." "Don't worry, we will rush back." Lin Tian turned around and smiled faintly. "Some things must be done, and some people do wrong things and must pay a price." Holding her head, Nami said helplessly, "Idiot, you two brothers are really the same, like to mess around." Chasing the wind. Chasing the wind behind, with a scream, flew out from the scabbard, turned into a bright light, and flew towards the high altitude until it disappeared before everyone's eyes. Tweeted. Before Kulik, who was seriously injured, reacted from the shock, a huge eagle cry sounded, and then, vaguely you could see that huge black shadows fell from the sky under the endless starlight. A gust of wind rose out of thin air, and the violent wind, entrained in dust and sand, made it difficult for Kulik to open his eyes, waiting for the wind to dissipate. I saw a huge eagle standing on the ground in front of me. Its huge body, illuminated by the starlight in the dark night, glows like feathers of steel, and its sharp beak, especially the pair of eagle eyes, is in the dark. It's so intriguing. Lin Tian grabbed Luffy's collar, got up and jumped, stepping on the back of the chasing wind, spread his wings, and carried the two of them into the air and flew towards the city. After the two left, Kulik woke up from the shock, and said after a while, "Is that eagle?" The beautiful white moonlight shone on the ground as if it was covered with a white veil. In the calm forest below, there were scenes of battles between the weak and the strong. Above the island, a figure chasing the wind created a wave of air, and the wind blew wherever it passed, like the cry of the forest, disappearing into the sky in a blink of an eye. Standing on the back of the chasing wind, he turned to look at the silent Luffy behind and asked, "Luffy, what are you going to do to those people?" "I want to beat them one by one and grab the important gold from the uncle." It was the same city and the same hotel. Lin Tian and Luffy, who were chasing the wind, landed together on the spire of the house nearby. Seeing that, Bellamy, the shameless pirate who came out of Nami's mouth, was painted with a symbol of that named brother all over his body, showing a hint of surprise. Interestingly said, unexpectedly, there can be people who have a relationship with Doflamingo. "What?" Bellamy said with a look of excitement. "You know Brother Ming, what is your relationship with him? Who are you from Brother Ming?" Lin Tian said, "I am not like that guy. A deep hatred is more appropriate, but I didn't expect Brother Daming to be so arrogant, just like that trash." Brother Ming is Bellamy's idol. He was so insulted by Lin Tian that he disagreed at the time. His legs turned into strings. "You guys are also worthy to explain to Brother Ming. When I catch you, send it to Brother Ming, apologize in front of the adults." Lin Tian showed a disdainful smile and wanted to catch me. Even Doflamingo, whom you admired, didn't dare to say such rants in front of me. "Luffy, give you 10 seconds. Clenching his fists, Luffy faced Bellamy, who rushed forward. "Don't take 10 seconds, just one punch." "Boy www.com, just like you, people who dare not even punch me in the daytime, dare to say punch to solve me. Do you know how to punch?" The body leaped down. This kind of roll is only one trick for Luffy. Stepping gently on the ground, Lin Tian walked towards those on the side who saw the pirates without expression. Idiot, dare to be so arrogant, a guy who doesn't have a bounty, dare to be so arrogant. Brandishing two strange weapons, a guy wearing a white coat rushed towards Lin Tian. He stretched out his hand at will, seemingly slow, but with lightning speed. Before the person could see clearly, his neck was already tightly grasped and lifted into the air. Slowly exerting the strength of his hand, facing the man struggling in front of death, if the end does not know it, it is not qualified to be in love. Click. The huge kinetic energy, caused by the compression of the string, gave Bellamy a strong impact and rushed towards Luffy. Bang! To be continued. The beautiful white moonlight shone on the earth, restoring the noisy town, and once again turned into silence, with only a touch of blood echoing in the air. Hunting. Text. CZ. Looking at the dozens of dead bodies lying on the ground without the slightest vitality, as well as a clear fist mark on their faces, Bellamy, who does not know his life or death, and the broken bar house, the crowd, couldn't help but breathe in air. The most powerful Bellamy group in the city was actually defeated, and the whole regiment was wiped out, leaving only a captain who knew nothing about life or death. Facing these corpses, some were shocked and some were excited. These guys are arrogantly strolling here, but I didn't expect to encounter the raptors and be wiped out by others. I heard that this time, the newcomer who has offered a reward of hundreds of millions, this Bellamy is also 55 million. Facing hundreds of millions of newcomers, he has no power to fight back. Sigh, hundreds of millions of newcomers, I have been here for so long, and I have never heard of them. If they meet such people, they are considered to be bad luck. Picking up the reward list on the ground, his mouth was surprised. I thought it was only 30 million, but I didn't expect it to be 100 million. It seems that I underestimated him, and I didn't expect it to be like this. A strong man stepped forward and asked, "Then what are you going to do, Captain?" The man laughed. His tone was full of arrogance. Haha. Of course it is to hunt them down. If we want to achieve our goal, it would be better to have more than 100 million heads. He was quite right about this kid, but now he can only die. Up. On the side, Duogu, who was sitting on the white horse, reminded aloud, "However, there is the killing god Lin Tian on this island if he comes out to take care of our affairs. Well, that's a very scary guy." With his chin resting on his face, the man's face was extremely heavy. "And do things as you please. It's hard to prevent him from interfering. Think carefully." Bang! The strong man punched with both fists and said arrogantly, "What, is Lin Tian afraid of killing God? Is he still our opponent? It's okay to catch him here, and our goal can be achieved 100%. Seeing this group of people who suddenly appeared, letting go of words here, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. That was a newcomer of hundreds of millions. At this moment, two figures suddenly walked out of the broken bar. One of them was carrying a huge nerd, and the other was carrying a long sword. There was no one beside them talking. "Idiot, you guy, you didn't even look at it." In the end, only half of it was obtained, so we ran and lay more, knocking Luffy's head. Lin Tian looked upset. Luffy didn't care and replied, "And Lin Tian, we haven't found it now, and we didn't waste much time. It's still too late to go back now. Dang, sometimes I want to throw you kid in a random place. That can't work, but I want to be One Piece, and I can't stop traveling when I find One Piece." In the horrified eyes of everyone, Luffy and Lin Tian, as if no one else existed, were talking and walking along the road towards the outside. Suddenly, Lin Tian stopped, his eyes condensed, and slowly turned around and looked behind him. When he turned around, Lin Tian was surprised by what he saw before him. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if something happy had happened, and he whispered 3 words. "Blackbeard!" Lin Tian showed a black beard on the side, and when Lin Tian came out, he had already appeared. I already knew that Lin Tian was here, and there was not much surprise, but his face was full of caution, and a faint fear could be seen in his eyes. Just spit out 4 words slowly. Kill God Lin Tian. Blackbeard, killing God. Luffy's eyes showed curiosity when he heard the voice coming from behind. He also stopped and looked behind. The world seemed to stand still for an instant, and the whole world seemed to be the only 3 figures standing tall there. Everything seemed so worthless in front of them, including the qualifications to stand. Standing there tightly, the solidified air and the strange atmosphere can be clearly understood, and the whole body seems to be covered by an invisible force. The silence was finally broken in Luffy's mouth, and he shouted in surprise, "Hey, isn't that the uncle who talked to us during the day?" Uncle? Lin Tian felt enlightenment. It seems that what Nami said during the day should be Blackbeard. No wonder there are not many people in this world who can say that kind of enlightenment. Looking at the double room of Lin Tian and Blackbeard, Luffy asked inexplicably, "Hey, Lin Tian. Do you know this uncle?" "No, I have only heard his name. It was the first sentence of the 2 of us, and you should have heard of his name." Lin Tian looked back, and Lin Tian looked good on any expression on his face. "Blackbeard, Blackbeard." Holding his chin, Luffy began to remember, but Lin Tian was suspicious of his forgetful head. "Wow," but Luffy patted his head sharply, pointed to Blackbeard and shouted excitedly, "Isn't he what Ace said, the guy who killed his partner and defected on the boat?" "Ace?" Fire Fist Ace. Blackbeard was surprised. Straw Hat Boy, you actually know my captain." Luffy stepped forward and said indignantly, "That is, I am his brother. You guy actually killed his fellow shipmate." Looking at the guy who rushed in front of him, gasping in his nostrils, with an angry face, Lin Tian looked helpless. "Idiot, what is it about you? Why are you so excited?" Blackbeard left with his big mouth open. "Unexpectedly, the younger brother Ace has been talking about is actually you, the Straw Hat Boy. Didn't Captain Ace tell you that that guy has blocked my path to becoming a strong man? For that opportunity I have been waiting for 20 years. Do you think the guy who blocked your dreams should be resolved?" This. Luffy was at a loss for words and didn't know how to answer. After a while, he raised the straw hat on his head and said calmly, "Of course the guy who hinders my dream will be eliminated. To dream, I must do my best, but... dreams do not depend on the sacrifice of their companions. I don't need such a dream." Luffy raised his head and stared at the Blackbeard in front of him. Luffy's tone was full of firmness towards the dream. Withdrawing his gaze, Blackbeard changed his previous arrogance and said calmly, "Dreams are not only spoken by words, but actions are everything. This world is not that simple. People are changing with the times." "What does this have to do with me?" I don't know if it was because of Luffy's eyes or words. Blackbeard was deeply shocked. Facing the boy in front of him, Blackbeard could see in his eyes his determination to dream. Suddenly, Blackbeard burst into laughter. I haven't seen a guy who talks to me like this for a long time. If it weren't for your reward of 100 million, I wouldn't want to kill you." "Really?" Luffy clenched his fists with a confident smile on Luffy's face. "I can't die now, but I want to be the man of One Piece." Blackbeard clenched his fists and exclaimed excitedly, "One Piece, there is only one in this world, and that is me. I can become One Piece, the man who gets the big secret treasure in the legend." Behind him, Lin Tian, who had been silent, glanced at the moon in the high school, and it was about to dawn. If these 2 guys continue to talk, there will be no time. Stepping forward, gently stretched out his hand and grabbed it towards the void, retracting his arm. Dozens of fine needles that were invisible to the naked eye were quietly suspended in Lin Tian's hands. Under the light of Gyoubu, those thin needle tips reflected cold light, shining on Luffy's face, looking down at the strange scene in Lin Tian's hands. "Wow, Lin Tian. What did you catch just now? This is something to kill you, Lin Tian said in a deep voice. Calm, tilde. As the voice fell, Lin Tian turned his right hand down. Slowly pressing, the thin needle floating in the palm of the hand turned into powder and it fell to the ground. Smear. The ground, made of bluestone bricks under his feet, just touched the powder. It was corroded to the naked eye, and there was a scoffing sound. In a blink of an eye, there was only one large pit that was corroded out of the ground. Ah, Luffy was taken aback, and said with great joy, "It's so powerful, I almost died here." Seeing his secret attack was solved so easily, Duobu's face changed slightly. With his backhand retracted the item in his hand, he looked at the captain beside him. For Lin Tian on the side, Blackbeard has not let down his vigilance, and Duobu's actions have already known it in his heart, but he has a tentative mentality and did not stop it. Lifting his head, Lin Tian exhaled a very strong murderous aura. "Blackbeard, I don't care if you can become the One Piece, but after today, the seat of One Piece will definitely not belong to you, because you are going to die here." You. The battle is at the touch of a button. To be continued. In the city, the appearance of the Blackbeard changed the travel of this island again, and Lin Tian had a killing heart for the sudden appearance of the Blackbeard. Hunter? Yo-ha-ha. Hearing Lin Tian's murderous words, Blackbeard laughed wantonly. "Lin Tian, you think I am still the same as before, now I am not comparable to the past." "Really?" Lin Tian also smiled at the corner of his mouth. He thought he was extremely powerful, but it didn't do much to himself. Turning his head, looking at Luffy next to him, Lin Tian said, "Hey, Luffy, you go back first, and I will catch up with you when I solve them." Holding his hat on, Luffy did not agree, but instead asked, "Are you sure you want to do this? Get them out of here." "Yeah," lightly nodded. "For the safety of that guy Ace, we can only take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of them, and even if we don't do anything, they must be eyeing our heads. Although I don't know what this guy is doing with Luffy's heads, especially for more than 100 million, it's not a good thing for them. The other party is the captain, and it should be resolved by the captain, but now that you have decided, it's up to you this time." Luffy raised his head and smiled faintly. This answer made Lin Tian stunned, and then he looked at Luffy in disbelief. This kid would still be like this, did he hear it wrong? Turning around slightly, Luffy looked at the Blackbeard who was smiling on the other side. "However, I think Lin Tian, you will fail this time. I have a hunch that his opponent is me. It's rare to see your kid having such a serious time, but I still prefer myself. This time they will die." Lin Tian smiled when he heard the words, and his voice slowly sank. Holding the gold nugget on his back with both hands, Luffy stepped away and ran towards the back. He turned around and shook his hand to remind him, "Hey, Lin Tian, you have to hurry, otherwise we won't wait for you to go to the empty island." "I know," and waved his hand back. Lin Tian looked helpless. When did I want this guy who likes to mess around to remind me? Perceiving Luffy's departure, Lin Tian's attention was completely shifted to the Blackbeard group. If he hadn't run into the Blackbeard group, Lin Tian would not be able to control what these people were doing. Since Ace was released that day, he had decided that he would solve this matter alone, and would not deliberately interfere. However, since I met here today, Lin Tian would not deliberately pretend not to see it. For Ace's safety, to take over the turbulence of the entire Great Route, or two, it is very necessary to take advantage of this time. Solve this guy with Blackbeard. If you leave it alone, the story will live like destiny. If this guy has the world's most powerful power and the power to restrain all the devil fruits, then it has become the climate, but it is not so easy to solve." Lin Tian said, "Blackbeard, no. Maybe you should be called Marshal Ditch, now we are the only ones here. It depends on your ability to live." Click. Before the words fell, the man, with a strange hat beside his black beard, a blindfold on his right eye, a long face and a black cloak, quickly raised his spear and aimed at him. Sniper, facing the spear aimed at him, Lin Tian's expression was very calm, and he asked casually, "It seems that you are the one who hit the seagull several kilometers away this morning." There was a hint of surprise on the man's face. He obviously didn't expect Lin Tian to suddenly ask about this, and he said, "That's their fate. Fate chose their death." "Blackbeard, I didn't expect that in a short period of time you were able to win over a gunman with such a high level of sniper skills." Lin Tian was also surprised and admired. "Haha." Blackbeard smiled triumphantly. "This is the sniper I specifically chose, and his skills are top-notch on the entire Great Route." Suddenly, Blackbeard's conversation turned, waving his hands and inviting Lin Tian. "How about Lin Tian join us? You are a naval genius in the past. Brothers were killed, but the uncles of the naval headquarters didn't even fart. Dared to let go and was expelled from the Navy. It's all because this world is in the hands of those incompetent people. How about it? Let me siege this world together, and then we will be the masters of this world. Even those high-ranking Tianlong people can only be sincerely subdued under our feet." "Really?" Lin Tian's tone was full of disdain. As a high-level world government, he knows how powerful the world government is. "You think you can rule the world with your current strength?" Of course, Blackbeard faced Lin Tian's inquiry, confident. "I have been immersed for so many years, except for waiting for that opportunity. I have been planning. Now these plans will be realized step by step, and now the first step is to become famous in the world. It must be Lao Tzu who will eventually become the king of Shanghai Seas. First, kill the Straw Hat Boy just now, that is, your captain, and hand him over to the world government to use this as a bargaining chip to become Kiwei." Hearing this, Lin Tian browsed slightly. He didn't expect that he would actually risk this purpose. The first step would be to become the Kiwei of the three major forces. His plan is very big. However, just as Blackbeard said, after thinking about the plan for decades, one can imagine how much preparation Blackbeard has. Putting his arms around his chest, Lin Tian showed a faint smile on his face. "Kill our captain. Are you trying to betray again?" "What's the betrayal?" Blackbeard raised his hands and yelled indifferently, "The big thing, you must do things without compromise. You have betrayed even the Navy. Are you afraid of this?" Listening, Lin Tian's heart suddenly rose with unspeakable anger. This incident was originally a pain that Lin Tian didn't want to mention. A touch of murderous aura spread all over his body, looking at the Blackbeard in front of him. With a strong will, Lin Tian controlled his out-of-control emotions, but did not hide his killing intent at all. He opened his mouth and said, "I forgot to tell you something. Our captain is my brother. And for Ace, I will kill you here, but he has been chasing you." "Captain Ace?" Blackbeard showed surprise on his face. "Yo-ha. This is the style of Captain Ace, and he hates the person who betrays his companions the most. So, the three of you are brothers. It seems that Lin Tian, you will not accept my invitation." When he let go of his hands, Lin Tian's tone also became severe. "You who have lived so long than ordinary people, don't you still recognize the current situation? It's impossible for me to join you." You. A gunshot sounded, and the sharp bullet slid through the darkness and shot towards Lin Tian. There was no sound. Driven by the gunpowder, before the golden bullet approached Lin Tian, the powerful kinetic energy had disappeared completely, quietly suspended in the void about 10 centimeters away from Lin Tian. Vanoka, who had shot the bullet, was directly frightened by this scene. As a sniper, for many years, he had never seen anyone able to block his bullets so strangely. The next moment, Vanoka, who had reacted, fired 3 bullets at a faster speed again, flying directly towards Lin Tian in the form of one. Seeing Vanoka took the initiative, Blackbeard was sweating on his forehead and wanted to stop him, but he had already shot. Faced with the 3 bullets that were fired in a straight line again, Lin Tian still did not move or change. These 3 bullets stayed in front of Lin Tian. It's just that the distance from Lin Tian is only 1 centimeter. After all, it is the kinetic energy of the 3 bullets connected together, and the 3 bullets have armed domineering attached to them. If you add a bullet, I am afraid it will be able to break through Lin Tian's defense. The hanging arm was squeezed gently, and the power of the surrounding void vibrated, and the several bullets floating in front of the eyes, with a bang, turned into countless powder and floated to the ground. Although he can only use a little bit in the space, the power of the void he uses now is a higher level power, and a little bit of power cannot be underestimated. It seems that the sniper skills are good, but the captain is the subordinate, and he is still an impolite guy, Lin Tian despised. Both hands suddenly stretched out, 10 fingers flicking in the void, and a series of air bullets that were visible to the naked eye, slightly larger than the bullet but not slow, shot towards the standing Vanoka. 6 styles. Refers to empty shots. Fingers snapped quickly, and a series of gunshots sounded, controlling the direction of each particle in a subtle and very accurate manner until all the bullets in the gun were shot out. The bullets that seemed to be fired so quickly had terrible accuracy. Not a single bullet deviated from the target, and all hit the air bullets. A series of explosions blew up between the 2 sides, setting off gusts of wind. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this guy's marksmanship was much higher than he expected. Then, with his 10 fingers together, he folded and ejected an air cannonball that was several times more powerful. The huge size did not hinder its degree, but increased a lot. He appeared in front of Vanoka in an instant, firing several bullets in succession, and was bombed before he got close. Facing the flying air cannonballs www.com, knowing that they are invincible, he quickly drew back and blasted back, but now he left, it was too late. Ah, I'm coming. Seeing the danger of his companion, the brawny man who did not know when he lifted the stone monument on the side throws the stone monument forward, blocking Lin Tian's attack. Bang! The powerful air cannonball slammed into the stone monument fiercely, and even the hard stone brick shattered in an instant, breaking into countless pieces, and flew toward the side, with a cloud of smoke rising. Duogu, who was dying on the horse, was directly hit by a slightly larger boulder and flew under the horse, screaming weakly. Avoiding the flying gravel, the brawny man who lifted the stone steel lifted the gravel on the ground and threw it towards Lin Tian, while kicking out several stones under his feet. Instant. With a light movement, Lin Tian's figure appeared on the side in an instant. Duvisha was several times faster, and he escaped the impact of the stones. To be continued. Novel Crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. Len feet. Moving to the side, avoiding the impact of the stones, Lin Tian kicked out his legs quickly, and 2 light blue vacuum shockwaves flew towards the Blackbeard on the opposite side. Hunting. Text. It's always been these little guys who shot. Blackbeard stood on the side and didn't move. Lin Tian didn't have time to delay, so he shot directly. The huge body did not affect Blackbeard's degree, and he quickly hid from the side, but the light blue shockwave hit Blackbeard very quickly. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke emerged from Blackbeard, surrounding him, and the slash that Lin Tian kicked out was sucked into it and disappeared. Presumably that is the most ferocious natural devil fruit, the dark fruit. It is really interesting, and it can even absorb this kind of vacuum slash with a kick, Lin Tian thought to himself. What? However, after absorbing Lin Tian's attack, Blackbeard lay on the ground and yelled, rolling all over, screaming, yelling, it hurts and hurts. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian's eyes flashed incomprehensible, obviously absorbed his own attack. There is no injury on his body, but he shouted that it hurts. This ability is really weird. Captain. Looking back at the Blackbeard rolling on the ground, the brawny man shouted anxiously and turned to look forward to Lin Tian, who was motionless. Raising his fist, he was about to rush towards Lin Tian. But he was stopped by the Blackbeard, who had come over from the pain, sitting up and shouting, "Don't go, Vashes. Vanoka, you can't be his opponent. He is a legendary man, standing on the top of the great root." Touching the back of his head, the brawny man immediately stopped what he had just done and said apologetically, "Sorry, Captain." Vanoka didn't speak, but stopped his movements and retracted the spear, but the muzzle was still aimed at Lin Tian intentionally or unintentionally, and he was still very vigilant in his heart. He got up, his black beard was covered in cold sweat, and his mouth was still breathing heavily. It's no shame that he is a naval genius of the past, and a brigadier general who has not yet reached his 20-year-old, both of whom are 6 types of navy, from different hands. The power used is so different. Lin Tian smiled faintly. "Blackbeard, you are not complimenting the enemy in this situation. Do you think I will spare you when I hear this?" "Ha ha ha." Blackbeard laughed. "I've heard of the ways that God-killing Lin Tian treats the enemy. It seems that you will not join us and will kill me." Shrugging, Lin Tian said calmly, "Yes, so what?" Raising his hands, Blackbeard showed a brutal smile on his face. "I just wanted to grab hundreds of millions of people as a bargaining chip to become Kiwei, but now, if it is 1 billion people, I am afraid that my plan can be accelerated a lot." "Really?" Lin Tian asked with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. "Do you think that with the ability of a devil fruit, you can be my opponent?" Blackbeard is a bit too arrogant. "This is the most ferocious devil fruit in the world, yo ha ha ha." Blackbeard's hands were wrapped in a layer of black smoke. "Through it, I can become the strongest person. For this fruit, I waited for decades on the Whitebeard boat. At one time I thought I couldn't get it, but I didn't expect it to be obtained by my partner in the end." Before he was finished, Lin Tian said, "Then you will kill your partner for decades, in order to gain the power to realize your ambitions." "That's right." As soon as the voice fell, a huge black plume of smoke rose into the sky. It appeared in the dark night, but it was clearly visible. It was darker than the dark night. A confident smile appeared on his face. "With this kind of power, I have the confidence of this world, Lin Tian. You know that the whole world is very curious about you about one thing. That is your weird and powerful ability. You can escape from the hands of the 3 admirals and the warring states marshal. Your ability is indeed terrifying. Perhaps it is a kind of demon fruit that is not visible to people, but in front of my ability, no matter how strong it is, ability can only surrender." Lin Tian stood in front, did not move at all, and said, "Really? Whatever you want." "He is the most ferocious devil fruit in the history of devil fruit. He is naturally the dark fruit and turned me into a powerful dark man." Ha ha ha. Hearing Blackbeard's proud words, Lin Tian suddenly burst into laughter. His face was full of deep disdain in Blackbeard's puzzled eyes. Just listen to Lin Tian said, "If this kind of fruit can really give you the power of this world, then in history it is not that the world government finally ruled the world, everything is just your own fantasy. That's because it didn't meet a suitable owner. Only I can control this ability," Blackbeard said very arrogantly. "Oh?" There was a question in Lin Tian's mouth. Before he could realize what was happening, Lin Tian's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. Without thinking about it, Blackbeard changed slightly, looked to the side, and immediately retreated behind him. Among the people present, Lin Tian must attack him. The next moment, Lin Tian's figure appeared behind Blackbeard's retreat, lifted his foot and kicked strongly behind him, bringing a whirring sound, and the air was shaken away under that powerful force. Bang! The fierce power burst out instantly on Lin Tian's toes, and Blackbeard's back instantly sank in, like a pothole. With a puff, Blackbeard's backward body changed its direction under the power of his foot, and flew forward. It spit out a large mouthful of blood. It fell heavily on the ground, and the ground couldn't bear the powerful one. Impact. He pulled his foot back and hit his black beard with one foot. Lin Tian didn't smile on his face. He lowered his head and glanced. Half of his shoes were missing under his feet, and there was still a hint of blood on his toes, and his face was heavy. This dark fruit is the most ferocious devil fruit. The black smoke has such a strong suction power. If it weren't for the fast collection, I'm afraid the feet will be tightly sucked. Kicked by Lin Tian. Blackbeard only vomited a mouthful of blood, but felt that he had not suffered much. He turned back and showed a wild smile on his face. Lin Tian. What is my ability? Darkness is gravity, the force that can cast everything away, the wireless gravity that can attract even light. Hearing Blackbeard's explanation, Lin Tian suddenly understood that his eyes were fixed on the Blackbeard who was smoking Blackbeard. It was indeed a troublesome ability, but everything had weaknesses. Bang! One foot struck hard towards the ground. The hard bluestone slab burst instantly, and the ground below cracked a strip of cracks, spreading towards the surrounding, like a spider web. With a reaction force from the sole of the foot, Lin Tian flew out, only to feel that a white light flashed in front of him, and Lin Tian was no longer visible. Blackbeard quickly retreated slightly, and his right hand, which was enveloped in darkness, turned into a fist without hesitation. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Tian rushed in front of him, punching out the same. Two black fists collided like a meteorite. Feeling the loss of power in his hand, I suddenly understood that it seemed that the darkness could even be swallowed by power, so that the fist against him would cause limited damage. Immediately, he withdrew his fist, swept his legs with a powerful blow, and the huge wind blew the trouser legs rustling, and the arm color was domineering, covering his legs. Blackbeard hurriedly drew back and evaded Lin Tian and swept his legs dangerously. At the same time, he gathered strength with his right hand and used his best to hammer towards the swept leg. His face changed slightly, Lin Tian fell down, and the direction of his crossed legs changed immediately, kicking the toes of his right foot, from top to bottom, towards the Blackbeard's chin. Lin Tian's attack forced the Blackbeard to withdraw his fist, leaning slightly towards the back, folded his hands in front of his chest, blocking his attack. The fierce force hit the arm, crossed his hands and was kicked away directly, which also exhausted Lin Tian's foot power. But Lin Tian pushed towards the ground with one hand and jumped up into the air. This time, Blackbeard, who was going backwards in a direct kick, immediately kicked a few feet and all hit Blackbeard's chest. Bang! The inverted figure rushed directly into the side bar. The whole bar was pierced by goo and finally hit the wall of the clock tower before stopping. Captain! They could only stand by and watch the battle www.com, without even plugging in their mobile phones. Seeing that their captain was defeated, the three rushed towards the Blackbeard who fell to the ground. Through the big hole that came out, Lin Tian lifted his right foot and stomped hard against the ground. In a short time, the earth trembled and the rubble on the ground was shaken. With a click, the huge bar in front of you split into two halves from the middle and fell towards the two sides, revealing a huge crack on the ground. With a light leap, Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of the Blackbeard who had risen from the ground, and after a brief fight, Lin Tian was only slightly injured on his toes. Why, Blackbeard Titch, it seems that the most ferocious devil fruit ability in your hand does not give you great power. Really? Standing up from the ground, Lin Tian's attack caused damage to Blackbeard, which was not as serious as expected. After being repelled so easily by Lin Tian, Blackbeard did not show any frustrated expressions and still looked conceited. The true power of secret fruit has not been used yet, Lin Tian. You are too early to comment. To be continued. Knocked into the air by Lin Tian. Blackbeard stood up, still holding a conceited smile on his face, and slowly stretched out his hands covered in darkness. Hunting text. The plume of smoke behind him quickly rushed towards the Blackbeard's body, with the movements of the Blackbeard turning into a ball of flame like black, and the Blackbeard became the heart of fire. The movement of the two fighting awakened many people who had fallen asleep. Many of the originally dark houses lit up, and people's shadows stretched out from the windows. With his sleepy eyes open and seeing someone fighting underneath, he instantly woke up. Someone is fighting, and the battle is fierce. With such a powerful destructive power, the street on the site is almost destroyed, and the bar is divided into two halves. Someone looked at the battlefield and exclaimed, "Where did this master come from, so unscrupulously fighting in the city? I am not afraid to offend those forces." The calm streets are getting more and more noisy. Countless people wake up from their sleep. Even the streets are slowly gathering a lot of people. It is the nature of everyone to watch a theater, but sometimes it also costs a price. Hey! Hey! The captain is going to be mad. If we don't run fast, we will also be involved. The crew members of Blackbeard knew the captain's power and didn't say much. Yu, who was dying and fell to the ground, and the horse, in the incomprehensible eyes of the onlookers, quickly broke through the crowd and ran out of the town. Gently glanced at the more and more people around him, his brows were slightly due, and he reminded with kindness, "If I were you, I wouldn't be standing here and watching the show. Just like those people, I ran out of town." However, Lin Tian's comfort was of no use to these lawless pirates, and their eyes showed more incomprehension and disdain. Blackbeard laughed and said, "Haha. Chill and God, Lin Tian. Why are you explaining so much to these ants? The frog at the bottom of the well knows how big the sky is, and I will let you see my true strength and the true power of the dark fruit immediately." Seeing those who didn't believe it, Lin Tian was too lazy to say anything, his eyes fixed on the Blackbeard so that he could have the confidence to gain the world how strong this power is. Raising the pair of fists, shrouded in darkness, a wave of light enveloped the whole body, but it dissipated in an instant, and I don't know if enough power has been gathered. Thick smoke continued to erupt from the soles of Blackbeard's feet, spreading in all directions with Blackbeard as the center along the ground. Like spirituality, the weirdness moved on the ground and began to spread along the ground. Everywhere it passed, it was shrouded in darkness, and nothing was clear, even the light was swallowed. That kind of feeling is like a big bottomless hole suddenly appeared on the ground. The eyes are dark and there is nothing, as if to be sucked in at any time. In a blink of an eye, the black mist spreading from under the feet of Blackbeard had already covered the entire town, and the ground was full of black mist wandering around, still showing a strange waxy movement. Suddenly, covered by such thick black fog, many people on the side felt sick and wanted to walk into the houses on the side and stay away from the black fog. But when they were moving, they couldn't move. Even if they moved their legs, they were still fixed where they could not move. Someone suddenly shouted in fear, "Ah! What is this? What is going on? My legs can't move. It's like something is sucking our legs." There are also people who do not believe in evil and bend their bodies and want to pull their legs out. Others stretch their hands into the thick fog to see what's underneath, but without exception, as long as they reach into the black fog, they can't pull them out. Up. It's these black mists are ghosts, they are attracting us. Ah. What the asterisk is this? Listening to this scream, many people who had walked down the street quickly stopped and looked at the black mist that attracted countless people with a terrifying look on their faces. Many people glanced at Lin Tian, remembering that he had reminded him before, and there was always regret in their minds. If you listened to them early, there would be no current affairs. The most important thing is that from what he said earlier, they are all in danger. Lin Tian, standing in front of Blackbeard, was also covered by black fog. He used his strength secretly and was difficult to pull out with his own strength. One can imagine how strong this suction is. It seems that this dark fruit is not that simple as expected, but Lin Tian is old, and there is no worry on his face, so he decides to wait and see what will happen next. Looking at Lin Tian, who was trapped by himself, Blackbeard said triumphantly, Darkness is gravity. This is the force that can attract everything. Even light can absorb it. Nothing can escape the attraction of darkness. Really? Lin Tian's mouth curled slightly, and he quickly pulled out the chasing wind behind him, pouring his own power into it, and gradually a layer of light blue light covered the long sword. Lin Tian, who was chasing the wind in his hand, looked at the black mist swaying under his feet. There is no absolute thing in this world. Even if your darkness can be attractive, there is always an upper limit. Swordsmanship profound meaning. Die-line slash. With a long sword in his hand, he moved forward quickly, and a huge wave of sword energy swept the gusty wind and whizzed toward the Blackbeard. Faced with Lin Tian's attack, Blackbeard's face showed a wild smile. It's useless, Lin Tian. Darkness can asterisk everything. When the voice fell, Blackbeard waved his hand, and a black fog barrier appeared in front of him. Just as he said, Lin Tian's slash was swallowed silently. The black mist dissipated, and the completely undamaged figure of Blackbeard appeared, but the twisted face and the cold sweat that burst out from his head all showed that everything is not as simple as this surface. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian affirmed the guess in his heart, with a faint smile on his face. Blackbeard, it seems that your dark fruit is different from other natural fruits. Generally, the natural element is immune to damage, but you seem to be more like absorbing damage. Although you can absorb any damage, the price is not simple. Enduring the pain in his mind, Blackbeard exclaimed, "No loss is the strongest genius. It is really extraordinary in observation. Unlike the natural system, I can avoid attacks, but I can absorb all injuries. Similarly, my body absorbs any pain twice as much as others. However, Lin Tian, you have no chance to deal with my weakness. Ah." With a wild smile in his mouth, Blackbeard held his hands high, his right hand opened, and his palm pressed toward the black mist below. Secret Point Road. As the Blackbeard's voice fell, the black mist that covered the ground began to move quickly, and it was already dark in the depths, but it still made people clearly feel that the world was turning black. There used to be the sky full of stars and the beautiful white moonlight, including the lights on the streets and houses in the town, and now all of them disappeared in an instant, and the whole world was plunged into ink-like darkness. Not to mention the fact that you can't see your 5 fingers. There is a lot of darkness all around. Even if you put your fingers in front of your eyes, you can't see clearly. The sunlight in the entire town disappeared in that moment. In the darkness, the black fog on the ground exploded with strong suction power. The street lamp on that side collapsed silently and disappeared in the black fog, and everything placed on the ground was quickly swallowed by the black fog. Most people standing in the black mist face the powerful suction force. The bodies of countless people slowly sink into the black mist, like a deep swamp. There is a scream in their mouths, and their hearts are very regretful. I had heard the previous reminder if I knew it. Lin Tian's strength could barely resist that strong suction force, but the suction force was increasing. Lin Tian lifted it up to chase the wind and inserted it into the nearby house to fix its figure. Hearing the screams around him, he frowned slightly. God has already given them a chance to survive. Since they have not grasped it, they can't blame others. However, in this situation, even Lin Tian is a bit dangerous. It seems that this dark fruit is well deserved, but with a gravity that is enough to attract everything, it is already extremely powerful, let alone the scariest thing. Before Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief, he could feel the chasing wind trembling slightly, followed by a burst of broken wood shattered, and then chasing wind was released. Slowly sucked into the black mist by the darkness, Lin Tian backhanded back into the chasing wind, crossed his chest and turned his palms as his hands were drawn out. Space shield. With a low drink, the power in the body began to change, and the power of the void emerged from his hands and turned into a cylindrical shield around Lin Tian. The power of the void is to build the foundation of the world, which is more advanced than the power of the devil fruit. The dark fruit attracts everything, but Lin Tian's power of the void is useless. However, maintaining this strength, Lin Tian's physical strength rushed into the shield like flowing water, and at the same time the green veins on his arm began to be exposed, and a trace of blood came out of Lin Tian's capillaries. This kind of power is the same as Blackbeard, and the price is no small. You must know that when you are in the rainbow-colored fog, you just cut through the broken passages. The thick black fog slowly swallowed the entire city and the people in it, and even the ground disappeared under the black fog. Instead, a huge pit that could cover the entire city appeared on the ground. In the middle of this huge pit, only two figures stood in the huge pit, and the white moonlight disappeared with the black mist, and once again scattered on the ground. Ah! Blackbeard's arrogant smile hadn't come out yet, but Lin Tian, who was standing on the ground intact in front of him, was taken aback and couldn't believe it. How is it possible? How can you be intact? That is enough suction to swallow this city. Lin Tian's face was filled with a faint smile, but his hands were behind his back. Blackbeard, it seems that your self-righteous power is not as powerful as you imagined. If you don't have other means, you can only accept your fate. Tick. Tick. A little bit of blood slid down the trembling, dripping onto the ground. To be continued. Remember in 1 second. Provide you with wonderful novel reading. Lin Tian broke free of his secret acupuncture path, which really shocked Blackbeard, but his darkness could attract all power. Regardless of power, attack, or creatures, it is difficult for them to break free from the gravity of darkness. Even those with a devil fruit ability have nothing to do with Lin Tian. But what kind of determined character Blackbeard is not so easy to be affected, it's just a trivial trick. If it is so easy to solve, then he will not be the one-person power of Lin Tian who frightened the New World. Yo-ha! Blackbeard laughed when he wanted to understand the matter. It's not a loss that Lin Tian, the Navy Genius of the Year, can escape the attraction of my secret path. I'm more and more curious now. What kind of devil fruit ability do you have? You actually have the power to resist the darkness. His eyes looked at Lin Tian with interest. Hearing this, Lin Tian showed an unknown smile on his face, stretched out his hands, and a little silver light appeared in the void, covering his hands. The silver light gathered more and more. In a blink of an eye, both hands were covered by silver light, and both hands slowly pushed forward. The silver light, covering both hands, quickly gathered towards the fingers and turned into silver light beams. The silver beam of light broke away from Lin Tian's palm, rushed forward, disappeared, and escaped into the void. Blackbeard, facing the enemy, saw the light beam disappear and was stunned. When he looked around, he saw that the disappearing light beam appeared from the void, floating around the Blackbeard. Before Blackbeard could react, Lin Tian shook his hands, and the 10 weird light beads exploded. The scared Blackbeard shook his whole body, and the black mist wandered all over his body behind him. He folded his hands in front of his head, preparing to resist the next explosion. However, there was indeed silence. There was no explosion or shockwave. Blackbeard's heart was shocked, and he quickly lowered his arm. But when he heard the sound from all around, several sounds like broken glass, he quickly raised his head and looked forward, but the scene in front of him was deeply shocked. I saw that in the place where the light pearl exploded, a series of incomparable cracks appeared, quickly spreading towards the surroundings. In a blink of an eye, the void around Blackbeard has been covered by countless black cracks, which are spatial cracks that tightly surround Blackbeard. What the asterisk is this? How could the void crack? What the asterisk was that just now, scanning the surrounding cracks, Blackbeard panicked. From above, Blackbeard felt the smell of death. Blackbeard! Lin Tian said softly, don't you want to know what my abilities are? Today I can tell you that I can control space. As a natural type, you are an alternative. You are not immune to damage. Although it is absorbed, it also means that many things can hurt you. Even ordinary swords can easily cut you. Retracting his palm, Lin Tian stood there calmly, his mouth curled slightly, However, I don't know if your dark power can absorb the broken space debris. As soon as the voice fell, a cracking sound rang out in Blackbeard's horrified eyes, and then the entire surrounding void began to burst, and pieces of silver-white fragments flew out. In the broken void, there was a void of darkness, which was purer and more permeating than the Blackbeard, exuding the same powerful suction. Wow! A palm-sized space fragment cut through the black mist around Blackbeard and gently slid across Blackbeard's abdomen, leaving a clear bloodstain, and escaped into the darkness. This was only the first one, and the next moment, countless different sizes, as small as a thumb and as large as a head, flying towards the Blackbeard. Breaking through the black mist and sliding over it lightly, you can cut your body. This kind of thing has surpassed Blackbeard's cognition. How is it possible? How can there be such a power? I am invincible in darkness, can attract everything, the most vicious ability. There is actually a powerful ability than myself. Blackbeard yelled frantically. His face was full of madness and disbelief. It was like a gambler who thought he would win and put all his chips on it, but in the end he lost. After preparing for decades, he finally got the power he dreamed of. The world would be in his own hands, but now a person suddenly appeared, and the facts proved that all that was a fantasy. Freed. A person who is very forbearing has one thing in common, that is, they are afraid of death, and Blackbeard is no exception. In order to survive, whether it is useful or not, directly release this town, hoping to resist these space fragments. The whole body of black mist spread quickly towards the surroundings, forming a black mist cluster above the head, countless broken wooden boards, and residents, who do not know the life or death among them, flying out in all directions. Space fragments cut space, not to mention these fragments, even with the sharpness of diamonds, they have to be broken apart. However, the next scene stopped the smile on Lin Tian's face. Those space fragments actually flew towards the black mist above his head, and finally disappeared. Boom. Boom. Under the release of Blackbeard, the whole town flew in all directions, scattered on the ground, and the endless ruins piled up to form a huge ring, covering the two people inside. Phew. Through the monolithic view on the right eye, looking at the battlefield situation, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As expected of the Navy's strongest genius, one person shocks the existence of the Great Root, and the combat effectiveness is so powerful. How strong is the battle? Vashus said with disdain, as long as it is a devil fruit-capable person, there is no backhand in the captain's hands. Now the captain has not really used his power. Killing God Lin Tian. You can't kill me. Realizing that he is still alive, Blackbeard burst into laughter. It is truly an infinite way. Blackbeard can survive, and he really expected it. His secret acupuncture points can absorb everything and store these things in a different space. But when it was released, it opened a channel connecting different spaces, creating a certain connection and actually sucking away those space debris. Slowly raising his fist, strong power began to accumulate on the fist. Blackbeard, you were lucky just now and could escape. I don't know if you can follow me with this punch. Drink. With a low drink, Lin Tian stepped forward with his right foot, staggering his legs slightly, and the surrounding air trembled slightly under the strong force, causing the air to twist. At this moment, Blackbeard shot his hands, covered in darkness, raised towards Lin Tian. A swirling dark cyclone appeared in his palms. Lin Tian. Next I will let you experience the dark fruit. Why was it the ferocious devil fruit in dark history? Dark water! As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tian felt a force coming from the void to stop him from moving, and at the same time, he dragged himself towards the Blackbeard. Where secret fruit is the most powerful, he can attract those with fruit ability without the slightest resistance, and at the same time, can make those with devil fruit ability lose their own abilities. Hearing this, Lin Tian's complexion changed drastically, and his face was full of horror. However, it was not that he was shocked that dark fruit could disable the ability of devil fruit, but that he was no longer a person of devil fruit ability. Thing. Bang! Blackbeard didn't hesitate at all, making a fist with his right hand, covering the abdomen of Lin Tian, who flew over in a straight punch with a powerful arm color domineering. Tough. The powerful force caused Lin Tian's body to take a halt, and then his chest surged and his throat was sweet. He couldn't bear a big mouthful of blood spurting from his mouth. His figure flew upside down like a cannonball, hitting the ground hard. After fighting for so long, it was the first time that I hit Lin Tian. With a triumphant smile on his face, haha. Lin Tian. This is where I am strongest. People with devil fruit abilities have powerful power, but I have the power they cannot resist. With a handful of blood remaining at the corners of his mouth, Lin Tian slowly stood up from the big hole that was smashed out, and spit out the blood foam in his mouth. The power of this punch is really heavy. This kind of ability is really tricky, but as long as you don't catch it. The gravity of darkness cannot escape, Blackbeard shouted, stretching out his dark right hand, the palm of his hand also in a cyclone. It was that kind of strange power again, pulling Lin Tian's body, rushing towards Blackbeard, but this time Lin Tian did not fly out, but stood firmly there. Upon seeing this, the Blackbeard's face was shocked. He couldn't believe it, and his left hand also stretched out, with an optional cyclone on his palm. This time, the suction power was twice as strong, and Lin Tian's motionless body also leaned forward, almost about to fly out, but at the last moment, Lin Tian stopped it. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he took the initiative to release the power from his feet, and the whole person flew forward immediately in the Blackbeard's smiling eyes. Lin Tian had already gained momentum in the dark, his right fist exuding a light blue light, took the lead and slammed Blackbeard's belly hard. How is this possible? Blackbeard looked incredulous. Forgot to tell you www.com, I am no longer a devil fruit capable person, my abilities have disappeared, those are useless to me. Blackbeard's weird dark gravity only has an external effect on those with a devil fruit ability, making it difficult for them to resist. If it is an ordinary person who has enough power to resist, it will not be sucked over. Rising Dragon Fist. Roar. A cry like a wild beast came from Lin Tian's right fist, and a huge light blue dragon had emerged behind Lin Tian. With a roar. Like a prestige that destroys the world, carrying unmatched power, it advanced toward the end like Blackbeard. The Blackbeard's subordinates, who watched the battle from a distance, were all horrified when they saw it. With such a powerful force, if the captain was hit head-on, it would be too bad. Bang! With a shocking explosion, the earth couldn't bear the huge impact, and it shook, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. The next moment, a figure flew out, but it was Lin Tian. To be continued. Mobile users, please browse and read for a better reading experience. 1 second to remember. Provide you with wonderful novel reading. Bang! Lin Tian's upside-down figure fell to the ground again. The ground trembled violently, and a puff of smoke flew up to cover up the scene. The slight wind blew, and the smoke slowly began to dissipate, revealing Lin Tian's figure, who fell to the ground and hit a big hole. Slowly sat up from the ground, looking at him standing on the ground, but panting loudly, sweating Blackbeard all over his head. Withdrawing the horror in his gaze, unexpectedly, Blackbeard, you would actually make that choice, but the power of my Shenglong fist is not bad. Puff, cough, cough. Lin Tian's voice fell, and the Blackbeard opened his mouth and spouted several mouthfuls of blood, and looked up at Lin Tian, who was sitting on the ground. With that choice, how could I hit you? Hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking of the previous scene, still shocked in his heart, and at the same time admiring Blackbeard rose. He unexpectedly chose to use his ability to absorb his own Shenglong fist, and then, in his horrified eyes, counted punches on himself and knocked himself out. You must know that the Shenglong fist that you played with all your strength is extremely powerful, and it bursts out to destroy the existence of a town. I wanted to solve Blackbeard with one punch, but he forcibly absorbed such a huge damage, and the pain it caused can be imagined. At this point, even Lin Tian had to admire Blackbeard. He could actually attack him with that kind of pain, and even hesitate to hesitate. This kind of willpower could not even be comparable to himself. It's not a loss that he can become a big boss behind the scenes in the future and can spend decades on the Whitebeard pirates for a chance that was basically unsuccessful. Blackbeard does have its strong points in some aspects. Standing up slowly from the ground, he took a few punches from Blackbeard in a hard voice, but Lin Tian couldn't see how much he suffered. To know that Lin Tian, who has a strong physical skill, physical fitness, is the most basic. Wiping the blood stains off his mouth, Lin Tian slowly walked towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard, to be able to reach this point, you do surpass most people, but today you have to die here anyway. As soon as Han Mang had passed in front of Blackbeard, the beautiful white moonlight shone on the chasing wind in Lin Tian's hand, sending out a penetrating Han Mang. Said, the dark fruit is indeed very strong, can absorb all the darkness, but there should be no way for the damage caused by the sharp weapon to the body. Hearing that, the Blackbeard, half kneeling on the ground, showed a panic on his face, and he couldn't be immune to damage like the natural element. Having an entity was his biggest weakness. Although he can absorb all attacks, as Lin Tian said, there is no way to deal with the injuries caused by pure physical attacks, acting on the body, or even simple physical collisions. And the guy in front of him had neither the devil fruit ability, nor was he a metamorphosis with strong individual skills and swordsmanship. His own strength was not an opponent of this guy. At this time, Blackbeard no longer had the arrogance he had before. His ability to face Lin Tian did not have as much effect as he imagined. The disappearance of his ability would have an impact on this guy's combat power, but he still has a battle to solve himself. Power, let alone its strange attack, is not the devil fruit ability at all. Instant. There was no time for Blackbeard to think about it. Lin Tian's attack had already arrived. His figure flashed, appeared in front of him, raised his hand to chase the wind. It was an ordinary flat stab. But it made Blackbeard feel like he couldn't avoid it. He stretched out his dark hands, and the strong suction erupted from the palm of his hand, causing the trajectory of the wind to change, sliding past his ears dangerously, cutting off a few strands of hair. Slowly drifting towards the ground in the wind. The moves quickly changed. The sword was long, the sharp blade faced Blackbeard's palm, and with the help of its suction, it quickly slashed towards Blackbeard's arm. The powerful arm color was domineering, covering the arm, followed by a bang, like the sound of steel collision, and then it was indeed a scream. The sharp chasing wind directly pierced the Blackbeard's domineering defense, and made a blood mark on his arm. If it weren't for the Blackbeard's quick reaction, the arm would be ruined. After a successful blow, Lin Tian took the opportunity to chase in, avoiding Blackbeard's fist, throwing the chasing wind away, palms into his hands, and slammed towards Blackbeard. The two fists and shadows interlaced, the light from the collision flashed, one after another. The strength of the fight was vertical and horizontal, and the ravines were drawn on the ground, and the entire battlefield was baptized by the wind. The huge body does not hinder Blackbeard's speed and strength. Even without the devil fruit ability, Blackbeard's body art is also very powerful, and in a short time it can compete with Lin Tian in physical art. You know, Blackbeard was able to fight against Shanks, a powerful swordsman, and wound him. Although Shanks is now the Four Emperors, his strength is unfathomable, but Blackbeard is powerful. Without basic combat power, how could you kill the fourth captain of the Whitebeard pirate group? You must know that to be able to sit in that position, Saki's combat power is at least also a lieutenant general in the Navy headquarters. Hikata. Outside the town, the Blackbeard crew members who were watching the battle were shocked by the battle below, thinking that the captain was using his abilities and the opponent was a demon fruit-capable person, and he would surely have the upper hand. Surprised, he said, I thought that the person with the devil fruit ability was incapable and his physical skills were not a concern, but he did not expect that his attainments in physical skills and swordsmanship were so high that the captain was not an opponent. But, yes, he is the strongest genius in the Navy. He was able to fight against Raleigh of Pluto at the age of 15. His talent is unimaginable. It is reasonable to be able to do so. Moreover, his teacher is a legendary naval soldier who can fight against him. The existence of Roger One Piece. Hey, Oka, what's the use of saying so much now? Vashes yelled anxiously, if this goes on, the captain will lose. You, who was lying on the horse again, said with a smile, so the captain is dead, then can I go back? Stupid. Then Oka raised his spear and aimed at Lin Tian on the battlefield. Dave, you, give me your most powerful poison. Void. Hikata. Withdrawing and retreating, facing the attacking Blackbeard, he fisted towards the void. The space oscillated, and the void was like wrinkled cloth, making Blackbeard's speed instantly slow down. Moon step. When he stepped into the air, his figure burst out. Before he rushed into the Blackbeard, Lin Tian's palm glowed light blue, and a mini palm print appeared in his hand, and he patted the Blackbeard. Thousandfold wave palm. The palm prints rose in the wind, and in a blink of an eye, a few meters tall crystal palm prints were like a work of art. Under this beautiful thing, there were infinite murderous opportunities hidden. The huge palm print, as if covering the sky and covering the earth, was surrounded by light blue light patterns, shaking in the void. The endless night was illuminated in an instant, and rolled towards the Blackbeard. By view. The light blue light shined on everything, and at this perfect timing, Vanoka, who was already ready, pulled the trigger in his hand. Facing the huge palm prints, Blackbeard's hands were covered by black mist, exploding with terrifying suction. A huge cyclone swirled in front of him, and endless dust was sucked up. The runes that fell randomly on the side were swept by the suction again, and flew towards the Blackbeard's palms, avoiding the broken pieces of wood, and Lin Tian stepped on his feet to resist the huge suction. Even the huge palm prints can't escape this terrifying suction. Under the swallowing of darkness, it disappears step by step in the palm of Blackbeard, and the suction disappears instantly. Meteorite, Iron Fist. Before Blackbeard could react, he drank from behind. Lin Tian held up his right fist covered by the domineering arm color, and slammed Blackbeard's back without hesitation. With the rapid speed of punching and the terrifying explosive power, the fist rubbed fiercely in the air, and was covered by a layer of light of flame, like a meteorite falling from the sky, with extremely powerful power. With a muffled bang, his fist fell on Blackbeard's back, and a cracking fracture sounded. Blackbeard couldn't absorb this kind of damage, and he let out a scream and flew forward. With a flash of stature, Lin Tian chased towards the Blackbeard, who was flying upside down, reached out his hand to catch the flying chasing wind, raised the chasing wind, the light blue sword blade, and slashed towards the Blackbeard. Shoo! At this moment, there was a burst of air-breaking sound, and 5 bullets connected together in a straight line, shot towards Lin Tian's head. The pitch-black bullet was printed with a light green mark. Obviously there was a poisonous bullet on the way. Lin Tian had to withdraw from the chasing wind when he saw it. He took several sword flowers in his right hand and directed the 5 bullets. Cut off. Does it think that www.com can stop me? It's too naive, Lin Tian said with disdain. Holding his left hand towards the void, the silver-white hilt appeared in the palm of his hand, and with a quick pull, a silver-white lightsaber appeared in Lin Tian's hand. He threw it at the Blackbeard, who flew out. The sharp space sword, which was avoided by the Blackbeard, but also pierced the Blackbeard's shoulder blades, firmly nailed to the ground. Dang dang. Several metal collisions sounded. Lin Tian swung his wrist lightly, and 5 ghosts flashed out of the chasing wind in his hand, smashing the hitting bullets full of poison. Backhand retracted the chasing wind in his hand. Lin Tian shook his left hand towards the void, and again drew out a silver-white void sword, threw it at the Blackbeard, who was about to raise his hand and draw the sword, and pierced the other shoulder blade. What? With a scream, both hands were firmly nailed to the ground by the blade of the sword, and the Blackbeard's mouth screamed, and the hands that couldn't use their strength were of no use to struggle. To be continued. Mobile phone users, please browse and read for a better reading experience. In the dark night, the huge black screen that obscures the sky slowly recedes from the horizon with the passing of time as a new day approaches. Hunting. On the ground, Lin Tian slowly walked towards the Blackbeard firmly nailed to the ground, stopped in front of him, silently looked down at the Blackbeard below. The sunlight is like a sharp arrow, piercing the dark curtain of the sky, and the beautiful white moonlight that has been hanging on the head has disappeared on the other side of the ground line at some point. The starlight in the sky also seemed to have exhausted its own light at this time, flickering in a blur until finally slowly disappearing. When dawn arrives, the first ray of sunlight that breaks dawn rises from the horizon and shines on the two of them like a ray of light, flashing across the earth and disappearing for 1 night and 10 days, illuminating the earth again. The warm sunlight dissipated the coolness of the night, the quiet earth was restored to life in the sunlight, and the huge sun appeared on the horizon. The terrifying night of the city last night seemed to be over. The huge town has been erased from the ground, leaving only the countless ruins around it, lying on the ground, witnessing the past of the busy town yesterday. Bang! Lin Tian stepped on Blackbeard, looking at Blackbeard who was constantly emitting black mist, trying to absorb the 2 lightsabers on his arm. It's useless, Lin Tian persuaded. This kind of power is above the devil fruit. Although I can only use a little bit, the essential difference is like a chasm and cannot be made up. Step on the Blackbeard with 1 foot. Since the Sword of Space is used to nail the Blackbeard, it is to prevent the weird dark power and absorb all the gravitational force. How is it possible? Blackbeard had a face of disbelief and shouted, "Darkness is the most powerful force in this world, and how could there be power above it?" Hearing this, Lin Tian showed a trace of contempt at the corner of his mouth and did not answer his question, but instead asked, "Do you know why you failed?" Blackbeard laughed, "That's because I have enough power. As long as my power is strong enough, I will win." However, Lin Tian, I want to thank you. You let me know what I still lack. I have the power to restrain the devil fruit, but I do not have the strongest destructive power. Because of this, I can't deal with you, who are equally powerful in physical skills and swordsmanship except for the devil fruit. I didn't lose in this battle. Hearing this, Lin Tian stood up and laughed, suddenly leaned down, grabbed Blackbeard's neck tightly with his right hand, and said in a deep voice, "That's because you are arrogant, and self-righteous. You didn't see the world clearly. What's behind it? I think I have the power of restraining the devil fruit. I am extremely arrogant, thinking that no one in the whole world is your opponent, but I don't know that in front of the real person you are just a slightly stronger ant." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Blackbeard was taken aback, and then a sarcasm of disbelief appeared on his face, and he said, "Lin Tian, you are so powerful, don't you understand that the most important thing in this world is strength? What kind of power you have? You can get anything, even the whole world. If your strength is not strong enough, then you are in my position today, but the final victory must belong to me." As soon as the voice fell, an angry shout rang from behind. Before Lin Tian looked back, several cracks sounded, and he quickly loosened his Blackbeard's arm and turned upward. Several black bullets, coated with poisonous green slid in front of Lin Tian's eyes, and a faint fragrance came out from above, passed through the air, and was inhaled into his nose. On one side of his face, he reacted instantly. Lin Tian quickly held his breath. There must be a demon in an abnormal situation. This fragrance is probably a kind of poisonous gas, mixed in the air. At this time, a violent fist wind rushed from the air, and his huge fist slammed towards Lin Tian's temple, holding a very strong murderous intent to kill Lin Tian. Under the fighting instinct, Lin Tian raised his fist to greet him. However, with a muffled noise, Lin Tian was directly knocked out, turned back, and retreated 2 steps before unloading his huge strength. Seeing Lin Tian was knocked into the air by himself, Vashus raised his fist and shouted in excitement, "It seems that the legendary murderer Lin Tian is not so powerful, even I can't bear a punch." Stupid! The Blackbeard lying on the floor foamed and shouted loudly, Dave, you guys can't even let me use poison. Don't give me the antidote quickly. Listening to the shout, the excited Vashes reacted and shouted, "Ah, Captain, I'll get you the antidote right away." Turning back and hurriedly ran to Duogu, who was lying on the horse behind him, fumbled for a small medicine bottle on the dying him, turned and ran towards the Blackbeard on the ground. Seeing this scene, Mingwu flashed in Lin Tian's heart. The fragrance that suddenly appeared is indeed a kind of poisonous gas. No wonder that when he acted before, his body suddenly halted and was out of control. At this moment, a murderous intent leaked from the side, causing Lin Tian to tremble as if something extremely terrifying happened. This feeling can only be seen when facing a life-and-death crisis. He has seen and heard the domineering show, following the source of the murder, and looking at his eyes, he is indeed squatting on the ground and aiming his gun at his Vanoka. How can it be? Lin Tian was deeply puzzled by the laser light. It was impossible to give him the sense of life-and-death crisis. Reaching his own level, guns and other things are hard to cause lethality. Just when Lin Tian was puzzled, Vanoka had locked Lin Tian and decisively pulled the trigger. "You." With a gunshot, an orange flame came out of the muzzle, and a special-shaped bullet that was twice as long as usual was ejected from the muzzle and shot towards Lin Tian. The powerful sight and dominance gave Lin Tian a sense of terror, and he immediately noticed the crisis which came from this bullet shot from the muzzle. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, raised his right hand, and said, "Although I don't know what it is, if I don't hit it, there shouldn't be much danger." The space in front of him quickly solidified under Lin Tian's control, and the solidified space was still before the flying bullet was 10 centimeters in front of him. Click! The bullet, suspended in the void, burst open suddenly, revealing a small stone, and Vanoka also showed a triumphant smile on his face at this time. "Fuck, Nima is forced. The casters of the world government dare to sell this stuff secretly." Following Lin Tian's angry curse, a thunderous explosion sounded, and the hot and huge airwave rushed in all directions in an instant. Along with the shockwave and the endless smoke and dust, the ground could not withstand the huge energy collapse in an instant, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Retracting the spear, muttered in a low voice, "Although I don't know what it is, but this is what I obtained from the underground world with a lot of effort. One is enough to destroy a town." Such a powerful explosion, even Blackbeard and others will be involved, although it is not the core, but the leaked power is enough for them to drink a pot. After exhausting all his strength, Vashes reluctantly pulled up the space sword on the ground. "Fuck, why is this sword inserted so deep?" The Blackbeard regained his freedom, quickly raised his right hand. An endless suction appeared from the palm of his hand, sucking all the explosive UVO into the different space. Looking at the thick smoke reduced after the explosion, Vanoka whispered, "Such a powerful explosion, even if there is no death, it should be seriously injured." "Really? I don't think so." Lin Tian's death-like voice suddenly appeared behind him. In his horrified gaze, Lin Tian raised his blood-stained arm with blood still remaining. With a heavy punch on his back, an alarm shook everyone present. Vanoka fell heavily to the ground. The single eye of his right eye burst into countless pieces, and he was seriously injured lying on the ground. "I don't know." Seeing that Lin Tian had nothing to do, escaped the explosive power, the Blackbeard's face was full of panic, and he no longer had the previous pride and smile. Hurriedly yelled to Vashes on the side, "Hurry up, quickly pull out the ghost from my other arm." "But, Captain, this is too tight." "You have no chance." Calm words sounded behind the two, but people felt a cold from the heart. Lin Tian, who was chasing the wind in his hand, stood quietly behind Vashes. Blackbeard quickly turned his head and saw that Vanoka was hit and flew to the ground with a punch. Duogu, including his horse, was also resolved by Lin Tian's casual slash, and fell to the ground. This time it was really almost the same. "It's over. How is it possible that you have been exposed to ancient poison, such a powerful explosion? How can there be nothing at all?" The corner of Lin Tian's mouth turned slightly. His face showed a trace of disdain. If this poison can solve me, then I would have been defeated by that guy a long time ago. Ah, take my punch. Vashes yelled www.com, raised his punching fist, brought the howling fist wind to Lin Tian's face, but unfortunately he hit with all his strength, but Lin Tian couldn't move with a single grasp. Looking at Vashes, who was so horrified and full of fear and sweat on his forehead, Lin Tian asked calmly, "Before, you were saying that I could not bear your punch. Now try if you can bear my punch." Iron Fist. He squeezed his fist with his right hand. Lin Tian's fist was surrounded by a spiral of fist wind, fiercely hitting Vash's abdomen, and the powerful force spewed out in an instant like an open reservoir. Opening his mouth spit out blood, Vashus flew upside down in an instant, fell into the ruins on the side with a loud rumbling noise, knocking out a big hole, and his figure was buried by the falling gravel and wooden boards. It was just a simple matter for Lin Tian to severely wound Vashus with a punch. He took a few steps forward, raised the chasing wind in his hand, and dispelled the horror and murderous aura all over his body. "Blackbeard," I said, "coming to this island is your biggest mistake. You will definitely die here today." "Die? Blackbeard?" To be continued. The battle between the two, at the cost of tens of thousands of lives in the town, is finally coming to an end. Hunting text. He thought that he could stand the top Blackbeard in the world with a power he dreamed of, but just as Lin Tian said, he didn't know how big the world was. The first step of the plan has not been realized, and even the reputation of Blackbeard has not been achieved, and he ran into Lin Tian here. He wanted to win $1 billion worth of heads, but he was defeated in the next battle, and finally he had to drink hatred on the spot. Raising the chasing wind, the dark light covered the sword. In order to be foolproof, Lin Tian still used the arm color domineering to cover the sword. No matter how powerful the devil fruit ability, the domineering is always restrained. The rules of the world cannot be violated. Lin Tian calmly said, "Blackbeard, it seems that you can't get my head. As for your plan to rule the world, it will disappear in this world forever with your death. Once Blackbeard dies, the trajectory of this world will change drastically. Ace will neither be caught nor die here, and war will not live on top of it. The Great Route will continue to be driven by the four emperors, Kiwusi, and Navy. If the three powers maintain a balance, the world will be in relative peace. Perhaps a new terrorist will appear to take the place of Blackbeard, or perhaps a powerful but hidden revolutionist will stand up at the end to overthrow the world government. But no matter what, as soon as the future villain of Blackbeard dies, the world has already embarked on another path. No, Lin Tian. Stop me." Looking at the chasing wind above his head, Blackbeard shouted anxiously, "I want to become the Pirate King and get the legendary big secret treasure. Don't kill me, don't kill. I. Ha." Lin Tian laughed when he heard his dying yell. Looking at the Blackbeard, who was terrified in front of death, his face showed deep disdain. "Blackbeard, even you want to be One Piece. Even if you live in this world, you with ambition and strength will never become One Piece, because you don't have the courage to hold your life on this road. You can only become One Piece. Our captain and you." Holding the hilt tightly with both hands, Lin Tian has a killer heart for Blackbeard, and you are going to die here today. No one can stop it. As if even the sky knew it, at this time, on this ordinary island, something that could change the world was born, and the sky changed. The sky was clear, the sun was shining, and the sun hung high in the sky with a dazzling light, but in the blink of an eye, large black clouds appeared over this small island. The scorching sun disappeared, and even the sky was covered by the dark clouds. He had just walked through the dark night, but it seemed to suddenly return to the dark night. Rumble. A thunderous thunder sounded in the sky, and the heavy sound was like a war drum being struck in a roar to the heavens. The loud noise echoed between the heaven and the earth, as if possessing some kind of magical power, shocking people's hearts and souls. A huge water column rose from the sky, rushed straight into the sky, and rushed into the terrifying sky. Lin Tian and Egard couldn't help stopping their movements and looked up at the sky that changed dramatically, expressing their incomprehension and surprise. The black clouds, like ink, gather more and more, the kind of black that cannot be described in words. In the dark clouds, silver snakes are rolling in the clouds and mist, and they are very strange. The scene before him gave Lin Tian a bad premonition, as if things would change dramatically today. Luffy's words, said before, could not be heard in his heart. However, I think Lin Tian, you are going to fail this time. I have a hunch that his opponent is me. Yo haha. Blackbeard suddenly left. Lin Tian, you can't kill me. God is going to be angry. I am the one who rules this world. Blackbeard's words awakened Lin Tian, who was in chaos and shook his head secretly, waved away the extra thoughts in his mind, and did not weaken the killing intent of Tang Bei in his heart. Shen Sheng said, even if God can't stop me today, Blackbeard, you must die today. Just die. Ah, Lin Tian, spare me, let me go, you can do whatever you want. Blackbeard's begging for mercy did not make Lin Tian's heart tremble. He has experienced this scene how many times. The sharp chasing wind, the smooth sword body, glowing with pitch-black light, shined on Lin Tian's face. In the thunderbolt, in the dark clouds, thunder and lightning flashed like a wandering dragon piercing the sky. The blue and white rays of light continued to illuminate the world in an instant. Such a large-scale thunder and lightning are produced together, which is very difficult to see. One scene. Tick. Tick tick. Drops of rain fell, and the pouring rain fell toward the earth, sliding over the leaves and returning to the embrace of the earth. He reached his body sharply, cut through the rain barrier, gleaming with cold light, and quickly pierced towards the struggling head of the Blackbeard. Hole. In the tumbling dark cloud, a bright light flashed in the cloud. A thunder pillar with a diameter of more than a meter was smashed from a high altitude. The huge thunder pillar directly cut through the sky and rushed towards Lin Tian and Blackbeard on the ground. The sharp tip of the sword had touched his forehead in the horrified eyes of Blackbeard, and he could feel the faint chill from the tip of the sword. Like the anger of the heavens, the thunder pillar of heavens, punishment fell on the two of them, and they were deeply enveloped in the thunder pillar. A powerful thunder pillar bombarded the ground, and was instantly hit by a large pit. The rain that had just stirred up was instantly turned into white air and floated in the sky. Those rays of thunder, centered on thunder and lightning, moved in all directions, like a dancing silver snake, dancing on the ground, leaving traces of scorched black wherever they passed. The surrounding rooms were flashed by such violent thunder and lightning, even if they were soaked by rain, the heat transformed from the powerful electrical energy instantly lit the surrounding rooms. In the waters around Gaia, the Mary had reached the set target, and by the scheduled time, Lin Tian had not been seen. Before such a long time came, Nami and Robin were very anxious. The two women were almost ready to find them. In the end, Luffy gave the captain's order and officially set sail. It was Lin Tian's battle. The formation of ocean currents caused the surrounding weather to change. The clear sky turned into dark night, and the thunder pillar that pierced the sky. How did everyone not show up? Such a weird phenomenon. Everyone present has long been shocked. Hey, the direction that thunder pillar landed is like the city we were in before, Yu's upset after adjusting the distance of the telescope. At this point, the worry in Robin and Nami's hearts will be written on their faces. What to do? Why this thunder pillar? I always have a bad premonition. Me too, Robin echoed aloud. It always feels like a sudden pain in my heart. I always feel something will happen. Sitting on the sheep's head, Luffy turned around and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Lin Tian will be fine." Yes, Lin Tian is so strong, there are not many people in this world who can defeat him. Besides, Lin Tian has never done anything insecure, and will still have back players. Smoking the cigarette in his hand, Sanji slowly said, "Although I generally disagree with this guy's point of view, there is an exception this time. I am Lin Tian." who was baptized by thunder and lightning, was scorched all over his body. He couldn't even see his face when he went out. There was an eager cough in his mouth. As he coughed, he sprayed black smoke repeatedly. Opening his eyes, he saw the two people who were split by lightning, each lying on the side, blackbeards with dark fruits, capable of attracting lightning and hurting much less than Lin Tian. And those Vashes and others who were knocked out by Lin Tian didn't know when they were awake, and they were pulling out another spatial sword inserted in the shoulder blade. Enduring the pain, Vashes threw away the sword of space in his hand and raised the Blackbeard on the ground. Both of his hands were cut off, and the Blackbeard was temporarily unable to move his hands. Before being fully lifted up, Blackbeard shouted, "Quickly, Vanoka, Vashes. You two, take this good opportunity to kill Lin Tian. He is too terrifying. If you don't take the opportunity to kill him today, he will definitely be our enemy in the future. Come on, you two." "Is it?" A question echoed in the air, and the three of them quickly turned around to see that Lin Tian, who was lying on the ground, had already stood up and grabbed the ground. He was also chased by the wind and immediately returned to his hands. Cough and cough. Several mouthfuls of black mist spewed out. Lin Tian suddenly felt like his throat was burned by fire. He endured the pain and raised the chasing wind to the four people before him. Full of killing intent, he said, "Blackbeard, although I don't know what's going on, but I have to admire your luck. Unexpectedly such a coincidence that a lightning pillar of hundreds of millions of volts appeared and knocked the two of us apart. However, you still have to die here today. Now the four of you are seriously injured. The probability of wanting to escape from me is oh, Lin Tian. Don't you understand?" Blackbeard exclaimed excitedly, "I am the one chosen by the heavens, I am the one who is qualified to rule this world." As soon as the voice fell, an endless black mist appeared all over Blackbeard, slowly covering the entire space, and the four of them slowly disappeared into the black mist. Lin Tian. "I lost today's battle, but I wait, and I will get stronger power soon. Yikshu shame today." The drifting black mist completely obscured Lin Tian's eyesight. In a blink of an eye, four figures were lost, looking for a circle, surrounded by endless darkness. Even the most basic sense of direction is hard to distinguish. Seeing and hearing the domineering Lin Tian's perception increased several times in an instant. After scanning, there was still no result, and they could not sense their position. Just this step, this kind of thing happened at the last moment. An annoyed Lin Tian hit the ground with a fist, and it instantly exploded, and rubble splashed. Actually, even the sound is absorbed. To isolate the domineering exploration, Blackbeard, chasing the wind, turning over and leaping on the back of the chasing wind, his wings spread out, carrying Lin Tian to break through the black mist barrier, and the continuous drizzle washed Lin Tian's body, washing away the dirt on his body, and was unwilling. Looking at the dark clouded sky, Lin Tian muttered in silence for a while. "God or destiny?" Tweet. A scream seems to be telling the unwillingness in my heart, changing direction, flapping his wings, and flying towards the ocean current that soars into the sky. To be continued. In the sea around Gaia, a water column with a diameter of several kilometers rises from the sea and rushes into the sky. Hunting text. On the huge water column, a small black spot was flying towards the sky, taking advantage of the ocean current, and the modified Merly had a pair of white wings, and it sailed on the ocean current with the help of wind. The hull is floating. According to the current trend, it is only a matter of time before it is thrown away, said Sanji worriedly, leaning on the railing. The violent wind blew in his mouth, causing Usopp to speak unfavorably. "Hey, you. What? What are you talking about? What should I do next?" Suddenly, Chopper, who hugged the mainmast all over, fell down, but it was a Sea King, shouting in horror, "Hey, what is that?" The huge body, heading towards the Mary from a high altitude, began to smash. The captain saw this scene and all understood that things were not so good. If it was smashed, it would be finished. Swish! Soren leaped slightly, drew out the double swords from his waist, stood in the forefront with Luffy and Sanji, and wanted to take action to solve this Sea King. At this moment, the huge Neptune class was divided into several pieces without the slightest sign, and slid past the side of the Merly, which shocked everyone. When he looked up, he saw that not far from the Merly, a giant eagle was flying with a figure, not Lin Tian or someone. Looking at the melee on the water column, Lin Tian jumped off from Yu Feng, grabbed the melee and inserted his hand back, and landed on the door of the melee. What? Before Lin Tian could speak, he heard everyone sigh, and there was a trace of disgust in his eyes. What's more, he covered his nose with his hand and said that it smelled. This was immediately embarrassing. Lin Tian had a dark face. Could he still play together? Didn't he just get struck by lightning and his whole body turned black? Isn't it black that you can't even see your face? As for the clothes on his body, let alone being struck by lightning, there were dozens of openings of endless size, and important places could still be covered. However, the women were very attentive. Nami and Robin directly took a piece of clothing and put it on Lin Tian temporarily. Retracting her gaze as a sailor at this juncture, it is the time when Nami needs it most. Set sail, now! Okay? There was a glimmer of puzzlement in everyone's hearts. How could Yang Fan be able to be Yang Fan at this time? Such a strong wind might even accelerate the ship's overturning. This is the sea, not a column of water, but an upward stream of water, and the wind rushing up from below is the air current, generated by geothermal and explosive steam. As long as the opponent is the wind and the sea, I can sail to show you. Seeing the self-sufficient smile on Nami's face, Lin Tian jumped up, grabbed the other end of the mainmast, and yelled to the bottom, "Hey, everyone, it's time for our navigator to perform." Oh! Everyone shouted in unison with a faint smile on their faces. The violent wind blew on the canvas, and the agitated canvas gave the Merly extremely powerful power. The tilted ship became higher and higher, and even the rudder was tilted. In the horrified gazes of everyone, the Merly's degree continued to increase. The two winds that increased the balance waved more than the previous design needs, and provided Merly with strong lift. The bottom of the Merly left the sea at that moment, flying towards the sky. It's flying! After washing the whole body of the burnt black, caused by the lightning strike, and changing into a set of clean clothes, the whole person is more energetic, and suddenly feels refreshed. I walked out of the room and didn't realize what was happening. The huge octopus tentacles in front of me lay on the bow of the boat and patted him, suddenly shocked. He kicked it back, looking at Usopp lying on the deck, Luffy with a big head and others, and asked inexplicably, "Hey, I just left for a while, what did you do?" Nami rushed over and hugged Lin Tian's arm and said worriedly, "It's really weird here, it always reveals a bad feeling." At this time, he was looking at the surrounding chopper with a telescope, as if he had seen something terrifying, and shouted incoherently, "Hey, chopper, what are you talking about?" Lin Tian asked, frowning. Sanji, who was next to him, looked up and shouted in surprise, "Yeah, someone rushed towards us, sliding on the clouds." I saw a strange mask on the cloud, holding a shield in his hand, and carrying something like a rocket launcher on his shoulder, sliding on the cloud, and instantly rushing onto the Merly. Facing Sanji's questioning, the man spoke murderously and said, "I'm here to repel you." The opponent didn't want to attack like this, and they weren't muddled. Facing the rushing man, the three of Luffy were instantly defeated by the opponent and fell to the deck with a struggle on their faces. Nami suddenly shouted in surprise, "Wait, what are you three doing?" After solving the three of them, the man did not stop the offensive. He turned around, leaped high and dived towards Lin Tian with a light blue light from the barrel on his shoulder. "Call out!" Lin Tian's figure flashed and appeared in front of the man in an instant, swiping his legs forcefully, swept towards the man's head, whistling wind. The other side's so flexible attack scared the man, and the two hurriedly raised the shield in their hands with a crossbar in front of their chests. Bang! A shock was generated in the hands of the two of them, and the violent impact dissipated, and the strength of the legs increased, and the shield in that hand immediately clicked and broke into two halves. One kick broke the shield, his power was undiminished, he flew on the man's back, knocked him out, and fell into the endless white clouds without a trace. Walking by the boat, the man who was kicked into the air fell into the white clouds below. After a while, he still didn't see him coming out. It looks like he should have escaped. What the casters is going on? What the casters is that guy? Nami yelled in confusion, turning her head to look at the people lying on the deck, her face darkened with sarcasm. And what are you three guys doing? It's useless to be defeated by someone alone. Turning around, Lin Tian explained, they have never experienced the environment of an empty island. The air here is too thin and it is difficult for the body to act as they want. Suddenly, Lin Tian's face changed slightly, and his backhand threw a silver bead toward the back, and shouted in a low voice, "Come out, who is there?" With a click, a white cloud before them early appeared cracks, revealing a figure wearing an iron armor and riding a strange bird flying out of the white cloud. Shaking his hand and explaining, "Everyone, I have no malice. I am a free mercenary who specializes in helping people who need help in this dangerous sea. However, now it seems that you don't need it. Everyone, look at her with wings on her body. Angel, is this what an angel looks like? How does it feel like dried plums?" When they came to the gate of heaven, everyone finally saw the people living on the Sky Island. Except for the two wings that appeared on their backs, there were two snail-like tentacles on their heads. From the outside, it seemed that the people of heaven were in parallel with ordinary people. There is not much difference. The old woman who looked like a plum said, "I am Amazon, the surveillance officer of the gate of heaven. Will I come for sightseeing? Or do I come to war?" Listening to a few people talking, Lin Tian looked up at this place like a station, the gate of heaven, with interesting names. From this point of view, this empty island should have a proper connection with the outside world, otherwise such a place would not be built, but it was suddenly so deserted it seems that something has happened here. What? 1 billion www.Pelmetal.com user tapped his finger and was instantly shocked by this huge number. 1 billion is equal to how many dailies? Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Tian stepped forward and stared at the old woman and asked, "Old woman, you are not lying to us, it's just that if visas cost 1 billion, no Sky Island will enact such a law." Well, Lin Tian was right. Kaiova replied, "Anyway, 1 billion is too much. This is a time of war. It is for the safety of the people of the country to formulate such a high number," the old woman said without hesitation. Under Nami's inquiry, the old woman let them in without money. Such a weird answer made Lin Tian an eyelid. It seems that today's trip to the Sky Island is not easy. Crabs emerging from the clouds, carrying them early, drove hurriedly toward the sky along the white revolving river. The Kingdom of God looked at the big characters above. Robin translated. The Kingdom of God. I thought about that thing for a long time, and I came. To be continued. The empty island of Melee, the island made of clouds, the city built on the cloud, and the plants rooted in the cloud. Everything in front of me is like illusion, which makes people unbelievable. Hunting text. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper jumped to the Sky Island like a living treasure. Without thinking about where they were making a fuss, Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. With a click, several screams came from the room behind, and Nami was seen by the bird they had caught, holding her head in her hands and drove out. Raising her hands up high, Nami jumped into the clouds below in a cheerful laugh, arousing a burst of spray. After experiencing it in person, I won't be suspicious anymore. Sitting high on the railing, Soren admired the beauty of the Sky Island in front of him and exclaimed, "It's really beautiful here, like in a dream." Yeah, standing up and supporting on the railing, Lin Tian also exclaimed in admiration, "This kind of beautiful scenery, which is the sky, is just like the legendary Kingdom of Heaven." Turning his head to look at Lin Tian beside him, he asked, "Hey, Lin Tian, won't you go with him?" In the sea breeze, Lin Tian smiled faintly. "I have seen this kind of scenery, and there is no previous sense of surprise, just like ordinary things." "Hey, Lin Tian," Robin standing below raised his head and shouted, let's go down too." "Okay." With a soft response, Lin Tian leaped down, and in an arrogant cry, he hugged Robin's tender body and leaped towards Nami, who was playing in the sea below. Raising her hands, Nami stretched her waist easily, and the perfect curve was clearly displayed, and her body was filled with a relaxed and lively atmosphere. "It feels so good, so comfortable here, don't worry about the Navy chasing it." Robin just looked at the surrounding scene, with curiosity and a faint smile in his eyes, always looking noble and elegant. This is Robin. Lie quietly on a comfortable cloud, press the soft cloud, and let a comfortable feeling spread all over your body, as if you have disappeared from exhaustion all day, and there is nothing in your mind for a moment. This feeling is really comfortable. If I can stay below, I really want to take some back, Lin Tian said coolly. Sitting up from Lin Tian's hand and pressing the cloud under her with her hand, Nami said in surprise, "I didn't expect this to be made of clouds. I really have the ability to make things with clouds." A burst of beautiful music came from a distance. Suddenly awakened the people who were in comfort, and then remembered that they were on the legendary empty island, a place full of incomprehension and weirdness. "Who is there?" Raising his hand, Soren pointed. A figure was standing there on the cloud, not far away. In everyone's curious and puzzled gaze, that figure slowly turned her head. She was indeed a very beautiful and lovely woman. Under the introduction of Canis and her father, everyone also had a general understanding of Sky Island, unlike the confused look they had when they entered. Pegea warmly invited everyone to try the delicious Sky specialties, which immediately attracted everyone's interest. After all, what delicious food there is on the legendary Sky Island made everyone deeply curious and expectant, especially Luffy. As a navigator, Nami was deeply attracted by the boat that could not sail and could push. This sail is not affected by the wind, nor is it shaken. Why can it still sail at sea? Canis asked in a puzzled way, "Have you never heard of D1A1? Without waiting for an explanation, Luffy, this kid, took advantage of everyone's attention, stepped into the strange boat, stepped lightly, and quickly moved towards the sea of white clouds, with a roar. However, this strange boat was not so easy to control. The swaying boat made it difficult for Luffy to control it and fell into the sea. In the end, the boat almost died without being destroyed." "Idiot, this guy does this kind of thing every time," Lin Tian cursed in a low voice, dragging Luffy's body out of the sea. However, even the residents of Sky Island, the Micromasters, who took 10 years to learn basically, are in the hands of Nami, and they are already in control without spending a minute. "No loss is our navigator," Robin smiled softly and exclaimed. Luffy, who had just woke up, knew the difficulty of that kind of thing, and shouted in disbelief, "Why, so difficult things, she can drive." "Driving the web flexibly," Nami said. "Driving it does require skill, and you need to observe carefully, so you can't do it for Luffy." When Nami said this, Luffy was immediately embarrassed, but the captain himself was actually despised, with a dark face, waving his hands and shouting, "Hey, Nami, come back quickly, we are going to the uncle's house." "Okay, let Nami play here now. Let's go to the uncle's house and experience the delicious cuisine of Sky Island," grabbing Luffy, Lin Tian suggested. Under the leadership of the Kanish father and daughter, everyone also experienced a little bit of the atmosphere of the Sky Island. Unlike the ground below, the only thing in the sky is clouds. All houses are also built by clouds and built on top of clouds. Here, Yunjin has dealt with a short answer, changing the density, and can make many more imaginable things. This is the Sky Island. When they came to Zhaizhong, the various shells also opened their eyes to everyone except Lin Tian. They had never thought that shells could have so many functions. Hair dryer, heating, electric light, storage of sound and video. Shells with various functions are really dazzling. It can be said that the Sky Island and the cloud are the basis for building everything, so the shell is the guarantee for the survival of the Sky Island people. During the conversation, Sanji had also prepared delicious Kojima dishes. Seeing that the food was ready, Lin Tian walked out and wanted Nami to come back, but in the sea of clouds, Nami, who had previously driven Weeva, disappeared. Up. Turning around and asking, "Hey, have you seen where Nami has gone?" Eating the food in her hand, Yu's upset indifferently. She may have gone a little farther. After all, the degree of that kind of thing is fast. Ignore him. No. Lin Tian's voice slowly sank. Do you think this is a safe place? You must know that on the ship that fell from the sky at that time, all the crew members died. And what happened when we first entered those two? When the voice fell, everyone's complexion changed suddenly, and they stopped chewing the food in their mouths. Since they came to the Sky Island, the beautiful scenery, comfortable clouds and all kinds of strange things. When they met the kind-hearted Cornish father and daughter, the experience of comfort and no danger made them all think it was a safe and comfortable place. Putting down the food that was about to be put in his mouth, Soren closed his eyes and said, "The safety of the surface makes us almost forget that this is not a simple island." Lighting the cigarette in his hand, Sanji said in a deep voice, "The attack on entering shows that this island is not as safe as imagined." Do you remember the previous censor who said this war? Robin reminded aloud. The joyful smile in the room instantly left only a tense atmosphere and frozen air, staring Chopper and Usopp tightly together, but Luffy still had no reaction to eating the things on the table. Pagea suddenly said, "Listening to you, I am now beginning to worry that your friends may have reached that place." What does that place mean? Lin Tian turned around and asked. In the eyes of the people in puzzlement, Canis explained with a worried expression, "On the Sky Island there are places that cannot be stepped into under any circumstances, and that place is very close to this island. It is a forbidden land where God lives." Pajado. God? Chopper looked confused. God is just a legend. God, that God? There is a God living in the sky. Yeah, Canis nodded slightly. Because this is the country of God, the Almighty God uses divine power to store things, and everyone here has seen it. Hearing this, Lin Tian showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, and asked, "Then have you seen the appearance of a god?" This. Cornus was speechless for a while, and then shook her head. "No, I just saw the power of God. I have never seen God like." Soren snorted disdainfully. At this point, Soren and Lin Tian had the same idea. The two never believed in such illusory gods. Chopper raised his head and asked, "Soren don't you believe in God?" Yes, put down the water cup in his hand. The existence of God has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter if I say anything. I believe it unless I see it, and I haven't seen it before. Just rely on the power of God that has no basis. Putting his hands around his chest, Lin Tian leaned against the wall behind, with a faint ridiculous color on his face, his eyes full of disdain. Calmly said, "There is no at all in this world. There are only powerful people. If it is true, I am afraid I can also be called God. There are some powerful people in this world who can crack the sky, freeze this sea, and perhaps destroy a small island with a punch like me. The you call is just a person with strange abilities." These calm words made Konizi father and daughter shocked, and they couldn't believe who the person in front of them was when they destroyed an island with one punch. But everyone who is familiar with Lin Tian understands that this is not an arrogant language. If it is based on Lin Tian's combat power, it can be called the same. God. To be continued. That's it. It's a place absolutely inaccessible. Looking at Luffy with adventures all over his body, Usopp hurriedly reminded, "Hey, what is the still thinking about now? Listen to me carefully. If you can't enter there, we definitely can't enter." Hunting? But at this moment, Lin Tian asked Canis, by the way, since there is a place where gods live, what will happen after entering? Will that casters come out? No, I don't know, it's just. Speaking of this, Canis seemed to be horrified and said, it's just that they won't come back. What? Usopp, Chopper and Sanji suddenly jumped up. Sanji hurriedly turned around and ran outside, but if Usopp hadn't stopped him desperately, Sanji had already jumped downstairs. In this case, putting the cup in his hand, Lin Tian decided to say, then it doesn't matter, let's see what the casters is. Woo. Usopp spread on the ground and burst into tears. I knew it, I knew Lin Tian would say the same thing, these two brothers are exactly the same. HMM. Chopper also burst into tears. However, the change of the wind made the interested people instantly helpless. The direction of this empty island was definitely more troublesome than the Great Route, so I could only be forced to stay on the beach and wait for the wind direction to change and act. The Sky Island law enforcement team that suddenly appeared approached them, giving Lin Tian a bad premonition whether there was any movement or trouble in their appearance, but they actively approached them. However, the state of these law enforcement teams, when they appeared, was even more shocking to everyone. A large group of people didn't actually have to go and slowly crawled towards them on the ground. Why are these guys crawling? I don't know, maybe those guys are abnormal. Line up. Stop. In the perplexing eyes of everyone, these guys finally got up from the ground, put their right hand behind their waist, and their left hand stretched out the index finger and little finger on the back of their head, saying, Navo. What language do they speak? Even Luffy, a rough guy, can't stand it. And Chopper described it perfectly in 2 words. Abnormal. You people are from Chingay. They are illegal entrants and are illegal intrusions. You were arrested with Tian's ruling. We received pictures and information from the surveillance officer Amazon. Stupid Lin Tian patted his forehead and said helplessly, that old woman is really not a good thing, what should I do next? Kill? Hearing that, Chopper and Usopp hurriedly covered Lin Tian's mouth and ran to the back. This guy was so scary that he accidentally ruined the island by waiting. It's a pity that everyone's patience was replaced by the other party's dedication. From a series of things, everyone also understood that the other party was obviously deliberately asking for trouble. In Genesis' house, such things as empty shells are very useful in some aspects. I have replaced many practical empty shells to organize my own things. Lin Tian looked at the noisy Luffy and Sanji and asked, Hey, are you 2 guys ready? At this moment, Usopp suddenly shouted anxiously outside. The situation on the other side of the ship is very strange, everyone. What? Lin Tian ran out immediately, and when he looked forward, he saw the melee which had been parked there suddenly swayed, and he didn't wait for them to start up. Ah, the boat drove away. Luffy jumped onto the handrail and asked puzzledly, why, what's the matter with those guys, why are they leaving, driving backwards, it's amazing. Bang! With a punch to the boy Luffy, Lin Tian said helplessly, idiot, you have seen a ship that would turn upside down. Something hijacked them early. If it is correct, it should be when we came up. That kind of creature. What should I do now? The Merly was taken away, and Nami and the others are still on it, Usopp asked in a panic. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Tian said, I am not talking about what to do now, but I should ask, what is going on? Sanji asked puzzledly, what is going on, who should we ask? Turning around, Lin Tian stared at the Kana's father and daughter behind him, and asked in a deep voice, presumably you should explain to us what happened. Hey, Lin Tian. How can the lovely Miss Canis know these things? Sanji quickly shouted. Regardless of the boy who was fascinated by the casters cart, Lin Tian stared at the 2 people and asked, anyway, we are all from Chingay. They are empty islands. According to the previous people, we have committed crimes on empty islands. The unforgivable second-degree crime. And they are still in contact with us, isn't it weird? Contact with criminals like us, I am afraid they will not escape the relationship. After a pause, Lin Tian continued, furthermore, for a while the two of them were with the guards, and they continued to appear in front of us from behind, and at the same time, the guys who were defeated by us were all invisible. As Lin Tian told the story, the faces of Kanish and his daughter had obviously changed, and a trace of cold sweat emerged from their foreheads like running water, their whole bodies trembling slightly unnaturally. After we left, Nami and the others were taken away. If all this is a coincidence, is it a coincidence, and you have been trembling since just now? Lin Tian said that as if a thunderbolt blasted on everyone's heads, the atmosphere in the air slowly solidified, and even Luffy, who was nervous, found something wrong at this time. Facing the gazes of Lin Tian and others, the whole body of Kanish and his daughter trembled even more, and they could see if they were more careful, their breathing was also very rapid at this time. Sanji is a guy who has no resistance to beauties, but it doesn't mean he is a fool. If this situation is still unclear, Lin Tian will drive him off the boat without taking the initiative. From the performance of the two, Lin Tian already knew the answer he wanted, retracted his gaze, and at the same time, put away his aura. He opened his mouth and said, "It is better to explain to us where they will be transported by those things and those who have no evidence." Lin Tian finally changed the subject and did not continue to ask, which immediately relieved the embarrassment of both parties, and the tension in the air slowly eased. Feeling a cold sweat on his head, Kaguya explained, "White Shrimp is a messenger of God. The things he transports have always been sacrifices of God. In other words, the place they are going is Ateato, the sacrificial altar in the northeast." Sanji looked nervous and said, "Nami Sang and Robin kiss each other. Do others want to be sacrifices?" "Be sacrifices to that god." Hey, Usopp stretched out a hand and interrupted in annoyance, "What is another person? Besides, Robin is not what you can call it." "If this is the case," Lin Tian said with murderous aura, "then we must fight the *** aggressively. Let's see what the legendary *** is." Wait a minute. Seeing this group of people, he said to kill him at every turn. Taiga raised his hand quickly. "I just listened to these people. There are two kinds of punishments for criminals. One is punishment and the other is trial. Since they are now in the hands of God, they are hostages named sacrifices. Relatively speaking, it is you who accept God's judgment." 4 people. After listening, Lin Tian said with interest, "This is a bit interesting. Hey, Luffy, it seems that this empty island still has good things." "Trial, big adventure," Luffy exclaimed with excitement. "Hello." Usopp reminded helplessly, "Can you two not be so excited? There is no sense of urgency at all." Taking out the map that Usopp was carrying with him, Taiga slowly told everyone what this specific trial of God was all about. "If you want to go to the altar, you can only go through the Silver Road that extends out of this island. In that case, you must use the shell boat across the forest where the priest is." Pointing to the map, Usopp expressed his opinion, "We don't pass the middle, and it's okay to get in from the side by boat." Shaking his head, Taiga explained, "Even if you go up from the side, you can't make progress on the altar. This map does not record the newly built Silver Road that covers the whole island www.com, so from at the beginning, you must enter the island, take a boat out of the Silver Road, and there are piranhas, among which 4 powerful priests live there." Putting his arms around his chest, Lin Tian said with a smile, "Why do we have to take a boat? Just flying from above?" "That's right," Usopp reacted immediately, "we can go directly to the altar of the island by chasing the wind and find Mary and Nami." Holding the cute white fox, Gunna shook her head and objected, "You can't do this. God will watch everything. If you violate the rules of the trial, God will make punishment." "That's it." Luffy's pure brain said indifferently, "Just beat up those priests and the gods." "No. This time we are not just beating the gods. I want this god's life. I am very interested in that god." Lin Tian showed a meaningful smile on his face. The people on the side were deeply shocked by Lin Tian's words. Lin Tian wanted to slaughter the gods. To be continued. As a lovely avenue on the only busy street in Sky Island, it is indeed filled with many special products of Sky Island. Hunting? Hey, how do you sell the shell? After passing a small stall, Lin Tian took out his wallet and asked. However, the vendor was taken aback by Lin Tian's actions and then hurriedly said, "Sorry, these are not for sale and cannot be sold." Stopping the movement in his hands, Lin Tian squinted his eyes and glanced towards the back, withdrawing his hands without asking so much why. He followed the few people in front and walked. The reason was already clear in his heart. Observing the people around them with a look of fear and disgust in their eyes, it seems that their reputation has spread throughout the island. However, the role Canis played in it made Lin Tian think deeply about it. Why did he take them to the altar specially? It was too suspicious. What was hidden behind the struggling eyes? After passing the lovely avenue, everyone officially entered the ship docking place. The various ships filled around made everyone's eyes wide open. How could it be such a ship? Luffy shouted with a look of surprise. The ship that appeared before him really disappointed everyone. Canis smiled and introduced, "Not long ago, I have been using this boat. Who doesn't know the waveform converter? Although the speed is not fast, it also installed 2 DC bells. Please use it as you please." "No, I don't want it," Luffy said suddenly and calmly, reaching out his hand to the extremely windy boat beside him. "Compared to this one, I still think this one is better. Bring a few people to a large empty place," pointing to the huge ship lock. "There is the second lock. The only way to enter the road to Jappayato is there." Suddenly, Luffy asked, "Hey, why did Ganese keep shaking after leaving the house, as if you were afraid of something?" Sanji came up and said very narcissistically, "Little Ganese, are you worried about our safety?" "Don't worry, we will be very fine." However, Usopp kept an eye on what Lin Tian said before, and he also noticed something wrong. Just like Lin Tian said, "Are you always hiding something?" Down with a guy, everything is strange next. Sanji was excited and angrily cursed, "Idiot, Miss Guns is so kind, how could she do anything to harm us? Idiot." Bang! Lin Tian's words, remembered from behind, he was kicked to the ground by the fellow Sanji and said calmly, "We need to know why so much. Some things are good for both parties, not to say not knowing is better than knowing. We only need to save Nami and the others. For Sky Island, we are just a passerby. Knowing too much may not only damage others but also damage them." Lin Tian's words made Luffy and the inhabitants of Sky Island calm. Their faces were silent and shocked, especially Canis, with a struggling expression on her face, biting her lips tightly. "Okay, I get it." Holding his straw hat, the guy Luffy also stopped asking, turned and walked towards the Chromeru on the side. Everyone was silent, and followed Luffy's steps and turned and walked. At this moment, Canis, who was struggling violently in her heart, finally made up her mind and said, like Lin Tian said, "Do you think we are strange? I will explain to you the rules of the trial in detail. It is obvious that you have noticed that it is wrong, and I have brought you here specifically. While clearly talking about trials that are more terrifying than death, it seems to be inducing you." Hearing what Canis said, the last bit of disbelief in everyone's hearts also disappeared in an instant, replacing the most true thoughts in their hearts with silence. Seeing that he had leaked the secret, McKinley, who was hiding from the side, finally couldn't bear it, and stood up and shouted, "Stop talking, you can't say these silly things." Suddenly the captains of the Sky Island troops appeared, leaving Luffy and the others in a daze. Unexpectedly, this guy had been hiding by the side. In fact, Lin Tian had already appeared from the beginning, but he didn't say much. Bang! Canis knelt on the ground with a plop, and guilty persuaded, "Can we run away?" Tears of remorse appeared in the eyes, and the guilt in the heart burst out in an instant. "It was me who called the express shrimp down. I lied to them while you were not on the boat, and there was a current that went to the end of the cloud to let them rise. Anger, that is the signal to call the extra shrimp. Lin Tian did not blame or anger, but calmly asked, "Why do you do this?" "Because." Cornus replied, choked with tears on her face, "Because after the criminals are found, if we don't lead them to the trial place, we will be killed." The people watching the Sky Island nearby shouted in panic, "Shut up, to me, do you know what you are talking about? That is blasphemy against God, stop the girl's behavior." After being scolded by her companions and feeling guilty in her heart, Cornus covered her face, tears streaming down her eyes uncontrollably. "This is the so-called national obligation, sorry, it's weird, all of this." Usopp couldn't believe it, how is it possible? Luffy cursed in a low voice, "You are so stupid, you have to do this." "Then why you have to tell us this, you will be sniped." Lin Tian said, "We have nothing to do with this country. Whether you say it or not, we will save our partners. But now, if you say everything, things have changed. Originally, we were the visitors of this country, and now we have intervened in the affairs of this country, but it doesn't matter. We were going to solve the god, but this feeling is very uncomfortable," Lin Tian said with a depressed look on his head. "What?" McKinley rushed out somehow. "Dare to blaspheme the supreme god, you have committed the first level of crime. The power of God is unimaginable, and God will personally punish you next." Cut. Lin Tian glanced at his mouth disdainfully. "I never believe in any god. If I dare to come out, I don't mind slaughtering a god." Coming. There was another blasphemous guy who was killed by God's trial last night. Could it be that this girl once again set off God's anger today? At this moment, a cry of exclamation sounded, and the onlookers on the Sky Island residents looked up at the sky above, with deep fear and shock on their faces, and hurriedly retreated to the back, away from Lin Tian and others. Last night. Lin Tian's face showed a thinking look after hearing their panicked words. Upon seeing this, the faces of everyone were puzzled. When they looked up, they saw an extremely bright light appearing on the sky. As time went on, that light became brighter and brighter until the next moment, the dazzling white light that could not be described in words illuminated the entire empty island below. The intense light concealed all the colors, and there was only one color of white in the entire world. Under the dazzling white light, everyone could barely open their eyes. Then an extremely bright light blue beam glided across the sky and suddenly fell from the sky in the horrified eyes of everyone, just like the anger of the sky and the punishment of heaven. "Fuck, Nima forced, you casters did it last night." However, Lin Tian was taken aback for a moment when he saw this scene, and then angrily exploded a foul language from his mouth. Seeing the light blue beam hit, Luffy quickly picked up and knelt on the ground, just as Cornus, who was in the center of the light blue beam landing, ran to the side. But Lin Tian stepped on one foot. Unangry, he did not deliberately control his strength. The clouds under his feet trembled violently, and the whole Angel Island could not escape, and trembled together. Like a magnitude 8 earthquake in the depths, the clouds under the ground trembled, the mission of the house shook, there was a creaking sound, and pedestrians on the road were shaken on the ground at will. A series of huge cracks, like lightning, quickly appeared on the clouds, and the ground under Lin Tian's feet was destroyed in that instant. Drinking softly, Lin Tian made a right fist, and the dark arm domineering, covering his arm, the scattered aura disappeared little by little, and his right arm gathered his powerful force. Even the space seemed unable to withstand this powerful force. The air around the fist was twisted, and with the help of the reaction force from under the sole of the foot, Lin Tian rose into the sky. Facing the beam of light that fell from the sky and was called the judgment of the gods, Lin Tian didn't have the slightest fear, only endless anger. Ah! Streaming iron fist. The right fist turned into a stream of light, and only a flash of light could be seen in front of him. Before he could react to anything, Lin Tian's fist had already hit the light blue light beam in the sky. Rumble. There was a thrilling sound from the sky, and in the horrified eyes of countless people, Lin Tian had already smashed into the god's punishment, and the whole world appeared 10 times brighter than before. Everyone felt that there was a burning sensation in front of them, and they quickly lowered their heads and closed their eyes at the same time, but they still did not relieve the pain of the eyes. I felt that there was a huge pressure in the sky, as if a heavy object of hundreds of kilograms was suddenly carried on his back, pressing on his body. Under that huge force, countless people were instantly pressed on the ground. Time passed quietly, everything slowly returned to calm, the pale blue beam of light and the dazzling light disappeared, and the white clouds in the sky had also been washed away, leaving only a small area that was several times larger than the sun on the ground island. Perceiving the disappearance of the movement outside, many people slowly opened their eyes to check the surrounding situation. Luffy and the others opened their eyes first. Lin Tian. That guy. I quickly raised my head and looked at www.com, and saw Lin Tian's figure quietly suspended in the midair. It was obvious that the clothes on his right arm had long since turned into fragments, and the whole arm was scorched black. Hey, no loss is one of the invincible abilities. This kind of power is really strong. Step. Landing on the ground, Lin Tian's face was calm, his arms looked serious, but there was not much injury. Regardless of everyone's horrified gaze, they looked at the side, Luffy and Canis, who were rescued by the self-proclaimed Sky Knight. He asked, "Hey, are you two alright?" Being thrown down by that strange moment by the old man, Luffy stood up with his hat. "It's okay. I don't know where, in one of the courtyards of the large palaces, a man with a weird upper body gently crushed the apple in his hand and said with a dark face, 'Where is such a strong guy who dares to provoke God's majesty?' To be continued. Driving the Chromeru, the four came out of the port. For them, Kanish told her secrets and betrayed the country, but she was saved by the old man from the Sky Knight. At least it was safe. When they solved the **** and rescued Nami and them, she could go home. Hunting text. Along the White River, Lin Tian and the four finally arrived at Japayado, the forest that looks old and has a history of thousands of years. The silver-white canal pierced straight into the forest. At that white entrance, huge fires were erected on both sides of the entrance, and huge stone statues of gods were placed on both sides of the river, just like the queues welcomed by the roads, but they were replaced by statues. There is always a chill rising up in my heart unconsciously. Sanji looked at Usopp on the side and threatened, "Okay, just take advantage of it now, if you want to turn around. Are you ready?" "I am, then, if possible, can you let me go back first?" Usopp feared. Luffy shouted directly, "Okay. Go inches." "Hey, Luffy, are you listening to me?" Driving into the calm canal, the strange statues around, quiet in the forest, under the darkness, they look strange, as if they have life, they have been staring at them in secret. I don't know how long it took to enter until the statues on the side disappeared and the strange atmosphere in the air weakened a lot, but slowly a lot of shipwrecks began to appear in the canal. Usopp stared at the surroundings and said in fear, "Hey, wait a minute, don't you think it's weird here? There are so many wrecks of ships." Luffy, sitting in the driver's seat, was very excited about the big adventure, because this is a forest. "Well, that's right," Sanji replied casually. "No. It's not right. Don't you see that these ships are cut in half? What is it that can actually cut a huge ship in half?" Lin Tian pretended to be horrified and immediately shocked Usopp, who was already extremely nervous, looking at the terrifying forest around him with a cold sweat on his forehead. "Ha!" Seeing Usopp frightened like this, Lin Tian slapped his legs and laughed. "Usopp, this was originally a trial of God. Isn't it normal that there is danger? Why are you frightened like this?" Suddenly, Sanji yelled, "No, something has attacked." Everyone hurriedly looked up and saw that on the right, a sickle about the size of Merly, tied to a rope, swung towards them from the side. Usopp suddenly yelled anxiously, "Full throttle, you guys also paddle together! Hurry up and paddle forward together!" With Luffy's confused face, the huge sickle had already cut to the Ayamaruta, suddenly lifted it in a tremble and just escaped the sickle cutting, but the debris floating on the sea was not so good. It was cut in half in an instant. Ah, giant sickle monster. Usopp, who was rowing the boat desperately, looked at the front and shouted in fear, "Don't stay, another one is coming." No, not one, but several. Turning around and looking behind him, several huge sickles also attacked him. Ah. Ah. With the efforts of everyone, driving the Chromaruta, which was slow to a certain level, could barely escape the attack of these sickles. Sitting on the swaying boat, Lin Tian closed his eyes and looked relaxed and casual. It was enough for these two guys to paddle. After avoiding these sickle attacks, before everyone breathed a sigh of relief, another attack came. A spiked wooden stick shoots out from the lush foliage above, directly through the surface deck, and then the sky full of wooden stick shoots from above, covering the sky and the earth. If we were shot down like this, we would be shot through, Usopp shouted in panic. Hearing this, Lin Tian, who was lying on it, got up quickly, came to the front of the boat, and lightly pressed towards the void in front of the three people's puzzled eyes. After that, the void in front of me seemed to move, like the surface of water. Strange ripples rose up, shaking in the space before me, very strange. And the wood thorn shooting from the sky, where the ripples passed, stopped attacking strangely, just like this, quietly suspended in the void, motionless. This. What is this? Usopp looked puzzled and shocked. This kind of scene felt more terrifying and weird than the current thunderlight. Sanji smoked. I heard Luffy said that Lin Tian seems to be also a devil fruit ability, and he is also a very strong devil fruit ability. How is it possible? Usopp immediately retorted, Lin Tian can swim, how could he be a devil fruit ability? When he blew out a puff of smoke, Sanji was also puzzled about this. I have to ask Lin Tian and Luffy about this. I am not very clear about this. Because he discarded his devil fruit ability, Luffy turned around and said, in order to obtain a stronger power, Lin Tian has now achieved some results. Sigh. Sanji and Usopp couldn't help but breathe in air-conditioning voices when they heard the words. They could abandon the incomparable abilities they had been familiar with for many years. This kind of determination is not so great. At this time, Lin Tian said, by the way, I would like to give you two guys a piece of advice. If you are not sure about the powerful devil fruit that suits you, it is best not to get that kind of power. Usopp put his hands in a puzzle and asked, why isn't the power of devil fruit very strong? Space rolling. With a low drink in secret, Lin Tian suddenly shook his right hand. Under the strange ripples in midair, those suspended wooden sticks instantly burst into powder, scattered on the surface of the water, and washed away by the river. Retracting his palm, Lin Tian said calmly, because the devil fruit has too many restrictions, and also, getting stronger power means you have more shortcomings. And you yourself are truly powerful. Of course, devil fruit is indeed a very powerful force. These masters in today's world are basically capable people. Therefore, it is best not to touch this kind of thing before you have the ability to meet your own devil fruit. Not only will it not bring you strength, but it will be a restriction for your future exhibition. Hearing this, the two of them couldn't help nodding their heads and imprinted Lin Tian's words deeply in their minds. The advice of a strong man like Lin Tian was very useful to them. Next, the sea beasts that appeared also attacked by boomerangs. For Luffy and the others, they weren't even an appetizer, and they easily passed those levels. Things like these are not exciting enough. There seems to be something interesting, called a priest, waiting for us in front of us. Regarding the previous attack, he obviously hadn't mentioned the interest of Luffy. Usopp immediately urged sadly, is that kind of attack didn't even enter the trial threshold? Ah, you have seen places like this, Sanji raised his palm and said in a deep voice, except for Lin Tian. I don't know how powerful the attack at the dock is, but it should be incredible. Power. Oh, that's it. Usopp turned around and asked, Lin Tian. How strong is that lightning? After thinking about it, Lin Tian estimated, it's okay, there are 30 million volts in the front, and I might sense my existence in the back, reaching 80 million volts. After listening to Lin Tian's words, Usopp and Sanji fell silent. After a while, they uttered two words. Metamorphosis. With a smoke in his mouth, Sanji asked Lin Tian, what is the essence of the power of God, and how does it feel that he has been watching us all the time? After thinking about it for a moment, Lin Tian explained, that is not actually a god's power, but a force called dominant. It can hear the sound of everything and predict the enemy's attack direction through the sound. This kind of power is rare in the first half of the Great Root, and in the second half of it, this kind of power already belongs to the mainstream, because this kind of power has a special effect on those with a devil fruit ability. Sanji suddenly realized it and asked, just like you usually feel pain when you beat Luffy, you just use that kind of power. Luffy immediately stood up unhappy. What? I said, why every time you hit me, I feel pain. As for the god. Pointing to the sky, Lin Tian said disdainfully, it's just a powerful devil fruit ability. Through the power of the devil fruit, he can hear the voice of the entire island. In fact, it is not a god, but a person. That's it. Just as Lin Tian just finished speaking, Usopp pointed to the front and shouted in a panic, everyone, look at it. There is a huge stone statue in front of him. There are 4 entrances there. Trial of Marsh, Trial of Iron, Trial of Rope, Trial of Ball, 4 trials. It seems that this casters wants us to play this game. Choose one of the 4. Which one should we choose? Without even thinking about it, Luffy said directly, the ball sounds more interesting, let's try the ball. Faced with the approaching intersection, everyone had a brief discussion, and finally Usopp, who was in control of the ship, thought about it in his mind, and decided to choose the ball trial. Usopp was very nervous, his face was full of sweat. Well, we still believe Luffy's instinct. Sanji, who was not too chaotic enough, reminded again, are you sure? But don't be careless, after all, this is the island of God at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In Usopp's nervous and fearful look, he slowly drove into the trial of the ball. Reading www.canshu.com, did not imagine the attack, it was indeed a dark tunnel. What? Why is it so dark? Usopp said in fear. Luffy seemed to understand something, by the way, maybe that's the case. There are 4 entrances. Just like a lottery, there are winners and losers. Usopp turned his head and shouted nervously, what are you still talking about now? If we lose the election, what will happen to us? If you lose the election, after thinking about it, Luffy smiled and replied, maybe we will fall from the Sky Island. At this moment, Lin Tian said, I suddenly have a bad feeling. To know this guy Luffy, good things have never been right, but if bad things are. Sanji quickly objected, how could it be possible, here is 10,000 meters away from Chingay, this kind of thing is impossible. The ship slowly pulled out of the passage, and the harsh sunlight came inches. What? Luffy, you bastard! To be continued. Passing through the dark passage, the dazzling sunlight made everyone's eyes close, and after a few seconds they adjusted. Everyone opened their eyes to take a look, wondering what the trial of the wall behind it was. Hunting? What? However, what appeared in front of everyone was a cliff that didn't know how high it was. The silver-white canal flew down from the cliff, and when I looked down, there was white mist underneath, which was bottomless. Stupid. Closing his eyes, Lin Tian said helplessly, I just said, there is always a bad premonition, and I was really hit by the guy Luffy. Usopp looked at the bottom of the bottomless cliff. He was so frightened that he was half dead, his eyes bursting out. Ah, Luffy, you guy, tell you not to say it, I blame you. This is not the most important thing. Sanji grabbed Luffy's neck and shouted angrily, asshole, with a 3/4 chance of winning, you can actually pick the remaining quarter. You guys are it's not too unlucky. On the side, this one seemed to be hanging down to the edge of the waterfall in the ocean below, and 3 white canals were suspended in the air, flowing in other directions, leading to 3 other places of trial. When the four were arguing, without any obstacle, the Chromaru directly rushed out of the canal, suspended in midair, and then flew towards the ground and fell down. Ta ta ta. At this moment, Lin Tian's figure flashed, and he escaped from the fallen Chromaru, took a few steps into the air, hovering high in the air, and glanced quickly before. The three guys lowered their heads towards the fallen Luffy and said, "Hey, there is a valley below, and it has fallen for more than 200 meters. You can see 6 places. Good luck." With a very rapid increase, Luffy and the others only had a small black spot left. In a blink of an eye, burrowing into the white cloud and mist below, no trace, only a broken voice floating in the air. "Lin Tian. You bastard, ah." Hearing the three people scolding, Lin Tian smiled lightly and didn't take it seriously. From the previous news, the priests here are pretty good, especially since they have a domineering look and feel enough for Luffy these guys to have fun. As for myself, this kind of appetizer does not need to be served again. It is better to serve the main course directly. The Caney Road of Sky Island. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. With a flash, Lin Tian found a canal at random and stepped on it, feeling the flowing river under the white clouds under his feet, and walking down the river with his footsteps. This island may be thousands of years old, and there are huge and lush ancient trees everywhere. It is really difficult to find something in such a big place. Along these flowing rivers, Lin Tian stepped on the surface of the water and moved slowly forward, looking at the surrounding forest, where there were trees and trees. It was hard to see even an animal. Lin Tian looked bored and said, "Isn't it said that this place is the residence of gods and hundreds of priests? Why are there no figures? So many people have gone." But, suddenly, Lin Tian's tone changed, and he muttered to himself, "Since God can monitor the entire island, so he knows when I come. Since you don't take the initiative to show up, then let's have a good time, and finally see the winner of this game, who is the last left." With a squeak, Lin Tian jumped up from the water, stepping on the huge tree trunks. Lin Tian leaped towards the forest. Duo, a group of luxurious and huge palaces in one of the huge courtyards. The Caney Road of this country sits quietly on the highest position, with several beautiful maids and priests serving on the side. He picked up the apple in the fruit plate on the side, opened his mouth and took a bite, and anally knocked his leg. It seems that the Sandy people are ready, and they have entered the relatively inner part of the island so soon. One of the priests on the side confidently said, "With the power of the priests, some Shandy people are not enough to prove it." No, holding the half-bitten apple in his hand, Ainlu shook his hand and said, "Now there are only 3 of the 4 of them, and one of them is dealing with the Shandy people. Don't underestimate the combat power of the Sandy people. If I didn't say anything, they will probably win the battle as long as the battle continues." In the unbelievable gazes of these men on the side, Ainlu continued, "However, it is now coming to the evening, and the advantage will change. However, for me, this is just a battle of ants, Shinge people." While speaking, Ainlu stopped suddenly and closed his eyes as if listening to something. After a while, an unusual smile appeared on his face. "It's really interesting people, different from those ants, but God's dignity can't provoke it. It's just a warm-up game now. The real game will start tomorrow." Caged, biting off the remaining apple, Ainlu's eyes flashed with excitement, and he was more and more looking forward to the next game. "Are you aware of it? Just let me see how you, a self-proclaimed god, dare to give yourself such a title." Crossing a branch, Lin Tian stopped his pace. His face showed expectation. Just now, Ainlu had seen the domineering induction of seeing and hearing in an instant. "However, since you are the first to detect me, you, a god, are a bit too arrogant. It's not just a person who sees and hears domineering." Lin Tian's mouth was slightly cocked. He immediately closed his eyes, seeing and hearing color domineering instantly opened to the maximum extent that he could release, and powerful perception instantly flooded the surroundings. Following the exploration of the casters, who came from nowhere, Lin Tian's powerful perception rushed towards him like a torrent. Seeing and hearing color domineering is a kind of listening power. Similarly, the other party can perceive you, and you can also perceive the other party. Of course, the difference between the two parties cannot be too large. This is the most basic point. As a naval genius, standing on the great root is equivalent to the little person at the top. Lin Tian is deeply influenced by Captain Raleigh in terms of domineering, and he is very accomplished. After all, the two people who taught him how to use domineering can be said to be rare in the world. Lin Tian's most powerful is still-armed domineering. Seeing and hearing domineering is relatively weak, but it should not be underestimated. The powerful sight and domineering, surging in all directions like flowing water, beyond the limits of space and time, it instantly enveloped half of the island. In an instant, countless sounds crazily squeezed into my mind: the sound of wind, the cry of animals, the breathing of the forest, the sound of falling leaves on the ground. It's like a stream of torrents, rushing into one's own body. As the range of one's perception becomes larger, more and more sounds appear in one's mind. It is precisely because of these that most powerhouses only use the domineering in the battle and generally only maintain a small range, www.com, unless there are special circumstances. Oh, I actually have a heart net, and I'm slowly looking over here, half lying on the seat. The leisurely Enlu suddenly stood up and put down the fruit in his hand. At the same time, I closed my eyes, and through the ability of the thunder fruit, Enlu's domineering style has indeed reached a terrifying point, and it can even cover the entire country. At the beginning of Operation Enlu, Lin Tian, who had closed his eyes, had already realized his brows were slightly frowned, and he suddenly opened his eyes. It's here. Actually the place where Any Road was found. Lin Tian also immediately took back his domineering. Since the goal has been achieved, he continued to check. It didn't make much sense. However, I didn't expect that there are many secrets hidden on this island. A group of people rushing in from the forest, and that huge behemoth that looks like a sea king, plus the in the dark, and coincidentally rushed inches of them. With a faint smile on Lin Tian's face, he whispered to himself, "It seems that this island is becoming more and more interesting." To be continued. Shoo. Lin Tian's vigorous figure flickered in the forest, moving in the direction of Geppetto's altar. Hunter? It was getting dark, and it was unnecessary to deal with Enlu. He didn't know everything very well. Lin Tian didn't know exactly how strong the thunder fruit, one of the invincible abilities, was. At the same time, the most important thing in my art is the safety of Nami and Robin, so I decided to wait for everyone to gather and make a decision when it is safe. Shred. Gently stepping on a branch, Lin Tian's figure stopped his advancing steps, and glanced down at his body. Frowning slightly in this silent forest, he said, "Since it's here, I haven't come out yet. Do you want me to take you out?" When the voice fell, there was still silence in the entire forest, and there was no sound, only a faint sound of wind blowing through, with a sound of falling leaves. In a dark corner, I haven't moved so far, how can I find me? I want to use words to lead me out. I am not those guys. I can't come out. Then I have to do it myself, Lin Tian said when the guy hiding in the dark hadn't come out yet. Turning his head to look at Lin Tian, he was shocked. How? How is it possible, human? Lin Tian, who was still standing on the branch, disappeared at some unknown time. The man's horrified figure had just fallen off. He noticed something in an instant and looked up. I saw that the disappeared Lin Tian ghost appeared on his head, standing on a branch, with a faint smile on his face. With his hand, the man already understood that the strength of the man in front of him was terrifying. He appeared behind him, and he didn't even notice it. Thinking about it, he felt terrible. Without thinking about it, the man turned over and jumped off the branches and fell towards the ground below. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, a giant bird flew out from nowhere, carried the man, and flew towards the sky. About to break through the canopy above, the man immediately felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and he drew in a low voice, "Partnet." Immediately sensing an attack coming from behind him, he turned his back and picked up the spear and stabbed it towards the back. With all his strength, at the same time, the bird under his feet deflected and flew to the right. Sideways avoided the man's attack, the tip of the spear pierced his face, and the hot feeling from the air made a scar on Lin Tian's face. Interesting, this gun has such a high heat, it should contain a special attack shell. It seems that this is the way fighting in the sky, he thought to himself, his eyes flashed with curious eyes. Stopping his hand movements, Lin Tian had nothing to do with shouting. It seems that you are the four great priests rumored by the people in the sky. As the words fell, Lin Tian's figure disappeared again. When he turned around, the guy behind him disappeared again. The man was extremely vigilant, his face was full of horror, his heart net opened to its maximum, and he scanned the surroundings. Bang! The next moment, a sigh with bursts of piercing whistling noise swept from before his eyes. The speed was extremely fast. Before the man could react, he was kicked in the chest by Lin Tian. Like a cannonball, it fell heavily to the ground. An explosion sounded from the forest below, and huge smoke slowly rose from the ground. The huge ancient tree broke apart with a click and fell towards the forest sky. Come. Tough. Seeing that its master was knocked into the air, the giant bird fluttered its wings and quickly turned its direction, struck towards Lin Tian, opened its mouth, and spouted a large flame tornado. 10 feet. With a volley kick, the light blue vacuum shocked the wave, instantly cutting off the fallen ancient tree with undiminished power, and even the fire tornado that swept through was cut in half. Under the ground, the figure of the man was revealed, wearing a heavy cotton-padded coat, holding a spear like a sky knight in one hand, and standing with his chest covered. The man looking at the sky thought in horror, why, God suddenly transferred me from the battlefield and wants me to deal with such a powerful person. Does God want to use this person's hand to kill me? Originally, he was still fighting on the other side of the battlefield, and suddenly received God's order. Under the guidance of God, he came here to put a rope trial here, but waiting for such a strong man, it is no wonder that the man was so suspicious in his heart. Just as the man was thinking, a black shadow fell from the sky and fell heavily beside the man. When he looked at it, it was his pet bird. Lin Tian's figure floated on the bird's back, just sat down, and asked straightforwardly, "Since you are a priest, you should know a lot of secrets." Before he could speak, the man directly blocked Lin Tian's words. "I am a sitting down, sure, one of the foremost loyal priests. It is impossible to betray the god. Don't want me to say anything." The reason why the man didn't say it was his fear of God. As a priest, he clearly understood the power of God. The entire island was under God's supervision. God knew exactly what he said and did. If I say something, I am afraid that the next moment will come down to kill myself. He was also betting that God of gamblers did not abandon him and would save himself at the last minute. Really? Lin Tian whispered and said casually, "So, you have no surplus value, then there is no need to live." What? Shura looked terrified. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be so decisive. He just asked once and didn't succeed and killed himself directly. He got up and jumped, the bizarre shoes on his feet sprayed white waves of air, pushing the man to rush towards the big tree on the side. Looking up, he said puzzledly, "What are you doing? Do you think you can escape like this?" Looking at the man using the shoes sprayed under his feet to move fast around, Lin Tian was curious and sat down quietly, wanting to see what he was doing. Pounce. With the help of the slippery shoes, the man stopped on the tree trunk, his face swept away in panic, showing a smug look. Arrogance often faces the crisis of death. Just now was the best time to solve me, but now you have missed it. Next, take a taste of my rope trial. The trial rope seems to be the things of the previous 4 entrances, 4 trials, 4 priests, and each person corresponds to a trial. As soon as the voice fell, Shura exploded with a powerful degree, raised his spear in his hand, grabbed the tip of a high temperature, and the extremely high temperature burned the steel red, turning it into fiery red, bursting with repeated heat toward Lin Tian. Squeak. Grab a spike on the huge ancient tree beside it, and instantly pierced a big hole, followed by a raging fire burning on the trunk. Shura quickly drew back the spear that was stuck in the tree, with a panic on his face. How could it be possible? This is all around the cloud ropes I arranged. How can he avoid it? Arrogant often face the crisis of death. Lin Tian's calm voice sounded behind him, and this sentence that Shura was proud of before was really ironic in this situation. Finger grab. Empty bullet. The hands were bombarded. A series of air bombs swiftly shot toward Shura, moving his hands, constantly following his evasion trajectory. Bang, bang, bang. Heartnet. Small air bombs have great power. When they hit the ancient trees around, they often burst into a big hole, and the small branches are even directly blown. Suddenly, continuous explosions sounded around, and sawdust flew across the entire space. Hey, Lin Tian's domineering looks are much stronger than him. He also wanted to predict Lin Tian's attack. Before he ran out, his legs were hit by an air bomb, exploding a blood hole. The injury on his leg instantly fell into a state of weakness, unable to control his direction, hit a big tree, and fell directly from it. Walking toward Shura, who was already unable to act, Lin Tian said as a winner, "Your cloud rope is of great use to ordinary people, but it is only aimed at ordinary people. Foreign objects are foreign objects after all." Feeling Lin Tian's killing intent, Shura, who was injured in his leg, knew that this time it was very likely to be here to drink hatred for the illusory glimmer of life. Shura raised his head and shouted, "Great Lord God, save your most loyal subordinates." As soon as the voice fell, dozens of bright lights appeared in the sky. Lin Tian stopped his advance, and when he looked up, it turned out to be dozens of lightning strikes from the sky. The dazzling electric light struck the open space in front of Lin Tian. The silver snake gleamed, the electric arc flickered, and the ground could clearly feel the power from steel to thunder, but this level was for Lin Tian as if itching around. The thunder and lightning disappeared, and the ground, where the roots and fallen leaves were crisscrossed, leaving only a scorched black color, and there was still wisps of smoke, and the air smelled of burnt. The most important thing is that the priest escaped, but Lin Tian can still sense his trail now, but he didn't catch up. The previous attack was not so much a rescue of the subordinates, but rather a warning and a message of meaning. There was no direct attack, and it was precisely because of this. Moreover, solving such a small person would not have much impact on Lin Tian. It is better to let him go. This battle has wasted a lot of time. The sun has slowly begun to set, and the afterglow of the setting sun finally shines on this forest. Hey, Lin Tian. We are here. Over the silver-white river, the Chromeru passed by, and Luffy lay on the side of the boat, waving and shouting. To be continued. After reuniting with Luffy and the others, the two separated also reunited. Hunting. Text. With the advent of night, coupled with a damaged golden Merly and the old man of the Sky Knight who suddenly appeared and protected them, after a discussion, everyone decided to camp on the shore so that even if they fight, it will not damage the Merly. Taking advantage of the opportunity to eat, everyone gathered here and told themselves about their experiences. Sanji said, "We ran into a priest named Chadri in the Forest of Mystery, who used the starter wall. I don't know exactly what happened, because some weird casters played a game. The strangest thing was he will use something called the Heartnet, which can predict the actions of the enemy." Chopper said, "Sura, the priest, who suddenly appeared, uses a flame gun that can burn everything, and then he seems to be able to predict actions. Any action will be foreseen by him, and the bird on the ride will also breathe fire. The mast of the number was also burned, and the Sky Knight was defeated, but I don't know why he left behind. Nami said, everyone is miserable, but we now see that this island is part of Gaia. The Golden Country did not sink into the sea, but floated into the air. Lin Tian Deo, as for me, it seems that something happened. I just found the place of God's residence, collided with him briefly, and solved the priest named Sora, that Chopper said, but finally let him go. Whack, everyone just felt that a group of crows flew over their heads, and they no longer knew how to use words to express their feelings at this time in their hearts. Okay, Usopp raised his hand, gathered everyone's eyes, pointed to the blackboard and said, anyway, everyone has worked hard. Now we have two most useful news. One is that this island is the Golden Town that the Saruyama United Army has been looking for, and the other is that we know the location of the Caney Road. Suddenly, Soren asked, hey, Lin Tian, what is the ability of that ArtNet? Hearing Soren's question, everyone couldn't help stopping their movements and turning their eyes to Lin Tian. Everyone was very curious about the ability to predict movements, just like mind reading. Looking sideways at the scars on these three guys, Lin Tian suddenly said, this kind of power, I probably mentioned it to the three of you before, it seems that I haven't put it on my heart at all. When Lin Tian said this, Sanji and Usopp's faces suddenly became embarrassed. At that time, they just listened and didn't pay much attention. They should ask how to deal with this method of fighting. Ah, Lin Tian. Have you ever said that? Why don't I know? Luffy asked in shock. He hit Luffy's head with one hand, and Usopp said, idiot, you don't know it's normal. Just listen to Lin Tian's explanation. The power of the Sky Island is the ArtNet, and it is domineering in the Great Sea Route, which can enhance the five senses. As for this power, everyone has the potential. It's just that some people can awaken this kind of power, some people can't. Now this kind of power is too far away from you, and you are not suitable for contact now, so don't think so much. After listening to Lin Tian's words, everyone nodded. Now they haven't even learned what Lin Tian teaches. It's not good to get in touch with this kind of power. Everyone still understands the principle of being greedy and not chewing. By the way, Lin Tian, in today's battle, I seem to have touched the feeling you said, that kind of teleportation, Sanji said with excitement, taking out his cigarette. Oh, after hearing this, Lin Tian's face was surprised, and he was about to learn to shave so soon. As expected, Sanji was really talented in leg skills. After Soren heard Sanji's words, he clenched the sword in his hand. Sanji had already progressed, giving Soren a sense of eagerness. He had to speed up, and he must slash a volley. Golden, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, I have been looking forward to such a big adventure, so excited. Nami, who likes money so much, not to mention, so I must go, didn't I say it earlier? I said, Luffy, have you forgotten the warning of the gorillas? Usopp reminded in a panic. Unfortunately, at this time, his opinions are difficult to be effective. The indifferent Lin Tian, Soren and Chopper and Robin, who wants to explore history, have not enough funds on the ship to get the gold. Sanji, the vote is obvious. Okay, let's go find gold. Monster. A scream of fear, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, sounded in the silent forest, stunned the birds staying on the branches of the trees. Lin Tian, who was sleeping, close to Robin and Nami, woke up at the sound of the sound, carefully moved his arms away, stood up from the ground, and quickly glanced at the people who were asleep around us. The boy is gone. Lin Tian couldn't help thinking, where did this kid go? Except for them, the priests are on the entire island. Is that guy already taking action and ready to start the game? He glanced at the direction where the voice came from and was about to step forward. Soren's voice happened to be heard from behind. Lin Tian, what happened to Usopp? He asked me to urinate with him just now and say he's scared. I don't know either, shook his head, and Lin Tian whispered, Usopp was no longer there when I woke up, with a sound. Idiot, call this guy, don't run far at night. Soren couldn't help cursing, but he still expressed his worry in his tone. Waved his hand, Lin Tian said his opinion, let's follow the direction of the voice first, and find Usopp to ask in detail. Nodded, Soren hurriedly followed Lin Tian who was walking forward. The two did not get out much, and turned a big tree, just by the pool. Usopp fell to the ground. Shaking his body, there was an intermittent voice from his mouth, monster. 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 Soren asked in a puzzled way, what is this guy talking about? Didn't he mean he wants to urinate? Why did he fall asleep here? Is it a nightmare? As soon as the voice fell, Usopp's mouth came out intermittently, monster. 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 Releasing his hand, Lin Tian slowly stood up from the ground, scanned the surroundings and frowned and said, maybe it's not a nightmare, Usopp, maybe something happened just now. This was frightened and passed out. Click. Without saying more, Soren pulled out the sword in his hand in an instant, and looked around vigilantly. However, there is peace here, there is nothing, has it already gone? Run! Impossible, Lin Tian shook his head and said in a certain tone. The moment the sound rang, Lin Tian's perception was covered, and no powerful creatures left. Looking at the surrounding woods, Soren asked inexplicably, if he didn't run, why is there not even a strange place around? Looking around, Lin Tian suddenly stopped at the melee. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, I think I know what's weird. After looking around again, there was still nothing. Nothing is strange, I still have nothing. Staring at Merle, slowly said, Mary, the broken mask is repaired there. Hearing this, Soren turned his gaze. His face instantly showed a very surprised expression. His face was unbelievable, as if he had seen a ghost. What? In the early morning of the next day, the repaired melee, as well as what Lin Tian and Soren had seen and heard last night, plus what Usopp had seen. Even if it was a clear day, everyone couldn't help feeling the chill that made people tremble all over, looking at each other's eyes, clearly reading out puzzlement and fear. Unfortunately, after discussing for a long time, even if Lin Tian hadn't heard of such a thing, with no results, he had to put this issue aside for the time being and discuss the next course of action. Usopp asked puzzledly, by the way, we are divided into two groups, Lin Tian. Where are you going? Everyone had a good route, but Lin Tian, an indifferent fellow, was still outside the team, and he didn't know if he was going to act alone. After thinking about it, Lin Tian said, okay, I'll go with Nami and the others. The forest is not peaceful today. The **** seems to be preparing something. I am afraid it is a war between the gorillas and the gods. If it is against the gods, Nami and the others may be in danger. Oi! Usopp and Nami burst into tears immediately, with excitement on their faces that cannot be described in words. With a perverted Lin Tian, they finally don't have to worry about danger. Nami immediately pounced on Lin Tian www.calm, and hugged Lin Tian's arm tightly without letting go, as if she was afraid of changing her mind. Well, then Lin Tian will protect Nami and the others, Luffy said indifferently, with his backpack on his back. Chopper rushed over and pleaded, Lin Tian, I can join you, or your side is safer. Stupid, flicking Chopper's head lightly, Lin Tian said with a smile, actually, you are safer with Luffy, because this kid is the only one who is not afraid of God. After stepping back a few steps, touching his aching head, Kaiyoga suddenly realized it turned out to be like this, then I should follow Luffy and the others. Hearing Luffy's words, everyone couldn't help but stunned, and then showed curiosity. They were all curious about what Lin Tian found after leaving them, as if they knew everything. It's just that Lin Tian said that this game would not be fun if he knew it, and it blocked everyone's inquiries, plus the fact that it would appear little by little next, and it was distracting. In this case, let's go out. To be continued. Driven by the wind, Melly followed the White Canal and slowly returned the same way, leaving the island. Hunting? The wind direction is right and the rudder is operating normally. It is really comfortable and the sailing is really smooth. However, this is a bit slower. Hey, navigator, think of a way. When Luffy was absent, Usopp finally realized his long-awaited wish, standing on the ship as the captain, feeling good about himself. Nami was below and reminded with an unhappy face, "Hey, Usopp, are you too proud?" Even if Luffy is not there, the captain is not you, it should be Lin Tian. Turning around to look at the annoyed Nami below, Usopp glanced at her mouth and said indifferently, "Lin Tian won't care about this again, of course the captain must have my turn." Listening to the conversations of several people there, Lin Tian stared at the old man who suddenly woke up and asked, "Hey, old man, as the previous casters of this country, should you explain to us this what happened to the country?" Sanji, who was holding the wooden barrel, heard the shocking words as soon as he walked out, and asked in surprise, "You said this old man is actually the casters of this country. How is it possible?" Usopp didn't believe it. "Isn't this country casters Kainlu? Why did he suddenly become him?" Nami asked Lin Tian. "What is going on in the end?" "I don't know this either." Lin Tian waved his hand innocently. "This is about to ask him what happened to everything." Slowly moved to a comfortable seat and lay down, the Sky Knight said calmly, "In this case, I will tell you about the history of this country. Xiaxia has been 6 years ago, and it was still the casters here. This time, when Jappa also appeared on the Sky Island, as you know." After listening to what the old man said, the faces of Sanji and the others showed heavy expressions. It seemed that the casters was very difficult to deal with, and they had already been targeted by the gods. Relatively speaking, the way the people of the Sky Island fought made everyone more curious. At the same time, they suddenly understood that the moves used by the priests in the previous battles were actually from ordinary shells. The old man suddenly said to Lin Tian, "By the way, for so many years, I haven't seen anyone who can actually withstand the attack of Anlu, let alone retreat all over. Of course, Lin Tian is very strong, the Navy's strongest genius. To deal with the gods you are talking about must be hand in hand," Nami said proudly, holding Lin Tian's arm. "Navy?" Ganfur seemed to have heard the name. "I heard that it is a justice, maintaining army in Chingay, and there are many powerful men in it." Smoking a cigarette, Sanji was very curious and asked, "Lin Tian, how is the strength of that god? Is it stronger than you?" "I don't know." Lin Tian shook his head and replied, "My duel with that casters is just a confrontation in the air. I haven't even seen it before, let alone how strong the battle is." At this time, Ganfur suddenly spoke to the crowd and persuaded them, "No, you don't understand the power of Anlu. When you really face him, you will realize that he can really bear the title of God. I remembered the scene of the battle 6 years ago, and my heart is still shaking. The man didn't do anything, just gently extended a finger to save himself and solve it with hundreds of magic soldiers. The strength that he showed made people unable to rise the slightest resistance. Is it?" Sanji spit out smoke and said indifferently, "It's really impossible." With Lin Tian, "We won't get to the point of annihilation in misery, isn't it, Usopp? Okay?" After waiting for a few seconds, we didn't hear Usopp's voice, and even everyone didn't speak. Sanji looked up with a look of incomprehension. Seeing Usopp was looking up at the front, his whole body trembling, cold sweat on his forehead, and the same was true for Nami, who was holding Lin Tian's arm. Following the gazes of a few people, Sanji turned around and looked. "Hey, you guys, what are you guys staring at? Is there?" The next moment, Sanji couldn't help stopping when he reached his mouth, opened his mouth and was frightened by the scene before him, and the cigarette in his mouth was about to fall at any time without showing up. "I saw it on the ship of the USS Merly. The whole body was white, with several tako's drums behind her back, long earlobes, and a turban on her head. His eyes revealed contempt and disdain for everything. Ganfur looked at the incoming person and resisted the anger in his heart. Anlu. Compared to Foul's anger, Anlu had a faint smile on his face. You don't need to be so angry. We haven't seen each other for a long time. How about giving me a little bit of joy? What, you guy, is the Casters Canlu, the Casters, who caused us to go through so many things. Sanji took the cigarette in his mouth again, and screamed in anger. Hearing that, Ainlu's face changed, his smiling face sank, his fingers were raised, and a thunderbolt was released. Thunder and lightning are no longer qualified to live in this world. Before the lightning that struck in, Sanji had not reacted to what was happening, and the attack had already come to him, knowing that the degree of electricity is the same as the degree of light. Crackling. However, before it hit Sanji, the lightning seemed to hit something in the void, hindering its transmission, turning into a shining spark, dissipating into the air. Seeing that his attack was stopped, Ainlu's eyes condensed, turned to Lin Tian on the side, and said in a deep voice, another blasphemous guy. He was on Angel Island that day to prevent God from violating God's will and being with God. You are the one to fight against. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. This guy really regarded himself as a god, and he called himself Casters in every sentence. God? Lin Tian raised his head and asked Ainlu in front of him. Then he said, in my opinion, whether there is a God in this world has nothing to do with me. I neither need to ask God nor need to respect God, let alone face a guy who is not a god. Ha. Putting his palm up, a trace of electric arc flashed in the palm of his hand, and Ainlu triumphantly said, I have heard all the power and the most powerful power in the world. I am not a Casters or something. Only I am the real Casters in this world. You were the one who probed me yesterday. After understanding the power of God, I still feel like exploring God. I have to say that you are very courageous. What then? In Ainlu's angry eyes, Lin Tian asked calmly, since I challenged the majesty of God, what should God do? Withdrawing the electric flower in his palm, Ainlu stood up. In the eyes of God, everything has its own value, and you are an existence with extremely high value. Join the ranks of God and serve God loyally. God will also give you great abilities. Only the God of costume can embody your value, follow in the footsteps of God, and go to the infinite land together. Cut. Lin Tian showed disdain in his mouth, stood up, and slowly said, is that a god? Let's get to the point. I don't know why you, God, come to us. It seems that you don't plan to join the ranks of gods, and you have to stand on the opposite side of gods, Ainlu said calmly. He was not surprised by this result, obviously as expected. God? Lin Tian didn't conceal the ridicule in his tone. I don't believe in this kind of thing, and I don't like being under the hands of others who like freedom, and God has something that interests me. Go on, Lin Tian. Take care of this self-righteous guy. The great Captain Usopp will lead his 8,000 men and stand faithfully behind you. Go up. Turning his head, he looked helplessly and hid behind him, raised his head and shouted Usopp, obviously so scared and pretending to be so arrogant, he was enough. The voice fell, and with a squeak, I saw an electric light flashing in front of my eyes. An Ainlu's figure had disappeared before his eyes. When he appeared again, he was already behind Lin Tian. Extend your fingers, point to the back of Usopp's head, stretch out a dazzling electric light, and pierce the back of Usopp's head. It is a killer move. Ah, Lin Tian. Help, Usopp shouted suddenly. Slippery footsteps www.com, Lin Tian flashed in front of Usopp, so timid and arrogant before. I don't know who brought him so much confidence. Without hesitation, he squeezed a fist with his right hand and slammed towards Ainlu with a powerful punch. The fierce fist whined and the shattered electric light hit Ainlu with one punch. However, with a flash of light rising, Ainlu's figure disappeared again, and Lin Tian fisted empty. Pulling Muse up, Nami and Nami hurriedly hid behind Lin Tian. The power of the god shocked everyone, especially the kind of light that disappeared into electricity. The more people understand it. Like God. Crackling. Ainlu appeared on the sheep's head, closed his eyes and said intoxicated, "Have you heard? The sound of this lively festival, it seems that something is happening. I am also one of the participants. No one is the survival game. Can't escape." Turning back suddenly, Ainlu stared at Lin Tian on the deck. The purpose is obvious, since everyone is participating in this game, to be continued. Zai zai zai. Ainlu raised his right hand, surrounded by shining electric arcs, squeaking like magic sounds. His figure flashed and the whole body turned into a thunder and lightning, rushing towards Lin Tian behind. Hunter? The casters, who controls everything, does not allow anyone to blaspheme. Those who blaspheme will be punished by the gods, and the majesty of the gods needs to be maintained. Nami reminded loudly behind her, Lin Tian. Be careful. However, before Nami could say it completely, Ainlu, who had turned into lightning, had appeared in front of Lin Tian in an instant, wrapped in lightning, and his palms radiating light blue light, like a blade, cut extremely. Without any fancy movements, Lin Tian's right hand turned into a palm, which also turned into a hand blade, tangentially towards the thunder light with the same extreme. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the palms of the two of them turned into blades, and they met in a cross, like a silver snake-like arc, flashing all over Ainlu. Through the two connected hands, the flickering thunder and lightning swept across Lin Tian's body in an instant, and the power of thunder and lightning roamed Lin Tian's body. Squeak. From time to time, an electric light flew out of his body, making a squeaking sound, and the blackness of his head, under the action of thunder and lightning, stood up toward the sky, like a hedgehog with a needle. In this simple fight, Lin Tian suffered a dark loss. As a thunder-powered person, Ainlu was covered with thunder and lightning, and once contacted, he could not avoid being injured by thunder and lightning. Caged, banged, behind the two sides, the continuous thick and 6,000-year-old tree was cut off in an instant, and fell towards the surroundings, or that row of trees, cut vertically, appear in a V-shape in the jungle. It is hard to imagine how powerful the two people in a confrontation are with the strength of a leak palm power alone. Turning his palm into a fist, his feet stepped slightly, his right fist slammed out, and the fist wind roared, and the powerful force immediately knocked Ainlu back, with a smug smile on his face. Without letting go of this opportunity, Lin Tian's figure flashed, and quickly rushed back, not stopping by the body of Ainlu. In his horrified gaze, he lifted his right foot and swept towards Ainlu behind him with all his strength. With a sound, Ainlu disappeared into a flash, causing Lin Tian to attack Khan. The electric light flashed, and the disappeared Ainlu appeared on the side, flashing the electric light with his right hand, hitting Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face changed slightly, and he didn't expect that Ainlu had actually exceeded his expectations. Without hesitation, he squeezed the fist with his right hand, exploded with powerful force, and slammed toward the right. Suddenly, Ainlu showed a smile on his face, facing Lin Tian's attack. God is omnipotent, let's see what the power of God is. The flashing right hand turned into lightning at that moment, and the dazzling thunder light tightly wrapped Lin Tian's arm, before he could pull it out. Ainlu's despising voice sounded. 10 million volts. Countless flashes of electric light rose from Ainlu and rushed towards his arm. The lightning followed Lin Tian's arm and surrounded him in an instant. At this time, Lin Tian and Ainlu flickered in the flashing electric light, with a smug smile on one side and patience, with gritted teeth, on the other. Nami, who was shocked by the way the two were fighting, reacted quickly, and she was about to get up and rush towards Ainlu in the thunder and lightning. Lin Tian. You guy dare to treat my man like this? Usopp, who also reacted, jumped up and rushed to Nami and persuaded her in a scared tone, "Hey, Nami, we are not the opponent of this guy. If we rush up, I am afraid that the opponent will solve it instantly. It will also cause trouble to Lin Tian." As soon as his footsteps slipped, Sanji's figure stood in front of the two, guarding the two behind, watching everything in front of him closely, and did not make a move. This guy Usopp is right, and the old man is right. This casters is really terrifying. Not only can he release thunder and lightning, but this kind of battle is too bad for Lin Tian. Tens of millions of volts of thunder and lightning hit Ning's body. The kind of damage can be imagined. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and stalemate with Enlu in the thunder and lightning. Secretly thought in his heart, this time the support is big. This guy is not simple, but it is one of the invincible devil fruit abilities in history. For melee combatants, the disadvantage is too great. Things like thunder and lightning, in most cases, can be transmitted even in the air. If you are in close combat with him, you must touch the opponent's body, and at the same time, you must bear the power of thunder and lightning. It can be said that even if Amuro is standing there and not moving, as long as he attacks by himself, he must have the idea of killing 1,000 and self-defeating 800. Although it is a bit exaggerated, this is a fact. The left hand around his waist slowly turned into a palm, and a delicate pale blue palm print was suspended in Lin Tian's palm. This level of lightning is still within Lin Tian's tolerance. Why not leave, just to let him relax his vigilance? Waiting for this opportunity, Lin Tian did not hesitate, and suddenly patted Amuro with his left hand, passing through the lightning barrier, bursting with amazing power, and slapped Amuro. The profound meaning of physical skills, thousandfold waves palm. Bang! With an alarm, the majestic power exploded in Lin Tian's hands, impacting on Amuro, passing through the surface, reaching the inside of the body, and even through the entire body. Puff. Amuro spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, but was steamed by the flashing thunder and lightning. His smug smile turned into horror, and his face was incredulous. How can you hurt God? Lin Tian, who was scorched all over, slowly raised his head with a smile on his face, but revealed deep disdain. How do you feel about this power? Let's appreciate it, you self-proclaimed God. The thunder and lightning surrounding the two of them was dissipated at that moment, and a magical white wall of air was semicircular, scattered towards the surroundings. The violent impact caused the melee, which was traveling on the White Canal, to tremble constantly, making a creaking sound, as if it was about to burst at any time. What? Usopp, who was almost rushed into flight, hugged the railing on the side tightly and was afraid to shout. To such perverted guys, if they want to fight, they won't find a better place. They actually did this on the Merly kind of thing. It's really abnormal. Sanji fluttered on the deck, holding on to the old man who felt that he was about to be blown away at any time. The smoke in his mouth had long been gone. If you continue to fight like this, I am afraid that the Merly will not be able to bear it. Destroyed in the impact of the two. Seeing the sudden wave of air Palmavel calm, Nami was deeply shocked. How powerful is it to let the air reach the sound state in an instant, forming this special scene? Click. Boom. The Merly behind him, the wall that was just repaired, broke again under such a powerful force, and countless broken wooden boards floated out. Amuru's body was directly flew by Lin Tian, following the bursting gap, like a meteorite, passing through the air and hitting the ground heavily. Boom! With a bang, a tens of meters high plume of smoke rose into the sky, bringing countless pieces of wood and falling in all directions. The earth seemed to tremble and roar at this moment. Looking from the melee, the peaceful jungle was awakened. Various loud noises came from the forest, and huge ancient trees of thousands of years old fell. Gradually, a huge deep pit appeared in front of everyone, and Amuro was lying quietly in the deepest part of the huge pit, without any movement, as if already. Yay! To be continued. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel, and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.